March. Look who's coming to Disney Channel. The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, a brand new Disney Channel original series. Coming to March on Disney Channel.
On March 18th, 2005, Disney Channel debuted The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, which quickly became one of the highest rated programs in the network's history. Its 87-episode run launched the careers of some of Disney Channel's biggest stars, including Dylan and Cole Sprouse, Ashley Tisdale, Brenda Song, and many more. But I'm guessing you already know that.
The Sweet Life quickly became a full-fledged franchise, spanning multiple series and endless pieces of tie-in media, before it all came to an abrupt head in 2011. Starting today, we're going back to the beginning and tracking the evolution of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody from a small pilot to a cultural phenomenon. And as a little kid who was there from the very beginning, watching almost every episode of the show on Disney Channel, I'm very, very excited to begin. This is the rise of Zack and Cody.
You'll have to forgive me, I'm still getting used to this. I think the reason my eyes are always drawn towards the little rectangle with the picture of me is because it's something moving, it's something visually stimulating to look at. It's like the equivalent of Subway Surfer footage on the bottom of a TikTok, and it just draws my eyes to it.
Quick, to the Peter Copter!
Gen Z's we're fucked, we're gonna die. The first episode of Sweet Life to air was called Hotel Hangout. As is pretty typical, it was not the first episode produced. It was not the pilot, it was not the first time these actors stepped foot on this soundstage. But later episodes do concretely establish this as the first chronologically, so we'll start here. Zack and Cody Martin are miffed when their mom Carrie has to practice choreography for her show tonight instead of spending time with them. When she suggests they bring some friends over from school, they sadly state that they haven't made any friends because
nobody ever likes the new kids.
You'll make friends soon. We're here to stay now.
Carrie says she believes in them, and then Zack knocks over a vase.
Ooh, I can hear the ocean.
And now, for the first time, we hear, now, for the first time, we hear the iconic theme song of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
Here I am in your life, here you are in mine. Yes, we have a sweet life, most of the time. You and me, we got the world to see, so come on down. Just me and you know what to do, so come on down. It's you and me and you, we got the whole place to ourselves. You and me, we got it all for free, so come on down. This is the sweet life. We've got a sweet life.
At school, the twins meet two fellow outcasts named Max and Tapeworm.
What kind of name is that? The kind you get when you eat 20 hot dogs in less than 2 minutes. Cool! Beats my record by 18.
Cherish them actually being outside and not on a soundstage, because it will not happen again until 61 episodes later. Either Tapeworm hit puberty very early and very thoroughly, or he's multiple grades ahead of them. The show will not clarify. It's up to your imagination. Zack and Cody invite their friends to hang over with them at the Tipton, where Max teaches Carrie her cool young dance moves and they have a splendid fun time. But the next day at school, word spreads that the Martins live at the prestigious hotel, and this catches the attention of the bully squad, who just bullied them yesterday.
Hey look, it's the clones.
And now they're like, me and the besties. The Martins are in with the cool kids, but this makes Max and Tapeworm feel isolated and sad. They bring all the bullies to the Tipton. The cool kid squad causes mass carnage at the hotel, which the manager, Mr. Mosby, is not particularly happy about.
All this stuff is free.
Free for our guests who spend $2,000 a day.
Mr. Mosby establishes here in the first episode that it costs $2,000 per day to stay at the Tipton Hotel, and I will hold this information against the show repeatedly throughout this adventure we're about to partake on.
Grammar, Stanley.
Okay, so next this happens. The chandelier is gaining momentum as it swings, you know, as chandeliers do traditionally. Wizards at Waverly Place Season 1 had the fakest chandelier swinging. Like, they went all out with this one. Mosby saves Esteban the bellhop's life, and he declares that he's indebted to Mosby forever.
Thank you for saving my life, Mr. Mosby. In my country, my life now belongs to you.
Esteban, throughout this entire series, will frequently mention his country, an ambiguous faraway land with an incredible culture, which we'll hear about more and more as the show carries on. Here, though, the idea of Esteban owing Mosby his life only carries over to the next scene and is never brought up again in the episode or the show. Mosby tells Esteban to get the kids out of the hotel.
I must obey this harsh command.
And then he just asks Zack and Cody to get the kids out of the hotel, and then he gives up, and he's not in the rest of the episode.
But Mr. Mosby reminds me of my father, who was also strict, demanding, ruthless, and mean. Oh, I miss my papa so much.
It's okay.
I need a moment.
The twins soon come to their own conclusion that they're being taken advantage of.
Hey, Zeke, the stupid machine keeps eating all my quarters!
And they decide to finally stand up for themselves and kick their fake friends out. Unfortunately, they knock down a satellite dish on their way out the door. They could have killed someone. Like, what an exit. What a way to leave a room. I love the artistic choice of just having the satellite dish casually sitting on the railing instead of like bolting it down or securing it or fastening it. I think it was just a lot better this way. The twins strained to grab the dish and they apologize to their true friends, Max and Tapeworm. They join in. Carrie's like, what the hell is going on? They're like, oh mom, we learned a lesson. She's like, oh, I'm proud of you. And then she grabs the rope and then they all leave and they just abandon Carrie by herself. The dish is like 6 feet from the ground at this point. Like, girl, just let it go. Just let it drop. What, do you gotta scrape the side of the building up like 14 stories to yank it up to you? Mr. Mosby gets splashed at the end. The B story has quite a bit less going on. When the hotel heiress London Tipton's father, Mr. Tipton, declares to Mosby that she must raise her grades, candy counter girl Maddie is assigned as her tutor. London's generally, let's say, hesitant to learn, and the lesson gets sidetracked when Maddie talks about the newest boy in her life, Lance the hotel lifeguard. London gives her dating advice, in her own special way.
If you want him to notice you, don't be there. While he's chewing gum, he'll be consumed with thoughts of you. Where is she? Why isn't she here? Is she on a hot date?
Which shockingly works.
Oh, I was with... Be mysterious, aloof, torture him. Someone else.
Really? Oh, so I guess that means you wouldn't want to go out sometime?
But Maddie comes to realize she just is not into Lance at all, and he's completely obsessed with water. All he talks about is water, and she doesn't know how to break it off. Mosby comes to reiterate that London will have to go to private school if she can't raise her grades, and the girls both need each other's help.
Help me!
So Maddie finds the courage to break things off, and London aces her test off screen. It's kind of a weird B story. I feel like they could have picked one direction to go in, either Maddie is tutoring London, or London's giving Maddie dating advice. They don't quite mesh. It feels like the tutoring aspect of this was solely conceived as a means for these characters to start interacting, otherwise have nothing in common, whereas the main story they wanted to tell was the breakup Lance story. I feel like this could have been 2 different episodes worth of B-plots. This isn't a recurring problem or anything, it's kind of just a weird bug I find in this one first episode. Regardless, Hotel Hangout serves as an excellent introduction to the many hijinks one might expect to find in an episode of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. And luckily for you and I, we only have 86 more to go.
Today we're gonna cook HelloFresh citrus pork tacos for all the orphans in the orphan hospital. It will be the only meal they get this month. So let's make it good.
HelloFresh is so simple and foolproof, there's just a few easy steps all laid out for you. Did you know it's delivered straight to your door?
This box of HelloFresh came straight to my door. It's 2.5 miles.
Milliliters.
You know what else has layers? Onions.
What rhymes with orange?
What about
An orange?
We don't have time. We gotta feed the orphans.
Use my link or go to HelloFresh.com and use code P.O.G. OG50 for 50% off plus free shipping. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code with your phone.
Scrape in the cum. And now for my secret ingredient. A variety of plastic babies of various races and gender identities. Now for a small taste test to ensure that it's pleasing to the orphans. Shit! I ate all of the orphans' food! The HelloFresh meal was so delicious, I consumed the entire thing! They're gonna go hungry! I am going to mercy kill them so they don't die of starvation. I'm a hero.
They're your average twins.
What's going on, Nothing?
Trying to fit in.
We're not supposed to give in to peer pressure. We're just doing what everybody else is doing.
Make new friends.
If I guess your name, do I win a kiss? Oh, you're so adorable. It's so completely out of your league. Smooth.
And stay out of trouble.
Your boys are attempting to destroy my hotel, but with a new twist.
Did we mention they live in a luxury hotel?
To the candy shop.
Make your reservation for The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Premieres tonight at 7/6 Central on Disney Channel.
This hotel behind me is the Fairmont in Vancouver, BC, Canada, and it was used as the basis for the establishing shots of the Tipton Hotel throughout the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Unlike the Tipton in the show, this one does not cost $2,000 a night, so guess where we're staying tonight?
Being so big and strong. And there's London. I can tell this place is old. They're not even wheelchair accessible. We're gonna write a bad review.
Yes, it is. You just go up that way.
Oh, it is wheelchair accessible.
Just by what?
Here we go. Got a long line. Kian got stuck in the doorway. That's so embarrassing. It's quite the line. Did you see Esteban? Wow.
So this is very different from the Martin's suite, as you can see. This is the bed. I put some things down. Look, a picture of old people. They gave me free water. Ooh, let's hang from the chandelier. This would have been a fire episode of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. This is the bathroom. I think it'd be really, really funny if I flooded this, like as a reference to season 1, episode 5, grounded on the 23rd floor. I think all of the hotel staff would laugh at how funny that prank is. Oh shit. Let me acquaint you, or more likely reacquaint you, with the main cast of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. I completely forgot to pack any pants whatsoever on this trip to a 4-star hotel, so I'm just wearing what I came with, which is my high school PE basketball shorts. Zack and Cody Martin, played by Dylan and Cole Sprouse, headline the series. If you want a tip to remember which one is which, just remember Cole is Cody. They both start with CO, and the other one is the other one. Neither of them start with CO. I have to give the show credit because the twins actually have very distinct personalities from the very beginning. Zack is the troublemaker, the instigator. He's constantly trying to push any boundaries he can just to see what he might possibly get away with.
Next time I tell some babe I'm 15, back me up. All I said was I'm 12, but we're twins.
He bullies his brother, he slacks in class, and he's also characterized by a massive crush on Maddie, which we'll see soon. Cody, meanwhile, is more respectful and courteous. He's a straight A student, he's a stereotypical kid genius who always uses super big words so everyone in the room can be like, in English? And then a laugh track plays, and it's always super funny when that happens. Cody's more gentle and thoughtful, which is something the show always makes fun of him for.
Why do you always give me a wedgie on the bus? Because we can't afford a cab.
Even though they both have the classic 2000s mop on their head bowl cut that every blonde male child star was contractually obligated to have back then, you can't tell them apart because Zack's cheeks are a little bit chubbier, whereas Cody's jawline is a little bit taller. And also Cody is just a little bit taller than Zack. So it's basically like Mario and Luigi in real life.
Zack, put that back.
I'm Cody. No, he's not. I'm Cody. Cody.
Maddie Fitzpatrick is played by the one and only Ashley Tisdale, the financially challenged but upbeat teenager who works the candy counter at the hotel. She's as good-hearted as one could possibly be. She's an environmentalist, an activist, a sinless Catholic girl who frequently serves as Zack and Cody's babysitter, at least in this early stretch of the show.
A stretch SUV limo.
Oh, yeah! Way to waste our planet's natural resources, Mr. 6 miles per gallon.
This puts her in perfect contrast to Brenda Song's London Tipton, a very overt riff on Paris Hilton. She's as rich as someone could possibly be, and as dumb as well.
These are chess pieces. It's a game that's been played for 5,000 years.
Well, then someone should have won already.
Her daddy, the illustrious, perpetually off-screen Mr. Tipton, owns the hotel, and she romps around the lobby every day without any real responsibilities whatsoever. Maddie and London are the perfect yin-yang. They possess everything the other lacks, and this puts them at constant odds with each other. And I guess here I'll mention the cliche fact everyone brings up, which is Brenda was originally gonna be Maddie, and Ashley was originally gonna be London, but a casting director had them switch roles at some point, which gave us a very iconic defiance of two traditional stereotypes, that being the smart Asian and the dumb blonde. Phil Lewis, Mr. Marion Mosby, and Kim Rhodes, Carrie Martin, are the show's good cop, bad cop authoritarian figures to Zack and Cody. Mosby is the standout character everyone remembers from this show. He's just trying to keep his hotel running smoothly and is interrupted at every possible turn in this never-ending game of cat and mouse with two 12-year-olds who he just never kicks out.
No b-ball today. Game has been canceled on account of This Is a Hotel.
These Disney Channel sitcoms are like high school theater acting, and Phil Lewis, he's the senior in the class. Carrie, meanwhile, is their sassy, caring mother. She's struggling financially, but doing her best to raise her two sons and instill these idiot boys with some important life lessons along the way.
You guys are in such big trouble that I'm grounding myself for having you.
The first season has a very clear and distinct three primary major recurring characters who appear in over a third of the episodes each. Adrian Ramonte plays Esteban, the pure-hearted bellhop who tries so hard not to get on Mr. Mosby's bad side, but hanging out with Zack and Cody winds him getting there constantly anyways.
Grammar.
Brian Stepanek as Arwen is another master of physical comedy. He's the strange inventor who works/lives at the Tipton Hotel. He has a childlike enthusiasm and what starts as a regular normal crush on Carrie that quickly devolves into the most terrifying unhinged thing you'll ever see in your life. And lastly, Estelle Harris plays Muriel, the lazy maid who's in an endless life mission to slack off and scam a few bucks out of everyone around her. With all of this out of the way, let's dive into the cute and charming little thing that is The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody Season 1, picking up with Episode 2, The Fairest of Them All.
Get a sweet taste of The Sweet Life. The series premiere of Disney Channel's newest original series, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody's coming up with back-to-back episodes.
Every 2000 sitcom for children had an obligatory cross-dressing episode. Zack and Cody was very efficient and got theirs out of the way in episode 2. The boys want money to buy new bikes, and that's when they notice a big group of girls checking in for a beauty pageant. Cody immediately falls in love with a young Victoria Justice from the hit Nickelodeon show Victoria Justice.
We all say true. Yeah, I guess.
I know all I need to know about her. Oh yeah? What's her name?
Mosby forbids the boys from interacting with the beauty pageant girls or throwing any sort of wrench into this contest that needs to operate smoothly. You might be surprised to learn that they simply do not listen. Cody comes to bring flowers to Victoria Justice, but when they hear Mosby approaching, he runs into the makeup room to hide. There, a young girl named Tyresha abruptly quits.
No, I quit. I'm sick of beauty pageants. I'm going to science camp.
Where did I go wrong?
Cody, having grabbed her dress, is mistaken for Tyresha and forced to go up on the runway live in front of an audience.
Tyresha enjoys marine biology double dutch, and her hero is George Washington Carver.
Zack, seeing the prize as $2,000, thinks his brother is an absolute genius because he sees this as a means of getting new bikes. That prize money will cover one day at the hotel. for the winner. I'm assuming the beauty pageants run like a convention where you can, in theory, stay at whatever hotel you want. I assume the beauty pageant isn't paying for all of the moms and their daughters to get rooms here, so that prize money is not going to accomplish much. Back in the makeup room, Victoria Justice compliments Cody on her performance. And here we meet the obligatory mean girl of the pageant, who is actually young Gigi from Wizards of Waverly Place. When Victoria Justice questions where her flowers came from, Tyresha says they came from her brother Cody. Zack then enters and Cody introduces him as Cody, leading to a very predictable what? Huh? Who? Type of conversation. I'll play you an example. There's gonna be hundreds of these in the show.
Huh? Cody. You're Cody. Thanks for the flowers. Right, because I'm Cody, the one that sent you the flowers.
At least one per episode, I'd say. And here's another one for good measure.
Who's Tyresha?
The new weather girl on TV. She's always wrong.
The TV's not on.
Yeah, that's because we turned it off.
What do you guys have planned for tonight?
I'm sleeping over at Tapeworms.
You're not?
No, we had a fight.
You and Tapeworm?
Me and Zack.
You wearing lipstick?
That's what the fight was about. I put lipstick on him while he was taking a nap.
Victoria Justice invites Tyresha to her slumber party, and Cody decides to go there in order to spend time with her. As you do. There we learn that Gigi, Victoria, and Tyresha are the 3 finalists. We also discover that London knows Orlando Bloom.
Do you know Orlando Bloom?
I bring this up because as the season progresses, we're gonna learn that some horrible, unseen incident unfolded between London and Orlando Bloom. And we'll hear more and more about it, but we'll never find out what exactly happened. The next day, Gigi fucks up on stage and is down to 2.
No, you deserve to win. You're so sweet. If you were a boy, I'd kiss you.
If that isn't closeted lesbian dialogue, I don't know what is. If you were a boy, I'd kiss you. This girl is attracted to women, and she doesn't know it yet. Cody decides that he can't do this anymore, but Zack, who wants $2,000 for a bike, takes objection to his twins' free will.
Well, then take off the dress, because I can't hit a woman.
Zack shoves Cody in a locker and takes up the Tyresha mantle himself. There, he skateboards on the runway, confusing and impressing the judges. Cody's able to break out of the locker and goes to tackle his brother in front of everyone.
You only think of yourself!
The audience actually reacts to the insanity like normal people today, which audiences will just simply stop doing later in the show.
Zack, why are you wearing a skirt?
I did it so we could win money for bikes.
Oh, thank goodness.
We're just gonna move on. We're just not gonna acknowledge that so that we can, like Carrie. Okay, actually no, we're not. Carrie, throughout this whole show, she is just so openly transphobic. That's like one of her character traits.
We're wearing makeup.
Not exactly the phrase a mother wants to hear from her teenage boys. What are you staring at? You're the one wearing a dress.
And I'm just... Why is the woman with the lesbian haircut the transphobic one? Like, they're all they're all like letters, they're all cousins to each other, basically. They can't be mean to each other. And I ran a poll on Instagram to determine if this was a lesbian haircut or not, because I could be wrong, I've never been that lesbian myself. And people were like, yes, it is. And then I ran a second poll that only lesbianish people could vote on, and the results were like the same. It's just like a 2/3 majority in both instances. So I think scientifically we have proven that is a lesbian haircut. But what's weird is that to me, nothing about Carrie as a character or her performance seems particularly wildly non-straight to me. Like, she's no Alex Russo, she's no Stevie. She is always gushing about her past boyfriends. It's like a running gag.
I had a boyfriend once.
Oh no, here it comes.
I had a boyfriend once who was very superstitious.
Oh, here we go.
So I think Carrie's just a straight woman who has a unique taste in hair. Like, I know a woman who has a perm, she still has it. Like, it's not the 80s anymore. What's it doing up there? But anyway, Carrie lore aside, Victoria Justice is like, thanks for being nice to me, Cody. And it's the most awkward acting ever because you can tell both of the actors are a little nervous to be doing a stage kiss. But that's also how this interaction would go if real middle schoolers were talking and having this conversation. It wouldn't be non-awkward.
I shouldn't have called you a jerk. It's okay. Well, I guess this is goodbye. Yeah, bye.
Then she kisses Cody and we never see her again.
It's okay.
This episode doesn't have a formal B-plot, but every main cast member does have a running gag weaved throughout it. The beauty pageant host is an old rival of Carrie's.
Lowest, most despicable creep I've ever known in my entire life.
Carrie?
Tara!
They end up having to do a performance together.
When pigs fly.
You fly?
Mr. Mosby deals with Gigi's mom, who's like a white trash dance mom.
I'll waive the fee, madam. I understand what it's like to have to look at something utterly repulsive.
And Maddie's bitter over this demeaning competition that boxes young women into unattainable beauty standards, while London thrives and lives vicariously through all the girls, having won this herself as a kid.
What kind of superficial airhead thinks that's cool?
Isn't this cool?
Something you may have taken note of, there are a lot of speaking characters in this episode. As we've gone back in time through these shows, the budgets used to be so much bigger. I always look at extras in their speaking roles, as you may recall from last time. The 20-episode first season of Lab Rats has 20 speaking characters. The 98 four-season run of Lab Rats has 81. The 21-episode first season of Wizards has 88 speaking roles. The 110-episode four-season run of Wizards has 301. Well, let's add a third comparison, shall we? Zack and Cody's first season has 26 episodes, and there are 112 named speaking characters. If you look at the entire 87-episode series, there are 408 distinct named speaking characters who have lines. And name could just be something as simple as bartender or bellhop, but they have to be credited at the end of the episode. It's just insane. Look at the math here. Lab Rats introduced an average of 0.83 characters per episode, which is honestly more than it felt like. Wizards jumped up to 2.2 characters per episode. And here, Zack and Cody more than doubles it with 4.6 characters introduced in every single episode on average. Anyway, episode 3. It's called Maddie Checks In.
Zack and Cody need to turn their friend Maddie from rags to riches. It's the Paris original. Get out of my track! And they'll need to do it in time for her big date. They're Hall of Fame for this kind of stuff.
It's called prison.
On the next Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Premieres next Friday at 7, 6 Central on Disney Channel.
When two attractive boys check into the hotel, London says a real line of dialogue that someone was paid to write.
Look what the hunk fairy just dropped off.
Me when I look at what the hunk fairy dropped off. These are two cute rich guys, one of which happens to be close with London. Maddie finds the other one quite attractive, but doesn't think he'd be interested in her because he's rich. But that's when she discovers he recycles.
You recycle? Since when?
Well, since my father bought Oregon and started chopping down the trees.
Shout out to this actor for pronouncing Oregon correctly, because every goddamn person on the planet seems to say Oregon when they're making videos or filming a television production. No one says Oregon. I have not heard a single person in my entire life pronounce it that way. It is Oregon. All of us say Oregon. Anyone who says Oregon should be ashamed of themselves and skin themselves alive.
I protest against them.
Me too.
I got dragged off by a cop.
Oh, I got grounded for 2 weeks.
It seems Jason has simply assumed Maddie's a fellow rich person. He's blown away by a fellow rich person who recycles and just can't stop thinking about her. London, meanwhile, has gotten usher tickets for her, Jason, and Kyle. But Mosby does not want her going out again after some recent bad press.
Your father saw this and memoed me, no more of these.
That's unironically so funny. London absolutely got wasted at a party and the show's not even trying to hide it. London tells Mosby that she'll invite Maddie, a guaranteed killjoy, to ensure that nothing will go wrong this time. So Maddie comes to the concert, fulfilling her usefulness to London until she's dispatched.
Let's all go to the rooftop.
Except for Maddie and Jason.
So,
Something of note, London did not seem to recognize the guys at first, and then when she realized it was someone she knew, she seemed really awkward about it.
London?
Kyle!
Hey!
Small world!
But now she's dived into hanging out with them again. And that to me is just a 100% an acting choice from Brenda Song. It gives the energy of like, oop, I fucked that guy at a party a while ago. That's weird that we're seeing him again. But then they're just kind of vibing again. She's like, okay, we ball. But the realistic depictions of human connection can only operate in subtext provided by Brenda Song, because this is dialogue.
So you're leaving tomorrow? Well, I guess we should.
Should start kissing now.
But I hardly know you.
Was a goodbye kiss?
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Zack and Cody stare through the peephole as Maddie kisses the dude. Whatever the hell his name is. Jason.
They're kissing goodbye. Didn't they just say goodbye?
Zack hates it, as this episode is our introduction to his crush on Maddie.
No problem, sweet thing.
Aww. Call me in 10 years.
The next day, Jason brings his parents to meet Maddie, and she's extra unwilling to reveal her true social status now. Cody weaves a lie that she lives in the Imperial Suite on the top floor. No relation to the Rogue One soundtrack piece of the same name by Michael Giacchino.
Hi there, I'm Michael Giacchino.
Unable to get out of this lie, it's up to the twins to do what they do best. Chaos.
Why would I help my future wife hook up with some other dude? Because he's leaving tomorrow and she'll owe you big time. Okay.
Here, they're just side characters in Maddie's story, which is fun.
Do you have any idea how much they cost?
Aw, she thought we're gonna pay.
Cody creates a distraction while Zack spawns a key card for the room, and they steal one of London's dresses from Esteban. In comes Jason's family, but throwing a wrench into the plans is the fact that they want to go see Carrie Martin perform in the lounge, having read up on it as a highlight of Boston. Another problem arises when the famous wrestler The Amputator arrives to check in.
Your Imperial Suite awaits.
And he's staying in Maddie's suite.
Is that the expensive one?
Everything in the Tipton is expensive.
Cody stalls the Amputator in the lobby to slow down his arrival to his room. Zack disassembles all of the furniture so the Amputator will swiftly leave his room to go complain about it. They turn off the room's power using an exposed circuit breaker on the wall that apparently anyone can access at any time. Cody goes to warn Maddie, interrupting his mom's show along the way.
No, don't run away from me.
And you gotta give Carrie credit here, she just goes along with Maddie's plan despite barely knowing what's happening.
How many young girls would allow a struggling single mother with 2 children to stay in her suite?
It's so much nicer than the minivan we used to live in.
At this point, London comes looking for a dress. When Zack's unable to convince her it was eaten by wild Argentinian moths, he proceeds to lock her in a closet. He also reassembles all of the furniture. In his short-sighted child mind, the coast is now cleared for Maddie to return to her suite with her guests. But guess who shows up?
Aha! Get out of my dress!
Wait, what does she mean, her dress?
She designed it.
Maddie's forced to confess the truth, and she leaves sobbing. Carrie follows her and comforts her in the elevator.
I just thought he wouldn't like me because we come from 2 separate worlds. I mean, he comes from champagne and caviar, and I come from beer and pretzels.
Maddie unironically has a great character arc in this episode. The show in this early era is very sincere and heartfelt. It's laying down this rock-solid emotional foundation so that you care about these characters before it eventually just becomes surface-level hijink and slapstick for 80 episodes. Hijinks. Plural. More than one hijink.
You shouldn't sell yourself short. And I bet if you give Jason half a chance, he'll tell you the same thing.
The next day, as Jason prepares to leave, he bids Maddie farewell. But through it all, he likes Maddie for who she is, and would have had she told the truth all along. But then he leaves and we never see him again. I think this is genuinely really great children's entertainment. It's not talking down to its audience, it has a great message, but it's not preachy. There's real heart to it. This is obviously not something I'd watch if it were coming out now, and if I weren't watching it for YouTube content. But I do think it holds up really well, especially compared to other shows I've revisited.
Don't go away, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody will be right back.
I wanted to briefly talk about the Tipton Hotel and its various visual inspirations, as I alluded to earlier. Obviously, it's a CGI model in every single establishing shot we see, occasionally redecorated, occasionally on different backdrops. Every single source on the internet all seem to unanimously agree that the general exterior of the hotel is based on the Fairmont in Vancouver, while this little entrance is inspired by the Fairmont Copley Plaza Hotel in Boston, Massachusetts. And this definitely seems to be what they physically filmed, then just plopped a CGI hotel on. The Tipton and the Vancouver Fairmont definitely look similar, but they're clearly not a one-to-one match. Despite this, every single article insists that they are one and the same. But there's no source cited anywhere, no member of the show's production staff verifying this claim that I can find. According to the wiki, the Tipton Hotel's address is 138 St. James Avenue, which is the location of the real-life Fairmont Copley Plaza. But I have absolutely no clue where that information came from. Maybe there's a line I missed? I doubt it, because I was paying attention for something like that. Maybe it's just on a letter in the background. I haven't been able to find it. I searched that address into the wiki, hoping it'd be on an episode's trivia page, and the only result was this one, which gave me that information in the first place. It also says the theme song was filmed at the Fairmont, Vancouver. But this is not a real hotel. They did not set up a multi-story camera rig to zoom in and out of the windows in the theme song. This is CGI, obviously. So it's very possible that someone may have just looked at the Fairmont, Vancouver one day, said, say, that looks like the Tipton, and then plastered it on the internet as a fun fact, which every single other publication parroted without citing any sort of source. But there is still a chance that it was a real inspiration. Vancouver is basically like Canada's LA. Because of tax credits, a ton of shows and movies film up there. Like all the CW superhero shows. Zack and Cody's own movie, filmed in Vancouver 10 minutes away from the Fairmont Hotel. So at the end of the day, I genuinely have no idea. There is absolutely a chance that me and my unnamed sibling, the star of the ZHC YouTube channel, Kayla Carlisle, may have driven to Canada for no reason.
They had a sign for a Peace State Park. I bet the other sign going back says Violence State Park. Wow, is that the ocean?
No, that's Canada.
I'm scared, Kim. What are they gonna ask me?
Just for a passport.
Oh, I told you they speak a different language. Look at that. What is that? French? They speak French here. I forgot. I think. I've heard.
First break can't come in.
Okay.
What's gonna happen? You can hold on to it for now.
We couldn't have that. But now I know.
Hi, I'm Dylan Sprouse, and you're watching Disney Channel.
The fourth episode is called Hotel Inspector. Esteban reveals that said titular hotel inspector is coming for a surprise inspection.
How can it be a surprise inspection if they sent a fax?
Because the fax came 2 weeks ago and I forgot to give it to you. Surprise!
Mosby is not worried at all, seeing as nothing's changed since the last inspection. Except for the arrival of the twins. Seeing all the ways things could go wrong, he offers them tickets to a Red Sox game to keep them out of the lobby. Today we also meet Muriel, the scummy cleaning maid who's never cleaned in her life.
Did you see a $5 bill?
I thought you were throwing that away.
It was on my dresser.
My bad.
The twins have brought home 2 rats from school for a science experiment, who they've named Bonnie and Clyde. Zack decides to bring them to the game with him.
Oh, sorry, Bonnie. I didn't know you'd want to go too. How sexist of me.
The hotel inspector arrives late, mere moments after Esteban accidentally glued himself to Mosby.
I got held up at Logan Airport.
Traffic?
No, the whole luggage system stinks. I had to redo it.
And what is probably the most shocking information I've ever heard in my entire life. This woman is Caroline Ray, the voice actress of Phineas and Ferb's mom.
I'm going to get my hair done. I'll be back at 2.
I am Ilsa Schickel-Gubermeiger, the Tipton Hotel Inspector.
She has a very large mole on her chin, which a character points out approximately every 2 minutes. When Bonnie and Clyde slip out of Zack's pocket upon returning from the game, Ilsa is so disturbed by Mosby's poor management of the hotel that she fires him on the spot in the middle of the public lobby. She takes over managerial duties and rules the Tipton with an iron fist while the twins search for their rats.
What is that non-regulation pin you are wearing on your Tipton uniform?
It belonged to my great-grandfather who died fighting for my country's independence.
How touching. Take it off.
All the while, London forces Maddie to throw a birthday party for her dog, Ivana. We see a couple moments of them prepping throughout the story. It's not really a B-plot, just setting up a component of the A story's climax. Zack, feeling bad about getting Mr. Mosby fired, goes to visit him in his apartment. There we see he's obsessed with the Tipton Hotel and it's his entire personality. His apartment is decorated like the lobby, and he's spent his week building a scale model out of popsicle sticks. Zack accidentally knocks it down because of course he does. Mosby's not willing to come back, and as we see the twins' bedroom for the very first time, Carrie instills her boys with a little bit of wisdom.
Well, it's good that you apologize, but that doesn't always fix everything. Sometimes it takes more than just saying you're sorry.
That night, the rats return. I don't know how they managed to get up to the 23rd floor of this hotel, but they did. Zack sees an opportunity and devises a plan to get Mosby back.
Cody, wake up! Are we moving again?
These early episodes of the show always seem to contain multi-layered capers. And now we reach this episode's. Today is the day of Ivana the dog's party, and the day that the Tipton Review Board will be arriving to review Ilsa. First, the twins make a call to the cat lovers convention and invite them.
You and your entire group have just won a free weekend at the Tipton Hotel. That's right, bring as many kitties as you'd like.
They don't request any further information. Next, they hack into the Tipton's computer system and reassign the rooms of all the guests in the entire hotel, causing them to swarm into the lobby. Terrifying. Terrifying that they can do this. Esteban doesn't know how to manage the computer the way Mosby did. Now they stage a call to him that convinces him to return.
Oh no, the water is up to my neck, losing air fast.
I'm coming, Mama!
The Cat Lovers Convention arrives for their free rooms, as do the review board. And now it's time for the twins to unleash their rats. The cats chase the rats into the birthday party, then the dogs chase the cats all around the lobby, and there's chaos everywhere, and Ilsa's powerless to stop it. That's when Mr. Mosby arrives and takes the entire situation under control.
Dogs, halt! Sit!
He deals with every guest's problems, he contains the animal chaos, and he inspires the loyalty of his staff once more. The review board is so impressed with his work that they hire him back and fire Ilsa on the spot in front of everyone in the public lobby.
I'll get you next time, Mr. Mosby. And your little dog, too.
Mosby thanks the kids for saving his job and suggests he fly them all the way to New York when the health inspector arrives.
Imagine living in a luxury hotel with unlimited room service, unrestricted pool access, and...
You had your underwear dry cleaned?
Feels good!
The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, Disney Channel's newest comedy series. Join Zack and Cody, twins living in the coolest crib, the Tipton Hotel.
When I inherit this hotel, you're so fired. Or you'll be too busy getting facelifts.
For them, it's a life of luxury. For everyone else, it's a living nightmare. The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Coming up next on Disney Channel.
And here we reach the series' 5th episode, which is actually its pilot. Grounded on the 23rd floor. We have a far more formal opening as the camera pans across the Tipton's lobby for the very first time, what was intended to be the very first time. A man flirts with Carrie and compliments her on her performance, until Zack and Cody emerge, roller skating through the lobby, around the revolving door, knocking over bellhops and furniture and guests, one of which lands on Mosby.
I hope you don't mind, I have kids. Hello?
Carrie grounds her kids, giving the audience this exposition for what would have been the first time.
When you say grounded, does that include the pool and the gym?
Our room on the 23rd floor.
We pick up the next morning.
There, are you blind? You can totally feel it. Oh, you pulled the skin! That's because there's no hair there!
Carrie tells her sons she does not want a repeat of their last hotel. As such, it's time to get them a babysitter.
I was thinking maybe Maddie works in the gift shop. She needs the money, like us.
The Cityscape banner out the window, as well as most of the furniture in the suite, are different than what'll be there in all future episodes.
Oh, Maddie! Baby's got it going on.
The implication here is that the kids have barely ever spoken to Maddie, if at all, prior to this pilot. Carrie also refers to this as the gift shop, whereas every single episode in the future will call it the candy counter, which I would say is a more accurate name for it, because it is in fact just a counter. And you know what I have just now thought about? What hotel has a candy counter? Let alone a prestigious hotel like the Tipton. I never once questioned this. Throughout my entire childhood, I just fully took it for granted. I was fully invested in this world, because the show never poked fun at a candy counter being an odd thing. I thought nothing of it. I rewatched this entire show this month and didn't think anything of it until my second watch through of this episode. Mosby arrives with Carrie's bill, which is very high because the boys have been ordering room service.
What bill? Room and board are part of my deal.
Yes, only you have exceeded your first month's allowance by...
Breathe!
She sits down with her kids and has an earnest conversation about their living situation.
This is the best gig we've ever had, and without it, we're broke. With it, we're broke. Don't you guys realize what a great opportunity this is for us? I don't have to go out on the road anymore. We can all be together.
Yeah. I like it better here than at Grandma's. Yeah. Last time, she dropped her false teeth in my chocolate milk.
They mentioned their grandma here, presumably Carrie's mother, and I would just like to point out that we never meet her in the show. We never hear of her again. So evidently, once they moved out, that woman exceeded their usefulness to the Martin family. Zack and Cody promise to be good. Will they? Down in the lobby, paparazzi are trying to break into the hotel. The kids ride a luggage cart to the candy counter, where a brunette-haired and differently uniformed Maddie explains that a celebrity couple is getting married at the hotel this weekend, and everyone's trying to get a photo. It's like a super famous baseball player and a super famous model, and they're choosing to get married at a hotel.
He's the best player ever, and she's real good at what she does.
Oh yeah, takes real brains to sit on a horse in your underwear.
This guy shows up, who previously dropped off the room service. His name is Tuck.
This hotel doesn't run without me.
Bold words for someone we will never see again. Maddie has a crush on him in this scene, and given his prevalence in this pilot, I just genuinely believe that at the time they were filming this, the idea was that Tuck would be a more important character. I don't know if the actor wasn't available or something, or maybe focus groups just didn't like him and he was replaced with Lance or Esteban. But everything about him is giving recurring character vibes right now. Tuck informs the kids that there's a $20,000 prize to whoever can photograph the couple's kiss at their wedding. And they decide this could be their opportunity to help their mom out with her financial situation. In walks London Tipton, and she's quite a bit smarter than we'll ever see her again. Dumb just seemingly wasn't an aspect of her character in this first episode.
My daddy owns the hotel, duh.
Can you get us in?
Yes, but I'm not going to, duh. I fly solo.
This is also the first time thus far we've seen her interact with Zack and Cody at all. In this first season, they rarely cross paths. The twins scout out the wedding venue, and upon hearing Beyonce cancel their appearance, suggest Carrie fill in.
She wears your underwear, but she looks a lot different.
They manage to get their mom the gig, but they're still grounded. Zack, however, still wants to kick the plan underway. They look for an air vent opening that'll lead to the wedding. Unfortunately, Mosby spots them.
Do anything to disrupt this wedding, and it will be the last song your mother ever sings at the Tipton. Over, and you're almost out.
That night, Carrie leaves for the wedding, and Zack and Cody get to work. They turn on the bathtub to make it seem like Zack's taking a bath, while he himself changes to his fancy clothes and sneaks out after Cody creates a distraction.
Oh no! I'm falling out the window!
In the vent, Zack runs into London, who was not invited and has to find a way in, seeing as everyone who's anyone is inside. She's a lot more mischievous and willing to get dirty in this pilot than she'll ever be again. They all enter the venue. All the while, Tuck sees the open vent and reports it to hotel security. Maddie, meanwhile, starts to figure out that something has gone awry as Cody goes back and forth, playing the role of him and Zack.
She wants to talk to you, Cody. Okay, Zack. Thank you, Cody. You're welcome, Zack.
She enters the room and orders Cody to take her through the air vents to Zack's location. Inside, Zack successfully able to take the photo. A second paparazzi gets chased out by security, with no one batting an eye at the kid. For some baffling reason, Maddie decides to pull him up through the air vent to get him out instead of just having him exit like a normal person. No one seemed to notice him anyways. London's blackmailed into helping him up when a photo gets snapped of her. The kids crawl back to the suite. Until...
Busted!
Down below, Mosby fills Carrie in on the fact that her children were in the hotel air vents. They say they came to hear her sing.
What happened? Must I be everywhere?
Jerk photographer crashed the wedding.
Don't move.
I hate those people. How could he do something like that?
Maybe he really needed the money? Because he loves his mom?
I don't care what his reason is. It's an invasion of privacy. Those people are just low-life, greedy scum.
This is for you. We didn't sneak in the vent to hear you sing. We snuck into the air conditioning vent to take a $20,000 picture. We wanted to pay you back the money. We wanted to stop being burdens.
I was trying to stop them.
Better men than you have tried.
Carrie feels bad that she stressed them out about money and tells them that it's her job to worry about that. It's their job to be kids. However, they're grounded for another week. Racing back to the room, they knock over a vase again, and the camera snaps a photo as the episode ends. I think this was a strong pilot. It introduced all of the elements of the series and all the characters really effectively. I can absolutely see why this took off and why the producers took to this little sitcom, as well as the children, of which I was one. So a couple different things about this pilot that stick out to me. First off, all these blue rooms are never seen again. They were only in this pilot, then they were probably torn down. This wedding room, the hallway. By the time the show actually starts production, there's a new lounge set built for Carrie. White and light blue are just never part of the Tipton's color palette again. Zack and Cody, as depicted in this pilot, are completely identical in personality. They're both equally intelligent, equally sneaky. There's only one little moment where Zack acts as the instigator.
There is no way you were talking me into another one of your idiotic schemes. Mad Dog to Bird Dog. Are you in position?
I don't think they had their distinct personalities pegged yet when they pinned this first episode. All the Tipton staff have walkie-talkie radios in this episode that they're all talking to each other on in the background. We never see those again. The main thing that sticks out to me is just how different London is. Because she's the rich hotel heiress, but she doesn't seem to have any of the privileges that come with that. She doesn't have the power to get into this wedding. Her and Maddie are like equally helpless characters.
Hello, Maddie. Hi, London.
And this makes them really snappy towards each other, as opposed to the actual series, where London has everything and Maddie has nothing. And London is too dumb to really hate Maddie and too dumb to notice that Maddie hates her. It's a very different dynamic, as opposed to here where they're both very openly hostile to each other all the time.
I fly solo. Oh, yeah. Like that time you let yourself into that rock star's room with the master key? Johnny Rip thought it was endearing.
The second episode they did, which was that first one we covered, first one they aired, seems like it was designed to retool their relationship to be friendlier. They were probably just thinking in terms of longevity, because I could imagine something that harsh and negative could become grating after 89 episodes.
Children sometimes can be a burden.
Do you want synchronized watches?
Is that a code red on the mezzanine?
Would it kill you to behave?
Coming through, watch out!
Episode 6, The Prince and the Plunger, serves as our introduction to Arwen, the hotel's quirky engineer who has a sort of fun uncle dynamic with Zack and Cody. Throughout the rewatch, a massive question I had was, what is Arwen? What's his job title? Is he a janitor? Is he an inventor? It's not until season 2, episode 16 that we finally hear him called an engineer. And it wasn't until I stayed at the Fairmont that I realized hotel engineers are a thing. Like, there was a bunch of guys in fancy overalls who all looked like Arwen walking around there, and I'd genuinely never seen that in my life before, because the hotels I stay at are for losers. So Arwen's the engineer, it's not a big mystery, but he is seemingly the hotel's only engineer, so he really has his work cut out for him here. The twins are chewed out for playing teen-rated games instead of cleaning their room.
Muriel, I do not want you cleaning the boys' room today.
That makes 2 of us. When they're done here, send them to 318. It's a pigsty.
But when Carrie receives flowers and a poem from a secret admirer, they want to figure out who it's from. Downstairs, they begin their quest to find their mother's admirer.
Nothing happens at this hotel that I don't know.
But who could it be?
I don't know.
They suspect the flowers are from a concierge named Serge. A concierge being a hotel employee whose job is to assist guests by arranging tours, making theater and restaurant reservations, etc. Motel 6 could never. They convince Carrie to talk to Serge, who claims responsibility for the letter and asks her out on a date. But that night, he turns out to be a bit of a fake asshole, not particularly caring about Zack and Cody much at all.
I love kids. Right.
I'm not getting a very good vibe from this guy.
How's it going?
Great, cute kids.
Seeing that their parent locked their game, they go downstairs to ask Arwen if he can fix it. In his basement, they discover he has a crush on Carrie and a love of poetry, and they put the pieces together that he's the admirer. Now they have to course correct their mistakes.
Hey guys, I unlocked your game. I also removed all the killing and fighting, so it basically stinks now. Have fun.
Hey, Arwen, tell Mom about the poem and flowers you sent her. Tell her it wasn't Serge.
Kids, your imagination. I gotta go.
Well, that was embarrassing.
I'd like to inform/remind you all that Brian Stepanek was in 2007's Transformers film and he was pissed on by Bumblebee.
Bumblebee, stop lubricating the man.
Get that thing to stop!
Downstairs, they ask Arwen why he denied their accusations and he feels she's just too far out of his league. He's right.
I hold up my socks with duct tape.
So to boost his confidence, they set him up on a practice date with Muriel, where it turns out his initial fears were fully founded. He's a loser.
Beautiful earlobes.
Carrie starts to become suspicious of Serge when he shows no real knowledge of poetry. A few feet away, our protagonists commence their next operation, which is a lot simpler today. They impersonate a foreign prince and demand 10 gallons of goat's milk for his wife's bath, prompting Serge to head out. Apparently, you're not allowed to be off the clock in this hotel.
This is Prince Bapalapa Shamalama Ding Dong.
Now they send Arwen to the table and tell him to woo their mom. But given that he's Arwen, he's largely unsuccessful.
There's a wad of hair the size of your head.
It eventually comes out that Arwen did write the poem and Carrie thanks him, but tells him she simply isn't interested.
Arwen, I'm flattered that you like me enough to send flowers and write beautiful poetry and bathe, but...
But, not the but.
You're a sweet guy, but I don't think this is gonna work.
Should probably stick to admiring from afar. It's much less painful.
Yeah, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Just because it didn't work out with me doesn't mean it won't work out with someone else.
And I think had they left it here, this would have been a pitch-perfect resolution to this Arwen likes Carrie story. Sometimes crushes just aren't reciprocated, but there's nothing wrong with putting yourself out there, says Carrie. Arwen's an entertaining enough character on his own. He doesn't need this crush on Carrie to be enjoyable, especially not to an audience of 8-year-old boys who don't care about the romance between the adult characters. But alas, this crush is here to stay. Arwen will simply learn nothing. Which is fine, it's a sitcom. I love the B story though. It's one of my favorite things this show ever did. Mr. Tipton's called to inform Mosby that he'll be able to attend the father-daughter dance at London's school. However, London does not seem particularly interested. Mosby starts micromanaging, wondering what London will wear, making sure the hotel's ready for his boss's arrival. London doesn't think he'll come and would rather go swimming with friends. Mosby, however, convinces London that he'll be there. In comes the Tipton helicopter. But then...
Miss Tipton, your father sends his apologies. Something came up in Argentina and he has to remain there for the rest of the week.
Okay, so what'd he get me? Diamond necklace. Cool.
And I want to highlight Brenda's song again, because I think she did a really great job at burying this disappointment and heartbreak as London feigns indifference.
He didn't show. I was so looking forward to show.
We can't get upset every time he can't make it when he promises to.
But I'm upset.
But soon, Mosby overhears crying in the closet. Because London doesn't have a bedroom set constructed yet, she's chosen to cry inside a supply closet.
I just thought he might actually show up this time.
I know just how you feel. In fact, if you're not doing anything, I would be honored to be your escort to the dance this evening.
Thank you.
You are going to change, right?
I like that they put a lot of thought and variety into how all of the principal cast members know each other and interact with each other. Mr. Mosby could have just been the stickler who comes down on Zack and Cody, but he's also like a surrogate father to London.
I helped you take your first steps across this very lobby.
In designer booties.
I helped you roller skate and learn how to ride a bike.
You're in our family album more than my father or any of his ex-wives.
London's also very human here in season 1, and that is to say, by the end of the show, she is just dumb as a sack of hammers and completely one-dimensional. And I'll be honest, I think I prefer her later characterization, because it's just funny, it makes me laugh. There's plenty of well-written, well-acted characters in the world, but I'll just prefer someone who is, maybe perhaps a bit silly. But I do still appreciate this earlier version of London enough to kind of spotlight her.
Zachary, Cody, hit me with some sugar, sweet thing.
Rather hit you with some deodorant.
Yes. We have twin telepathy. Oh. Good thing I landed on you, or that could hurt.
Lucky you.
I'm a robot.
You got served. You are good.
Yo, peeps, what's up? If you're in trouble, we're there for you.
Do it.
The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Weekends at 7, 6 Central on Disney Channel.
Season 1, Episode 7 is called Footloser, or Footlooser. It's a reference to Footloose. Zack, Cody, and Max discover that the Go Dance USA show will be hosted at the Tipton Hotel this year. No tapeworm in sight today, but Max has always wanted to apply for this show, and she and Zack decide to try out. And Max, I might as well mention, is played by Allison Stoner, who will eventually become Isabella in Phineas and Ferb. Zack and Cody was basically just a launch pad for all the Phineas and Ferb actors' careers. With Zack going to this dancing show, Cody feels left out. He's not a skilled dancer, but he wants to find something he's just as good at as his brother. Zack largely takes a back seat today, as we follow Cody trying his hand at a handful of talents. First off, vaudeville.
It is amazing how your lips and his move at the same time.
That's not supposed to happen.
Please, no vaudeville in the lobby. I'm just holding it for him. Yeah, and your hands are cold.
Do you think Phil Lewis learned ventriloquism for this episode, or do you think he already knew it and that's why they wrote an episode to showcase it?
Excuse me, madam? Hey, Toots, call me!
Next, Cody tries to be a magician, also to no avail.
It should have been the 3 of diamonds. Where'd it go? Oops, that's not supposed to happen. Have a flower.
Zack and Max make it to finals, but when Max works him to the bone, with practice and rehearsal, when she won't let him eat ice cream, he rebels.
I'm gonna hurt myself. I hurt myself.
Now having injured his leg, Zack suggests that Cody illegally take his place in the dance competition in the hopes that no one will notice the difference. Max is not happy about this, but she wants to win, so she goes with it. She instructs Cody to just be there and leave all the dancing to her. Carrie figures out something's amiss when she sees it on TV and heads down to the lounge to inform the producers. As they perform, a number of magician things start popping out of every crevice and orifice of Cody Martin, accidentally impressing the judges. But when he sees this as an opportunity to outshine Zack, he dances. Truly, a fatal mistake. They made 12-year-old Cole Sprouse do all of his stunts today. I hope he's okay. Carrie arrives, Cody confesses to everyone what happened, and Zack is disqualified from the competition. Carrie prepares to punish her children today, but Max is kind enough to do it for them.
I told you not to do anything stupid, and what do? Something stupid. Know what your problem is?
Honey, can I take it from here?
Cody apologizes for trying to outshine his brother, and comes to appreciate that even though they're the same on the outside, they're different on the inside. In the B story, Maddie and her siblings have been saving up to try to surprise their parents with a vacation to Hawaii. She's tried to scrap together $250. London, confused that $250 is a lot of money for someone, casually offers her the money and then asks Maddie to come to the mall with her. Maddie's excited, but London basically just uses her as a pack mule, making her carry her bags and hold her foot while she gets a pedicure. Esteban tries to convince Maddie to stand up for herself, but London continues holding the $250 over her head.
Is that any way to talk to a friend you owe money to?
You're right, I'm sorry. Can I get you anything?
Caramel mochaccino latte. Oh, and Madeline, I'd also like a biscotti. Be sure to scrape the chocolate off.
London's kind of insane. Like, she's a laughably bad person. But here's the thing. The show knows she's a bad person. Every character knows she's a bad person. So as long as we're all on the same page, I have no problems. I'm down to clown and laugh at London being a bad person. It's not like Chase Davenport and Oliver, no last name, where the show's like, wow, these young men are so heroic, and I'm like, no, they're fucking not. Mosby asks Esteban what's been going on, and Esteban fills him in. The next day, the hotel staff raises $250 for Maddie to pay London back.
Did you have anything to do with this?
Actually, I don't get involved in my employees' personal lives. I saw him throw in $100. Big mouth.
Well then, give him this for me.
Mosby's a nice guy. Fuck! The fan's been in the frame. And I'd rotated this rectangle around so I couldn't see myself, and that's why I didn't notice the fucking fan! Those comments led me astray. Mosby's a nice guy deep down and we love to see it. London's sad because she thought that $250 secured Maddie as a friend. But Maddie teaches her an important lesson, that there's more to friendship than paying someone.
Deep down, I suspect you're a good person.
Oh, thank you.
You're supposed to say something nice back.
Well, I said thank you.
Welcome to the Tipton. Mr. Mosby, our manager, will take good care of you.
Get out of there before Lord Bud Mosby sees you!
Don't mind Zack. Oh, or is that Cody? Where is his mother? And if you're hungry, see Maddie.
But trust your eye.
You do, sweet thing.
Some of this candy is older than you.
Here comes our singer Carrie, the boy's mother.
Just once, would it kill you to behave?
That's The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Weekend mornings at 8:15. Only on Family.
Episode 8, A Prom Story, is a full showcase of Zack's feelings for Maddie. She's on the planning committee for her Catholic private school's prom. The group meets here at the Tipton for some reason. Maddie has a crush on a senior boy named Jeff. Zack, however, misunderstands and thinks she has a crush on him.
Mr. Perfect could be closer than you think.
In fact, he can be right in this very room.
And right here, it's Monique Coleman, who will later become famous for her role in High School Musical, the series season 4. Today she plays Maddie's classmate, Mary Margaret. Maddie wants to impress Jeff by throwing together an amazing prom and begs Landon to pull strings and host it at the hotel. She agrees, and she also arranges for Maroon 5 to perform at the prom as well, since she has them on speed dial. Carrie notices Zack's feelings for Maddie and sits down for her sincere talk with her children that she has in every single episode.
When I'm 17, she'll be 20. We can get married in 48 states. Plus Guam. I checked.
Statute 2705-3.
What? Texas statute? That a real law?
Yep.
Honey, you are adorable. But Maddie's probably interested in boys her own age. After all, she's 3.5 years older than you.
But the problem is he's 3.5 years older than me.
Maddie babysits the kids during one of Carrie's performances, and Zack decides to teach her to slow dance. I assumed he looked up how at the same time he looked up age loopholes. And I think seeing the actors side by side makes it clear as day that they are not 3.5 years apart. In reality, Ashley Tisdale was 8 years older than Dylan Sprouse. And presumably Cole Sprouse as well. The show really thinks it can convince us she's 15. But the dumb small children who are little, 15 and 21, are the same age. When Carrie returns, this conversation unfolds, which Zack again assumes is about him.
Can't you ask him?
I don't think so. There's kind of an age difference. It's awkward.
How much of an age difference?
About 3 years.
That's not so bad.
Well, I was gonna say something to him, but then I chickened out. So now I'm hoping when we meet on the dance floor, things will just fall into place.
I hope you're right.
Now, throughout this episode, a circus troupe has been staying at the Tipton. They were all dressed up and doing their act as they checked in. Cody thinks that a mime is the coolest guy ever, and he decides to become a mime himself. So we just occasionally cut back to him being horrible at miming while annoying this poor dude endlessly. Which feels pretty derivative of Cody trying out magic in the last episode.
Let me go!
At the prom though, which the twins attend as servers, everyone's bored and having a horrible time because Maroon 5 bailed at the last minute to perform for charity.
Because there's no Maroon 5. Where's Maroon 5?
Hopefully taking a 5.
Zack, seeing Maddie's disappointment, enlists the circus troupe to perform at the prom. He convinces them to do it to win the heart of the girl he loves, and all of them unanimously agree. Zack saves the prom as the circus performers get all the nuns and students dancing their hearts out. By the end of the season, every single episode will have a rigid A-B story structure, which allows every single principal cast member to play a pivotal role in every episode. But back here in this early phase of the show, when the episodes often had a singular storyline, the characters who aren't as relevant will just pop in and out to say one-liners, such as Mr. Mosby here.
Your foot is tapping!
Oh, don't let my mama know! Oh, you single? Got a sister?
Maddie thanks Zack for saving her prom, but uh-oh, she's excited because now things might turn out well with Jeff, and Zack is heartbroken. But things go just as poorly for Maddie, as Jeff's college girlfriend arrives from Yale.
You did a great job, kid.
Maddie whines to Carrie about this, and Carrie's like, oh yeah, well, also my son's heart broken too, if it's it.
Well, actually, there is one person who's having an even worse time.
Who?
Very sad little 12-year-old boy in a tux who thought he was your date.
which is kind of a weird position to put Maddie in. And also on that note, why is Maddie even at prom? If she's 3.5 years younger than the senior, she's a freshman. If that. Who put her on the planning committee? So Maddie goes to talk to Zack, and they have a sweet conversation about how maybe they both need to find someone their age.
Zack, you're very special to me, but you are still only 12. I need to find someone my own age, and so do you.
Can't you wait for me?
I wish I could, because I know you're gonna grow up to be a great guy that any girl would be lucky to date.
I think it's really well handled and well written. I vividly remember the ending of this episode from childhood, which is Zack and Maddie slow dancing as we fade to black. So obviously Zack's crush is here to stay, and I kind of have the same reaction to this as I did with the Arwen crush, which is that I wish they just committed to each of their showcase episodes' morals and let the characters move on. Because it's possible, Wizards of Waverly Place had this amazing episode where Harper lets go of her feelings for Justin, which has been such a massive part of her character through the whole first 3 seasons. And they stick to it, and they commit to it, but alas, Zack and Cody is no Wizards of Waverly Place.
Watching The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
Sweet! Have you been keeping track of the answers?
Answers? No one said anything about answers! Keep watching to make sure you've got all the answers that could give you the chance to live the sweet life.
Go online now to enter the Living the Sweet Life sweepstakes.
Episode 9, Band in Boston. Every Disney Channel show is apparently required by law to have a singular episode where we learn that our main characters are in a rock band, something they've always been interested in, that we've never heard about before and will never hear about again. Enter Zack and Cody, who, along with Max and Tapeworm, are competing in Boston's Battle of the Bands competition. The winner gets to record a demo CD. After a number of noise complaints, they're kicked out of their suite, then kicked out of the ballroom, and then Mosby's kind enough to let them operate out of the laundry room. The lyrics to this song Cody wrote are, I missed the bus as it came around, and during gym class, my pants filled out. Locked in my locker, couldn't find my books, and now all the teachers give me dirty looks. Came around with my backpack on, then hidden the books till the crack of dawn. Stare to the clock and wait for the bell. If it doesn't ring soon, I'm gonna yell. School's out, let's rock and roll. School's out, gonna lose control. School's out, recess never ends. School's out, party with my friends.
School's Out is an expose of the trials and tribulations endemic to the public school experience. School's out!
The twins start fighting as Zack changes words and spends more time worrying about his costume than about his singing. The kids have simply had enough of each other.
Break over! You got pudding in my whistle!
And you got whistle in my pudding!
This line has been stuck in my head for over 15 years now. You got pudding in my whistle! You got whistle in my pudding! Has consistently been one of the first things that pops in my head when I think about Zack and Cody. Which is funny to me because, you know, the writer probably just couldn't think of anything better, just jotted this down on the page, thought nothing of it. It's been my life. It's been an integral part of my entire life. This is the first thing I think of when I see either whistles or pudding. The twins break up. Cody goes to vent to Carrie. Here we get the first instance of her talking about a past boyfriend while giving parenting advice, though it doesn't quite line up with the normal format of this running gag.
Did I ever tell you when I was in a band?
Yes.
And how we couldn't work together and eventually broke up?
Yes. And then your boyfriend stole your car and ran off with your best friend.
We don't need to relive that part.
Carrie's advice ultimately fails to achieve its goal.
I'm right and it's all Zack's fault? Thanks, Mom!
Then the exact same thing happens with Zack.
I was right, and it's all Cody's fault. Thanks, Mom!
Cody forms his own band with Arwen and Muriel, but Max has had enough and locks the twins in the closet until they can work out their differences. She instructs Muriel to unlock the door in 10 minutes. For some reason, their living room closet locks from the outside. The twins make up. They're no longer fighting, but Muriel's fallen asleep and they're trapped. So to escape, they climb an vent, which somehow dumps them out of a laundry chute. Today, Arwen's operating out of the laundry room as if that's his office. And these are pretty clearly the same set, just redecorated for different purposes.
Please, 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 let me be in your bed.
Arwen here begins his transformation from a pretty normal but socially awkward guy in his first appearance to, by the end of the series, low-functioning autism.
Where's my rhinoceros pancake? That's not a rhinoceros! That's a hippo!
I didn't have enough batter for
He whips out his rocket-powered skates to get the kids to their band performance on time, shooting through the hotel until he dumps them out on the stage. and they give one hell of a rousing show. Mosby, who was only capable of tapping his foot in the last episode, is busting some moves today. And they win! And then we never hear of the record deal again. In the B story, Maddie and Lance are in a band as well. Unfortunately, all of their instruments have been water damaged, and they don't have the money to buy new ones. Until London comes by and offers to pay for them. Maddie's clearly learning now. She knows for a fact London's expecting something in return, which she is, as she wants a role in their band. Unfortunately, during rehearsal, they discover she's horribly untalented.
The only one I need! The only one for me!
I think I've lost sight in my right eye.
Is something dying in here?
Lance has the idea to turn off her mic during the actual show so no one can hear her.
You know, I can't believe you came up with that idea, Lance.
Huh. You know what they say.
No, what?
I don't know. I was hoping you would.
So here on stage, London notices her mic is off and tries to steal Maddie's, ending the show in a horribly awkward manner.
Yeah! 'Cause you're a lousy singer!
London!
Get used to this. At least every 3 episodes, I'd say. London or Maddie hurt each other's feelings, then it cuts to the A plot for a bit, then it cuts back to the B plot, and London and Maddie have this copy-paste conversation that lasts about 2 minutes, ending the story for them every single time.
I'm sorry, London.
Apology accepted.
I'm sorry I started all this. And I'm sorry I didn't appreciate it earlier.
So you really like it?
Yes, and I'm sorry I let my anger get the better of me. And I'm sorry about the things I wrote about you in the staff lounge. The victory wasn't worth hurting you. I'm really sorry.
Okay.
And I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. And thank you for trying.
I'm sorry I stole your blue-collar cheap look.
You mean chic?
No.
I didn't have a whole section going over sets in this Zack and Cody video because there really aren't that many. There's just 3 primary locations. There's the lounge/ballroom, the name's used interchangeably. This is what the Fairmont's lounge looks like. There's a kitchen. They don't have any waffles because rich people don't eat waffles, I guess. There's the lobby, which has a singular reception desk. The Fairmont had a counter with like 5 people there and the lines were full. And there's the Martin's suite. Zack and Cody also have a bedroom back here, and there's a bathroom in just the early episodes. We actually already have seen all we're ever gonna see of the bathroom. It never comes back again for whatever reason. Which is odd because it does seem to actually physically connect to the set construction of the suite, as opposed to their bedroom, which is most definitely a disconnected set off somewhere else. To the right of the Martins' room is an L-shaped hallway, and then this suite on the other side is swapped out between episodes to be a different room every time. The Imperial Suite, the Honeymoon Suite, a Haunted Suite, London Suite. It's just one room and they move furniture out between episodes. I'm bringing this all up to talk about the ballroom/lounge. In today's episode, they go from the right to the left to reach the lounge. This will never ever be consistent. In episode 3, or episode 11, or episode 23, you go to the right. But here, or in episode 25, you go to the left. If I had to notice it, you have to notice it too. Moving on. Season 1, episode 10, Cody Goes to Camp, contains the single most well-remembered scene of the entire series. The Prindle scene.
Thanks for joining us for the premiere of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
Sweet! Did you print out your list of questions for living the Sweet Life sweepstakes?
Questions? What questions? Keep watching for the answers that will give you a chance to win.
Go online now to enter the Living the Sweet Life sweepstakes.
To start from the beginning, Cody's heading off to math camp.
You guys have never been apart, not ever.
Except for the first 10 minutes when Cody wasn't born. Those were the days.
Zack's eager to get rid of his brother, but once he leaves, he starts to become sad and bored. He misses Cody, but he's not willing to admit it. He forces the staff of the hotel to play video games with him instead. And I love the Zack and Cody universe because all of these grown-ass adults are just casually best friends with these 12-year-olds. Math Camp, meanwhile, is exactly what you would expect it to be. They even have a knockoff version of Steve Urkel, just like Minutemen.
We're from Boston.
That's pretty far away, isn't it? Not really. Only 188.2 miles.
And the bus averaged 58 miles per hour with no headwind.
So, you guys made it here in 3 hours and 20 minutes.
3.5 hours.
We stopped for 2.6 tacos. Man, math camp is better than I thought it would be.
Inverse tangent, hyperbolic sine, 3.14159.
Yay, numbers!
It just goes on and on and on like that, this entire episode, every time we see the camp. It seems like Cody's gone for a while here, like maybe a month or something, because he sends postcards in the mail giving regular updates. Zack becomes convinced that his brother is lonely and needs his help to save him. It is in fact rejection. Put a pin in that for now. London's learning how to drive, and she's not very skilled nor particularly intelligent.
When is it acceptable to park near a red curb?
Well, if I'm wearing green, never. It would clash. Oh, unless it's Christmas. My friend Portia's gonna teach me.
The young lady who drove her father's yacht into Piers 10, 11, and 12?
She was putting on sunscreen.
Mr. Mosby offers to be London's driving instructor, and the next day in the car, we get the scene, as he prepares to take her on her first test drive.
Have you buckled your seatbelt?
I was going to, but this outfit just wrinkles so easily, so I thought...
Just do it.
But my outfit...
It's the law!
I don't even have extra commentary here. I think it's just really funny. It's earned the reputation that it has.
The Prindle.
Are you referring to the shift lever that says PRNDL?
I'm not a child, Mosby. I know how to spell Prindle.
It is not something you spell. It is a gear shift. The letters stand for park, reverse, neutral, drive, and loud.
My entire life, I've referred to the gear shift as a Prindle. I haven't been doing a bit, I haven't been referencing Zack and Cody. Just in my head, the name of it crystallized as Prindle. And even now, knowing where I got it from, I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop calling it a Prindle. And my sister Kayla still calls it a Prindle too. Zack and Cody influenced culture.
You're making me nervous with all this technical talk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why don't we just relax? We'll turn on the radio. Would you like am or film?
When I have kids someday, when I'm teaching them how to drive, I'm gonna tell them this thing is called a Prindle. They're going to think their entire lives that this object is a Prindle. I don't want the dirty gear shift word to come out of their filthy mouths.
We're probably in more danger here than he is there.
Forward, not reverse!
Oh my goodness, are you okay?
I'm not cleaning that up.
The next day, Mosby and London have very strained relations.
I couldn't tell up from down.
But maybe you should be driving a pogo stick.
When Zack mentions that he wants to go rescue Cody, London offers to take him there. They physically abduct Maddie against her will to keep her from telling Mr. Mosby, but they casually tell Esteban what they're up to. Needing an adult to accompany them, they bring Muriel. London drives at a snail's pace on the interstate, causing them to get pulled over.
How does someone who is forced against their will in the middle of the night to drive down a busy interstate at 10 miles an hour act natural?
You can start by shutting your yap.
Muriel then takes over, flooring it and getting pulled over again.
Uh-oh, the cops! Should I outrun them?
I really enjoy the engine screeching sound effect when the background behind the car is clearly not moving at all. Arriving at camp, the nerds are all shocked by the presence of women who they've never seen before in their life. They all scatter, leaving the twins alone.
Anybody around between the ages of 25 and 28?
Zack and Cody confess that they did miss each other all along, and they both face the reality that someday they'll have to go their separate ways in adulthood. Zack finds himself at peace with letting Cody stay at camp for the remaining 6 days. At home, Esteban lets slip to Carrie where Zack and Cody are. She lets Mosby know and they race away.
They shouldn't be too hard to find. We'll just look for the car that's driving in reverse.
They round up the kids off screen and everyone drives home together. Mosby and London make up. As it turns out, London's actually doing a really great job when he's not being a stickler over her shoulder. I love that after she crashed a car through a building and abducted a child, they're still letting her drive home. Maddie says her lawyers will be in touch. The end.
If I keep improving at this rate, I'll beat you in 21 years, 4 months, and 3 days!
We are 3 years, 2 months, and 3 days away from October 9th, 2026. You can do it, Cody. Something I do want to touch on is that the show does a great job at making these characters feel like they have lives outside of the scenes they're in. Like here, Mosby walks in holding a scone like he just got breakfast, or in this scene, Carrie walks up holding a grocery bag like she just got back from the store. This is not relevant to the scene, not to the episode, there's no dialogue referencing it, it's just little touches that make this feel like a lived-in, real world. And I don't think any other show I've covered has done anything like that.
Thanks for watching the premiere of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
Go online now and enter to win your chance to live the sweet life. Good luck!
Okay, I've got the questions and the answers. Guys?
Go online now to enter the Living the Sweet Life sweepstakes.
In To Catch a Thief, Zack and Cody mistake a hotel guest playing his bagpipes for him torturing animals. Carrie, having had enough of their snooping, steals all their spy gear.
These contain the same audio surveillance technology used by the CIA. Cool, where'd you get them? Burger Barn.
That day there's a staff meeting. The twins naturally aren't invited, but that doesn't stop them from attending as they hop under a food cart that wheels into the ballroom. It turns out a jewel thief has been running rampant in all the local hotels, stealing jewels, and the police have no leads. A recent jewel theft victim identifies Esteban as the last person who was in her room and is fully convinced that he is the thief. Racial profiling moment. But based Mr. Mosby defends Esteban's reputation.
If I must say, Esteban is a fine and trusted employee.
The twins decide to take matters into their own hands and figure out who's responsible. Spying in the lobby, they overhear a man having a very suspicious conversation.
Yeah, I spotted the diamonds. I can't believe I missed them. They're huge.
They decide to tell Esteban he's the suspect, and he lets loose one of the most iconic quotes from the history of the show.
No one calls Esteban Julio Ricardo Montoya de Rosa Ramirez a thief.
No one's got the time.
They follow the man into a bar mitzvah. Seeing as we're only 10 minutes into the episode, it turns out that their first suspect is a red herring, and they're completely wrong.
Stop thief! I've got you now.
But we heard him talking about getting the diamonds. The huge diamonds.
Yeah, Saul and Esther Diamond.
Oh, they are huge.
Meanwhile, London's going on a yacht vacation to Bermuda, but she's not able to bring Ivana. So Maddie's tasked with watching her and obliging her every demand.
Then she's getting her teeth whitened at 12. Then she goes to Doggy and Me, which in this case is you. Oh, and if she needs to reach me, she's got me on speed dial in her cell.
She has a cell phone?
Of course.
Maddie spends the episode popping in and out between taking Ivana to her appointments. There's a lot of bark sound effects when she's clearly not opening her mouth whatsoever. And I don't think I mentioned this yet, but can I just say, cutest dog ever. I would like to pet her. And get this, there's a moment where London calls Maddie and you will never guess where she is. She is on board the SS Tipton, also known as the primary location of the follow-up series, The Sweet Life on Deck.
You're not leaving my sight. In fact, you're spending Saturday with me picking out wardrobe for my act.
You mean where you try on clothes?
And lots of shoes.
The kids are grounded, and it's a real boy who cried wolf situation, because then they happen to overhear these two waiters who are explicitly like, yeah, we're jewel thieves. We love stealing jewels. We've been stealing so many jewels. We're jewel thieves. And operating on their own, with no one willing to help them out, Zack and Cody commence another operation. They tip them off to London's absence and the abundance of jewels in her suite. Then they spring a trap,
I'm camouflaging the net with leaves so the crooks don't see it.
which almost everyone walks into one by one.
Oh, Jules!
The burglars do enter the suite, but they steal the camera and overhear our protagonists, upping their jig. The jig is up.
Step back, little blonde peoples. I am here to clear the name of Esteban Julio Ricardo Montoya de Rosa Ramirez, son of Diego Esteban Julio Ricardo Montoya de Rosa Ramirez.
Also, I haven't even mentioned Zack and Cody's handshake yet, which they do every few episodes or so. Just go, aye, 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 aye. The show will kind of forget about it like early in season 2. Esteban has the last laugh.
Esteban, I hope you know I never suspected you.
Thank you, sir. I never suspected you either.
The group discusses who should get the $10,000 reward for their capture, and ultimately the officer decides the following.
Well, I guess whoever owns this dog is going to be very, very rich.
Don't be mad, Snookums! Mommy's home! Life isn't fair. Then again.
The Tipton holds a treasure,
There's money hidden somewhere in this hotel?
and everyone wants a piece.
What about sharing? What about integrity? What about finders, keepers, losers, weepers?
On the next Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. New episode next Sunday at 7/6 Central, part of Disney Channel's So Hot Summer.
Episode 12, It's a Mad, Mad, Mad Hotel, is where the show slowly starts to phase out genuine, sincere messages in every episode, and is instead just 20 minutes of silly, goofy things happening, and then a little lesson shoehorned in the last 2 minutes. I think this episode is the best cold open in the whole show, and you know what? I'm just gonna get wild in my 20s, I'm just gonna show you the whole thing.
Give me the ball. Up. Hey.
Oh no, it's broken! My half isn't broken.
Make up these 3 rooms, post haste.
Think he noticed?
He noticed.
It wasn't us! We were framed!
So Esteban drops some more lore about his country,
Back home, they would tie my arms and legs to 4 goats and send them off in different directions.
and Arwen offers to glue the frame back together with his all-new super-strength glue he invented. But unfortunately for him, the glue explodes once applied. From the ruined frame, they discover a newspaper from the 30s, which details a mobster named Alphonse Hot Peppers Delio, who supposedly left a buried treasure under the hotel. They loop in Maddie, and Muriel, having been there in the 30s, narrates a flashback. Maddie plays the part of Muriel, Esteban the criminal, and Mosby as the constable, among others.
She's not gonna wanna go where you're going, Peppers.
Muriel visited Peppers in prison once, and he told her that his lost treasure is buried under the heart of the hotel. They think this must mean the honeymoon suite. And they cut in Esteban to help them search right away, as a married couple arrives, confused.
Did you find any money?
Not yet.
Losers.
With the operation expanding and the profit shares dwindling, they decide to split up into teams, with the group who finds the money receiving the largest cut. And also, Maddie is completely willing to entertain Zack's flirting today if it helps her get a little money. Maddie and Zack decide to search the lounge, which is under the Valentine's room.
A spider the size of a cat!
Cody searches down in the garbage room with Arwen, which is the physical center of the hotel.
Hey, I heard your brother in the vent. By the way, he killed my pet spider.
Arwen also taps into 1% of his true power here.
Can you help me move the dumpster? Cause it weighs a ton.
Sure.
Esteban and London search the kitchen, which is the stomach of the hotel. And that doesn't even remotely make sense, but okay. And also, Arwen's room, which later became the laundry room, is now both the garbage room and the kitchen in the same episode. The characters all fantasize about what they do with the money. Zack would get his own game room and purchase Maddie as his wife. And yes, these are all the same game props from the arcade and hotel hangout. Cody would win his 5th Nobel Peace Prize, this time for baking. Both of their flashbacks end with them kissing each other. This lady likes what she sees. Esteban would become the hotel manager, enslave London, and have 3 o'clock salsa dance parties in the lobby. Maddie would become the president of the United States and single-handedly save the rainforests, the ozone, and the whales. And London's life would stay exactly the same. The group reconvenes to argue over the treasure. Their greed is tearing them apart.
Dogs have cleaner tongues than people!
Arwen's glue gets stuck to the wall, causing a massive explosion that rocks the Tipton. And on the other end is gold. Lots of gold. But unfortunately, they simply blew a hole into the Bank of Boston.
If you want to make a withdrawal, we prefer you use a teller.
As a kid, I was always super confused here. I was like, why is there a bank inside a hotel? I think what was supposed to have happened is that they blew a hole into the next building, but it really doesn't come across that way. And in my defense, Cody literally says that the garbage room is the physical center of the hotel. So unless this is the entire length and width of the Tipton, I don't think that checks out. Back upstairs, Muriel casually drops that Hot Peppers gave her a heart-shaped locket when he told her the treasure's buried under the heart of the hotel. Carrie smashes it open, and inside is a message that reads, "To Muriel, you are my greatest treasure." She was the treasure all along, and she doesn't give a shit.
That's what all the cheap guys say when they don't want to spring for the good jewelry.
Arwen once again demonstrates his high power level when his forehead literally explodes. London says her catchphrase, "Yay me," for the very first time as the episode draws to a close.
I'm still rich! Yay me!
Episode 13, Poor Little Rich Girl. Today we follow London, who's enjoying her pampered and spoiled lifestyle. Unfortunately, we discover that Mr. Tipton's gone broke when he invested all his money in a diamond mine that turned out to not have any diamonds. Elon Musk's daddy, Mr. Musk I assume he's called, also got rich by investing in an emerald mine in Zambia. If only his investment had failed as well. London's kicked out of her suite to accommodate guests who might be able to pay for it, and Mr. Tipton's people come to repossess all of her clothes and possessions. All of her friends turn out to be fake bitches, and none of them offer her a place to stay. Apparently, Mr. Tipton just kicked her out of her room and provided her with no alternative options for housing. Mosby tells Maddie that she should take London in, since he recently overheard her chanting about her sister moving out.
My sister got a groom, I got my own room. What?
And everyone gangs up on Maddie to convince her to let London move in.
Come on, Maddie. London's got nowhere to go.
As if she isn't a child who'd have to ask her parents for permission to do something like that. So London comes home to Maddie's family's apartment, and she's disturbed and disgusted by the lifestyle of poor people.
It's time to strip and make the bed. Okay, that's what poor people do. Whoa there, big girl!
Where the hell is Ivana? She's shocked by fold-out beds. And this was literally the funniest thing I had ever seen as a child.
I need to take a nap.
London continues fumbling her way through doing her own work without a maid. Brenda Song probably had to scream hundreds of times the week they filmed this episode. Maddie offers London the chance to babysit Zack and Cody since she needs the money more. But she's stupid.
Love you! Love you! Time for bed!
They request grilled cheese, so she tosses wrapped slices of cheese onto a pan and starts a fire. That night, back at Maddie's, the girls bond and we get more of London's emotionally scarring backstory.
I didn't know families actually sat down and ate dinner together every night, and you actually talked to each other. I had dinner with whatever nanny my mom hired that week. Since I usually didn't speak English, things were pretty quiet. I learned how to say, "Let me stay up late," or "I'm calling immigration," in 18 different languages.
What the fuck? The next day, Mosby reports that oil was struck in the diamond mine.
Well, that must have made a mess.
London's fortune is back, and she's able to move back to the Tipton. But she sticks to her lunch plans with her new friend, Maddie, who she's closer to than ever before. This is the last time the show ever attempts to actually develop London Tipton. It's all downhill from here. In the B story, Zack and Cody watch home videos of their birth and infancy. We hear the voice of their father Kurt for the first time, well before his formal debut.
Come on guys, smile for the camera.
These babies aren't credited at all. What do you think they're up to now, 18 years later? Do you think these actors even know they were in The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody as infants? Is there any way to learn the names of these babies? I'm gonna be thinking about this every day for the rest of the day. In the video, Carrie, sporting a bold wig, briefly finds herself confused about which one is Zack and which one is Cody. This causes the twins to second guess their identities and have a full-fledged existential crisis about which one of them is Zack and which one of them is Cody.
Anything else you haven't been completely honest with us about, Mommy? If that's your real name?
I love the logic that's going on in their little heads here, because Zack's acting like Cody and Cody's acting like Zack, as if their names determined their personalities. Zack's doing homework, while Cody's flirting with Maddie and copying Zack's homework. Carrie lost their birth certificates because she's Mother of the Year, but arranges for them to come in the mail to finally prove which one is which.
Is there any chance those footprints might say you got the wrong twins at the hospital?
Whatever is in this envelope, you're still Zack and you're still Cody.
Will I still be Esteban?
And of course, Zack is Zack and Cody is Cody, allowing them to retake their personalities. Episode 14, Cookin' with Romeo and Juliet, sees the return of Phineas and Ferb's mom. Now she's married.
My married name is Ilse Schicker-Gubermeiger von Helsing der Kepi-Lugerhofer.
She's become the manager of the St. Mark's Hotel across the street. And she vows to sabotage the Tipton in any way she can. And I suppose I'll give the show points for consistency here. The St. Mark's is referenced pretty regularly for the entire duration of the series.
I'm going to stay at the St. Mark's.
Dormant at the St. Mark's Hotel, where they pay overtime.
London falls in love with a cute boy named Todd St. Mark, who it turns out is the son of Mr. St. Mark, who is Mr. Tipton's bitter rival. But that won't stop them from being in love. They spend all day text messaging.
Text messaging with Todd.
Maddie arranges for them to secretly meet up in the laundry room, which is decorated differently today than it was last time. And also, we once again see this room used as the kitchen in the same episode.
My doctor says I should stay away from chocolate and younger men.
I find it interesting how Muriel is considerably more present than Arwen, but she just hasn't left the same impact on the minds of a generation as Arwen did, or as Esteban did. And I think it's because elderly con artist who's obsessed with sleeping with younger men just isn't a concept that little kids are even gonna understand, let alone appreciate, as opposed to say something like, quirky inventor. I think that Muriel is mostly just a character for the adults to enjoy, the parents who are stuck in the room, and that's the reason why she doesn't really have a legacy.
When you get out of the slammer, call me, huh?
Unfortunately, the lovers are caught, and London's mauled by Ilsa's fierce dog, Blitzkrieg. Both London and Todd are grounded to their rooms, but that doesn't stop him from yelling up to her on her balcony in a Romeo and Juliet homage, as they both send Maddie back and forth up and down to deliver messages to each other, as well as gifts. Maddie arranges for the two of them to meet at the Tipton's masquerade ball tomorrow. There's also an elevator scene transition which goes to floor 23 before cutting to London's room, and it seems Todd is yelling up to the 23rd floor of the hotel. However, her room number implies she's on floor 25. Boy, I hope someone got fired for that blunder. Here we see for the first time the hotel lobby's exterior, and this balcony. I'll talk about both. The exterior remains in use for the rest of the show, and by the next episode, we'll see the camera pointed directly at the front doors. But there's a wall back here, and it makes it look like a full-fledged room, which shouldn't be possible because that's where the cameras are supposed to be. So either this exterior set is off somewhere else and they built a replica of the Tipton's interior for us to look at from this vantage point, or they have some sort of big, detachable wall that they can wheel in and plop into place whenever they're filming from this exterior location. Secondly, this balcony. In the future, you'll see this is a permanent extension of the show's one-bedroom set, although we only usually see it as a balcony when it's London's room. Other rooms tend to have the curtains closed. You can see again that there's a wall in the back, but all the furniture seems to match. So again, I think they either made a replica of the room, or they're wheeling a big wall back here. Or there might be a third option with this one, because this door is always closed. We only ever see this little sliver of the wall. So it's very possible that the set is just built like this, with this little chunk right here. And who knows, maybe that's also removable. Might I also point out that the hallway beside London's room stretches far further back than this balcony. So that doesn't quite make sense, does it? To go to the B story briefly, Cody's cooking the most delicious cookies of all time, and Zack's selling them to make money. Mosby offers them the opportunity to cook 500 for the masquerade ball. Watch this scene play out.
I'll take 500.
Done. Not done. I'm cooking out.
Zach, your brother's tired.
Thanks, Mom. I don't even want to look at another stove.
What about the one in the hotel kitchen?
You mean the Samurai 5000?
Honey, you need to rest.
Stay out of this, Mom.
Keep that in mind. At the ball in the kitchen, the boys are crunched to cook as much as they can, by themselves with no adult supervision. Cody gets tired of Zack rushing him for profit, and they have a food fight, which spreads to the entire rich person party. London and Maddie arrive, look for Todd, and then these two can finally kiss. But they're caught again. Now the camera pans all the way up before immediately cutting to the lobby, which is an editing choice that makes me mad because it should have panned down if they're going to the lobby, which is on the bottom floor. Mosby, seeing how much this boy means to London, says he won't tell Mr. Tipton. Mr. St. Mark's, however, is appalled and offers Todd the chance to go to his dental dream college in Zurich. In a laughably shoehorned moral, London decides that since she loves him, she'll let him go, which Mosby just said to her 30 seconds ago. They agree to meet up in 8 years, which would have been approximately 2013. I believe in them. I believe they did. Anyways, Carrie makes the boys apologize, etc.
I'm sorry I flicked flour in your face. I'm sorry you're my brother.
And I think this episode drops the ball with its message here in the B plot, because it's just like, Zack, don't take advantage of your brother for money, don't pressure him. But you know what? Cody said yes. Cody said yes to Mr. Mosby because he wanted to use the cool ovens in the kitchen. This could have been an episode about establishing boundaries for yourself. It should have been Cody who had something to learn, because in Zack's defense, Cody agreed to this.
I'm Ashley Tisdale, and you're watching Disney Channel.
In the 15th episode, Rumors, Zack has sabotaged machines in the game room, and when he refuses to confess, Mosby has no choice but to ban both twins, unsure which one of them was responsible. Cody's tired of being mistaken for Zack, so to distinguish himself, he cosplays as Eminem. Meanwhile, Lance is teaching Maddie CPR. London sees it and begins spreading a rumor that they're back together.
Ooh, that is juicy.
I don't dish anything less.
Which spreads all around the hotel like wildfire.
They were, as we say in my country, peeling the grape.
Sealed it with a kiss.
No! Someone told me that you and Maddie are betrothed.
We are? Cool. What's that?
It means you're getting married.
Really? My girlfriend's gonna be ticked.
The rumor gets back to Maddie's current boyfriend, Chuck the Waiter, whose name rhymes with Tuck the Waiter, making me really question if this role was written for him, the forgotten character from the pilot. He dumps Maddie, upset that she's getting engaged to Lance. So Maddie interrogates everyone and tracks the rumor back to its source.
And I am not getting married.
Oh, good. You're much too young.
Chuck heard your lie and dumped me.
Oh, honey. I heard a rumor he was gonna dump you anyway.
Frustrated, she vents to a woman that London, who's doing an animal-loving photo shoot, has tons of fox coats in her closet. This woman turns out to be a reporter, who spreads the story to all the local publications and makes London
You're the most hated woman in Boston.
But you said they were fox.
Yes, F-A-U-X. Fox?
That's pronounced faux.
Lots of Transformers toys have faux parts, and as a kid I'd always read about them on the TF Wiki, the world's greatest website, and I would read it as fox parts, which is funny because I definitely watched this episode, and I guess I just didn't put 2 and 2 together. Cody, in his next play to differentiate himself, dyes his hair and gives us another classic quote.
Ah! Oh no! The box said it would be a Honey Missed Auburn!
Well, honey, you missed Auburn big time.
The staff wonders who spread this rumor about London, and after Zack suspects it may have been Chuck, jealous of his relationship with Maddie, that rumor begins spreading as well.
It was that crummy waiter, Chuck.
Oh, Chuck, really?
I find it really funny that every employee in this at least 25-story hotel all seem to know each other, know exactly who each other are. I guarantee you that if I walked to my local Albertsons, not all the employees would know each other. London hears that Chuck spread the rumor, and she wants him deported.
I want him deported.
Well, you can't have him deported. He's from New Jersey.
You're fired. You get your passport and go back to New Jersey.
Maddie ultimately confesses that she leaked the story by accident, and Mr. Mosby looks 1,000,000 children dead in the eyes and tells them today's moral.
Even though gossiping is an irresistible temptation, on any level, gossip is hurtful. Now, the best way to not spread it is to not listen to it.
Maddie and London apologize to each other like clockwork, and Maddie devises a plan to save face. Meanwhile, earlier, Cody entered a contest to go to Washington, D.C. Now the representative arrives, and he scoffs at Cody's hairstyle. So, Cody sends Zack in his place to do the interview.
Johnson, this is Cody.
Brother Zack.
This is Cody.
He hammers. Nail stings. Nail stings. He builds houses. Builds houses for nuns. Builds houses for nuns. Builds houses for cold people. Builds houses for cold people. Poor people.
Zack seemingly ruins his chances.
You want to be a member of the Supreme Court. What's the first thing you would do if appointed?
I'm thinking casual Fridays.
London stages saving the life of a chinchilla by performing CPR on it, with all the members of the press gathered to see her heroism. Chinchillas are ugly as hell. London's reputation is saved, and we learn that Cody did get selected to go to Washington due to his fun-loving personality, provided by Zack.
Zack and Cody take Mosby out to the ball game.
This seat is filthy.
Hey, waiter!
Peanuts, please.
Oh! Don't catch that!
On the next Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. New episode next Sunday at 7/6 Central, part of Disney Channel's So Hot Summer.
In Big Hair and baseball, tensions are high in Boston as the New York Yankees stay at the Tipton on the eve of their game against the Red Sox. The boys score tickets to the game, but Carrie, desperately wanting a day off of parenting, begs Mosby to take them, and takes advantage of societal pressure to make him say yes.
I never get a day to myself and the boys love you.
They love me?
No.
I can't believe that hotel guy won't take his own kids to the baseball game.
No, they're not my kids.
That's just not right.
Oh, no, but I hate baseball.
Now that's just un-American.
I guess you hate apple pie too, huh, fella? And puppies. And your own mama.
Sir, I love my mama.
I'm not sure why she went to Mr. Mosby of all people and not like Arwen or Esteban. I think the reason is just that they're not in this episode, and this episode is about Mr. Mosby taking Zack and Cody to a baseball game. Although it's kind of laughable because is she not on super thin ice with this man, her boss, who her kids are terrorizing all day and all night? How valuable could this woman, this lounge singer, possibly be for Mosby to keep putting up with all this stuff? And on that note, if she is so valuable, why does she only get one suite where she has to sleep on a couch all night? At the game, Mosby is a complete novice about baseball. I think the joke is supposed to be Mosby's so clueless that everyone else in the stands are repulsed. But they only had one actor leaning in and snapping at Mosby, so it just comes across as like, Jesus Christ, this guy needs to mind his own goddamn business.
Sit down. Back then, the ballet was my life.
Gee, there's a surprise, huh?
Painful for me to talk about.
Try having to listen to it.
Don't want to appear the boob.
Too late.
Homie just keeps going.
Statistically inadvisable.
No, I'll tell you what's inadvisable.
Isn't that the nice man who gave us these tickets?
Another reason to hate the Yankees.
Zack, how could you be so rude?
Miss Manners, this is a baseball game. It's not your ballet class.
The previous night, Mosby read up on the entire history of baseball to understand what's going on, which leads to him knowing exactly what's going to occur and when, spoiling the game for everyone around him.
But statistics do not lie. Sir, stealing that base would be a waste of your time.
There he goes.
Told you!
But Mosby makes his biggest blunder of all when he catches a fly ball to give it to Cody as a gift, inadvertently losing the game for the Red Sox.
To think I shared popcorn with the likes of you.
Mosby now becomes the single most hated man in Boston. Back at the Tipton, Mosby has to hide his face in his lobby. He's exposed and guests are furious. They check out to stay at the St. Mark Hotel instead.
You blame me if you must, but please do not punish this magnificent hotel. I'd rather die.
Works for us.
The news comes to interview him about how terrible he is in every way, and a crowd gathers. Zack and Cody feel bad, and they decide that even though he's embarrassing, he went out of his way for them, caught a ball to make Cody happy. So they defend him on TV and tell the world he did everything just to help them, two nice kids. And then they're all chased away by an angry mob at the end. In the middle of the episode, there's this piece of scene transition music that sounds like the Perry the Platypus theme song is about to begin. It shocked me out of my chair both times I watched this, and it made my notes in both watch-throughs. In the B story, London sets Maddie up on a date with a guy she knows named Gavin, since they're both smart people. But with humidity in the air lately, Maddie's hair starts frizzing uncontrollably. Oh no. At dinner, they meet for the first time and they're shocked to discover that they're sitting outside. Here we meet the character Patrick, a waiter at many of the Tipton's restaurants. He's only credited as the maitre d' here despite being named as Patrick in the episode. He'll be credited correctly in his future appearances. He's perpetually sarcastic and very silly, I think.
No, it's really humid out there.
Yes, that would explain the lack of available tables in here.
We'll wait. How soon can you seat us inside?
Breakfast. Splendid decision. Right this way. Balmy, isn't it? Enough small talk. Here's your table. Here are your menus. Would you like some crayons?
Maddie's hair starts freezing outside, and she makes an emergency call to Carrie.
Carrie, this is a disaster. What's the matter? Is your date a dud?
Tell him your husband just got out of jail. Works for me every time.
She arrives to fix Maddie's hair on the date as Gavin keeps stepping out.
I got here in time.
In time for what?
In time to recommend the steak. It's fantastic.
Cool. Can we have some water, please?
I'm not a waitress.
Then who are you?
I'm a singer. I'm a singing chef. Enjoy your meal, try the steak, not the veal.
Conversations like this still occur in every single episode, just so you know. It turns out the reason Gavin's leaving is because he has a sweating problem and he has to go blot himself.
But I didn't want her to see me sweating, so I have to keep running in here to blot, which makes me sweat more.
There's a Transformer named Blot. He's purple. Ultimately, they both confess their problems to each other, and they decide that their love is so strong that none of each other's physical imperfections matter one iota.
As I may have mentioned every 5 minutes for the last hour and a half, but who's counting? It's closing time.
Then apparently it doesn't work out because we don't see his ass again.
Sunday, Jesse McCartney checks in on an all-new episode of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
We're not gonna do anything stupid, right?
No! And the girls are checking him out. The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. New episode Sunday at 7/6 Central here on Disney Channel.
Episode 17, Rockstar in the House, is basically a far less iconic version of the iCarly episode where Harry Styles stays at Carly's apartment. Here, Jesse McCartney's checked into the Tipton, and London and Maddie are both in love with him.
Actually, I just received a fax from your father, asking that you be kept away from all celebrity guests staying at the hotel. He doesn't want a repeat of the Orlando Bloom incident.
As security escorts countless teenage girls out of the hotel, they dress up as waiters to hear him sing a full rendition of his I Don't Want Another Pretty Face song. When you were a male singer with this haircut in the early 2000s, you were automatically famous enough for an episode of a children's sitcom to serve as a backdoor music video for you. The girls then sneak into his hotel room, aka the show's one room, and there they find Zack, who's been stealing and selling his stuff. Upon escaping, they realize Zack took Leslie's lucky bracelet, which he's apparently never sung without, and they have to go return it at once. They go when he's literally sleeping. There's lots of quirky antics, and then the girls get caught and removed for trying to steal his lucky bracelet, which of course they were returning. Jesse decides that Zack's a cool kid, and they play video games together as the girls try to break in. The B story focuses on Arwen living vicariously through Cody and largely taking over the child's science fair project.
What's the matter?
What? Nothing. No, you do it your way. Connect whatever wires you want, the red to the blue or the yellow to the blue. I do the yellow to the blue, but that's just me. You need to follow your heart, yellow to blue.
I told her I'm supposed to do this project myself. If I get help from someone else, it's cheating.
Arwen's motivated by the traumatic backstory of losing a science fair as a kid.
One lousy explosion and they ban you for life. That gym needed a pool anyway. I'm sure you'll do better with your project.
Terrible Arwen backstories will be a well the show pulls from rather often in the near future. The science fair, which is, of course, held at the Tipton Hotel, goes well. Except that Cody's laser goes haywire because Arwen really built it. But he still wins. But unfortunately, he's not willing to cheat and confesses that this truly wasn't his project, causing him to get disqualified.
I'm fine.
As Arwen has a mental breakdown, Cody takes solace in the fact that he did the right thing.
On Monday, October 10th, Disney Channel presents the Columbus Day Sweet Life Marathon. Get ready for an entire day of
Zack! Cody!
Zack!
Cody! 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 Zack! Zack!
It all leads up to the premiere of an all-new Zack and Cody episode with even more of your two favorite words.
Zack.
Cody! Zack! Zack! Cody!
Zack.
Zack! Zack!
The Columbus Day Sweet Life Marathon. Monday, October 10th, beginning at 2 on Central, only on Disney Channel.
Season 1, Episode 18, Smart and Smarterer, isn't on Disney+. It's one of the rare banned episodes of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. According to Adrian Ramonte, Esteban's actor, it was only aired on Disney Channel twice before getting permanently pulled from syndication. I can tell you for a fact that I never saw this episode as a kid, nor even knew it existed. We'll cover the C and B stories first, before diving into the controversy that is the A-plot. C-story. London discovers chess, and it turns out she's considerably better at it than Maddie, beating her again and again as Maddie grows more frustrated.
Checkmate. I want a rematch. How many more times do we have to play this game? Until I win. By then, the dinosaurs will be extinct.
In the end, though, Maddie comes to accept that she simply can't be the best at everything. But that doesn't mean she's not smart. B-plot! Mr. Mosby loses his voice during an early tirade against Zack and Cody. Fed up with everyone treating his hand motions as a game of charades, he begins writing notes and using Esteban as his vessel to communicate with his staff.
Is reduced to relying on me to convey his most intricate thoughts. Shut up, Esteban. You were late again, Esteban. Oh, no excuses, Esteban. This has happened too many times. I'm afraid I have no choice but to fire you. Oh, please, Mr. Mosby, don't fire me. I need this job. Oh, very well. You can have your job back. Maybe I don't want it back. Maybe I want to go somewhere else with a little more job security. No, Esteban! Don't leave! I need you. Oh, all right, you can have a raise. I accept. You're a great man. Oh, pish posh!
Esteban decides to utilize some of the healing techniques from his country. The first method, his grandma Estebina's voice cure, should be for Mosby to rub a fat chicken on himself. Mosby denies the offer. Esteban pulls out a number of cultural artifacts for Mosby to wear. He then feeds him a potion of healing, which, after knocking him out, completely cures his voice but causes him to smell absolutely terrible. A scent that'll remain there for about a month. And now for the main event, the A story. When the twins' report cards arrive, Cody gets nothing but A's and passes, while Zack is failing almost every class. Carrie is irate and tells him to get his act together. The next day at school, in comes a young boy named Bob, who's going to sit in regular classes for the first time.
I have dyslexia. Can you catch it? When you're dyslexic, you have problems the way your brain hears and sees things. Like, like letters and numbers that get mixed up in my head.
No, bummer, dude. But still, no time limit on your tests. So it kind of balances out, doesn't it?
Bob, who will eventually become a prominent recurring character, has dyslexia, and Zack sees this as an opportunity. He feigns dyslexia as well.
Did you say you have problems reading?
I don't like to talk about it. It makes me feel bad about myself. Unconfident.
Oh, well, that's perfectly natural. But you're not feeling bad about yourself because we should all feel good about ourselves. But you're not all the time because you want a nice mix. Although...
Does he always go on like this?
Yeah, pretty much.
Mr. Forges calls Carrie to inform her that, after studying Zack's test scores and behavior, the school thinks he might have dyslexia. From there, she feels so bad about being mean to him that she starts treating him preferentially.
Gee, I wonder who your favorite twin is.
I love you. You too.
Cody sees straight through this and tries to expose his brother, his cries falling on deaf ears until he points out how quickly Zack read the cover of a video game Carrie just bought him. Carrie starts thinking, starts putting her mind to the grindstone. The next day she shows up to his class, having spoken to Mr. Forges.
Zack, your mother called me and we've been discussing your amazingly quick progress in this class. So here, why don't you start things out by reading something for us all?
One Supo Zonderblanasher? This makes no sense.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I meant to give you this.
Once upon a time, when the father of our country was a little boy. Oh, this makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and you seem to read it without any problems.
As opposed to, say, someone who actually has dyslexia.
I'm cured!
Zack's exposed for faking dyslexia and forced to apologize to the class. He'll have to take summer courses as punishment. So as far as band episodes go, this one's pretty tame. I think it's pretty respectful and informative about dyslexia. Zack and Cody is a show about these two mischievous boys. This is just how the show would handle a heavy topic like this. But I think the reason it was banned is because it's basically just a cheat code teaching kids how to fake dyslexia. Because children are young and impressionable, and this is an easily replicatable behavior, broadcasted to millions of them. So I think it was probably the right call to take this down. It's kind of baffling that no one brought that up as a potential concern during the writing or filming or months-long production process of this episode, and they waited until after it was fully edited and aired to raise some concerns and yank it from syndication. We've now reached what is probably the most well-regarded, well-remembered episode of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Season 1, Episode 19, The Ghost of Sweet 613. Also known as the episode that was scientifically bred in a lab to scare as many children as possible.
On an all-new Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, a ghost has checked in. And everybody's freaking out. The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. New episode next Friday, 7/6 Central, Disney Channel.
Everyone in the hotel is getting fed up with Zack's endless practical jokes, especially Cody, who's had enough of being tormented about needing Blanky, which returns from earlier in the season. Also notice how they are way younger all of a sudden. Smart and Smarter was the 24th episode they filmed. Now we hop to the Ghost of 613, which was only the 9th, because they delayed this one's release date to line up with Halloween. Talking to London and Maddie in the lobby, the twins are introduced to a hotel legend, the mystical Suite 613, which is said to be haunted by the specter of a woman named Irene. Despite Maddie's skepticism of ghosts' existence, the group heads upstairs and gets a key from Muriel, along with the spooky history.
In 1942, Irene and her husband checked in on their honeymoon night, and the next day,
He went off to war. She waited 3 years, but he never came back.
he met some Italian babe and opened up a pizza parlor in Naples.
Irene was so angry, she threw the silver hairbrush he'd given her at the mirror.
And the mirror shattered, and a shard flew out, and that was the end of that. Good luck.
They explore the haunted room. The mirror is still there, naturally, along with the haunting smell of pizza. Mosby comes in, apparently having heard the kids screaming from the lobby. They are on the 6th floor. He then recounts a ghost encounter he had in this room, because that'll surely be the key to making these mischievous kids stay out of here. Zack and Cody go back to their suite and unpack. Like, emotionally unpack. They didn't have luggage. We get a lot more of, haha, you were scared. No, I wasn't. And then it culminates in Zack daring Cody to stay the night in the haunted room, with Carrie granting permission at the promise of Maddie and London staying with them. I forgot to mention up until this point that this episode is just a bunch of jump scares over and over. It's like a FNAF game. They're basically cheating here with all the sound effects. They're just making kids as on the edge of their seat as they possibly can be, ratcheting up the tension one sound effect at a time. The storm allows Arwen to look for scary abnormalities or ectoplasmic manifestations, because I guess paranormal activity couldn't get past the sensors.
Mother's a bingo and I don't have to be home till 10.
Arwen claims to live with his mother. Take note, because the show will not be able to decide if he lives with his mom or if he lives in the basement of the Tipton. Uh-oh, something spooky happens.
Did you see that?
You can see why we shit our pants as kids, okay? This is kind of good, unsettling imagery. They did a great job with the production design here. The set, the editing, everything. When you're like 5, this is spooky-a. Esteban decides they need to host something which isn't quite a seance and isn't quite an exorcism.
We must help the poor tormented ghosty cross over to a better place.
What's going on?
I am on hold.
And here, Esteban, for lack of a better term, gets possessed.
She's here.
Who dares to call me in the afterlife?
Adrian Ramonte, terrifying. I hope he knows he gave kids actual nightmares right here. The spirit begins angrily pulling everyone into the shadows. That was a literal honest trailers boom when London got dragged. It's crazy to me that just a mere 15 years ago, all of these meme sound effects you'd see in crackback videos used to be used unironically.
Hope you guys liked what I picked.
Zack's left all alone, and things go extra cattywampus as a skeleton dances in the closet and a giant spider falls on his head and there's ghosts! It turns out all of this was a practical joke on Zack, with special effects and hydraulic machinery created by Arwen Hockhauser himself.
Or put itching powder in my coveralls.
Yeah, or sent me that fake love letter from Orlando Bloom. He took out a restraining order against me.
I didn't send you any letter.
Okay, that was me.
Orlando Bloom count going up. It's not super clear when they had the idea to do this and set this all up to scare Zack. The first time they went there was very spur of the moment, so I feel like after Zack and Cody put this dare into place, then Cody probably went to all the adults to be like, do you want to traumatize my brother? And they're like, okay, I hate him. So I think when they're all walking in together here, they all know the plan. Carrie's proud of Cody for standing up for himself and does not care that Esteban and Arwen made her child literally fear for his life. In the final 30 seconds, Cody returns to Suite 613 to look for Blanky. Then Irene the ghost casually hands it to him.
Excuse me. Is this yours?
Yeah, thanks.
Don't mention it.
This is the first instance of paranormal weirdness in the Zack and Cody universe, and this was a very tasteful, not boundary-pushing way to introduce it. Things will go insane by the end of this franchise. Okay, I love this. This was the scariest shit ever as a kid, as I keep saying. I could not watch this without my sister or my mom in the room. And that's the reason it's so memorable. This is like the Zack and Cody equivalent of when the animal heads in Gravity Falls start bleeding and demonically chanting. But I think this is honestly scarier than that. Granted, I was older when the Gravity Falls one came out, so I don't know, maybe if you're 4 watching that, it's the same. I don't know. There's a perverse lack of genuine attempts to traumatize children in today's media, and I think that needs to be course corrected.
What would you do if I told you that this hotel, the Fairmont Hotel, is legendarily haunted by a ghost as well? Well, you're about to find out what you do, because I'm about to tell you.
It is said that ghosts haunt not where they met their demise, but rather where they were the happiest. In the summer of 1944, a socialite named Jenny Pearl Cox, who regularly attended the Hotel Vancouver's events, was killed in a tragic car accident. Since then, there have been numerous sightings from staff and guests of a lady in a red dress that seemingly disappears in front of them, passing through walls and closed elevator doors.
The Hotel Vancouver is home to one of Vancouver's most famous ghosts.
She's in this picture in a window near the top right. According to legend, the lady in red primarily haunts the 14th floor of the hotel, but not everyone believes she's really up there.
As all of this channel's viewers know, I happen to be the greatest ghost hunter of all time. I specifically asked for a room on the 14th floor, which it turns out happens to be the extra expensive very roof of the hotel, which is quite a coincidence. I had to spend an extra $160 to get up here.
A lot of people would pay extra to stay in a haunted room.
Oh, he meant no ghost in the hallway.
I feel like they're trying to play it up. They have a lady in red right around the elevators, spooky ballroom, all these black and white portraits. What would you do if that just like abruptly turned its head towards us?
I don't know.
Well, they have a 13th floor. American hotels don't have that. It's like I feel like they're trying to be a little creepy with this hotel. Unless that's just what being fancy is like. That's the Squilliam Fancyson lifestyle.
I just got really cold all of a sudden. I'm not even kidding. Kean, stop! Don't look like that. I really don't like that. It just got really cold in here.
And it did not.
Yes, it did.
Oh, let's just go. Gates.
Why are there gates?
They're holding back the ghosts.
Kean, I'm so fucking scared right now.
The elevator lobby. Oh, let's go in the room. I don't want anyone to see me.
What if it's a ghost? What if it's a ghost? Was there anyone in there? Or was it
I don't know. We ran away.
Oh, it's Harwin. It's Harwin. It's Harwin. It's a guy in a jumpsuit that looks just like her.
You should have filmed him.
With this light?
No, turn the light off.
He's fixing the elevator.
Is he really? Just a second.
Yes.
Just.
Oh, let's see. Oh, he's gone.
Ghost
There's
Arwen.
No one?
So I think right now we're just going to get out of our spooky ghost gear.
What?
I'm sorry.
don't want to do real ghost hunting. We're not
No.
doing real stuff, right? Then can you film by yourself? I'm so scared.
Are you serious?
I don't know. I want to go near those machines.
I guess one last thing to ask from you tonight. Do you want to just play a board game with me?
Absolutely fucking not. It's
No.
not. No, I'm not.
I mean like Monopoly.
Ouija board? Nope.
Okay,
No,
yeah, I was
no,
hoping
no,
to jump
no,
scare.
no,
It's cardboard you can buy for $11.99 on Amazon. It's mass produced.
I refuse.
It's not a spiritual gateway.
I will not do that.
I never get to use this.
Do it by yourself. I'm going to my room on the
can't do
third
it by
floor.
yourself.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, Kayla made me buy a whole separate room just for her.
In my defense, when you told me the 14th floor was haunted, I said, I am not going up there. And you said, okay, you don't have to. And then you sneakily asked them to give us a room on the 14th floor.
Well, you can't get up here unless you have a special, specific
If
14th
I
floor
said I
key
was
card.
not going to stay up here, not to mention, I'm not sharing a bed with you. They gave us one bed.
We're friends.
We are siblings. I'm going off with them. Will you come with me, please? Just walk me to my room.
With Kayla out of the way, it's time for my solo investigation to begin. I'll see you later in this video.
Okay, let me back in.
Everybody's rushing home on the weekends to see the Sweet Life.
You want to synchronize watches? I don't have a watch. We won't do that.
Double your weekend fun.
No problem, sweet thing. Call me in 10 years.
With the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Weekends at 7, 6 Central on Disney Channel.
Episode 20, Dad's Back, is our proper introduction to Carrie Martin's ex-husband and Zack and Cody's dad, Kurt. And it retroactively explains a lot about them.
Coming through!
The boys have a rambunctious, crazy night with their dad, trashing the suite, neglecting homework, and staying up all night watching a scary movie. Kurt mentions at one point that he wishes Zack and Cody could come stay with him on his tour bus.
I would love for you guys to come on the road with me. We would have so much fun.
Carrie comes home, sends the kids to their room, and is mayhaps a bit flustered by the whole ordeal.
I know, you're mad.
No. I was mad when you came home from the playground with the wrong twins.
It was an honest mistake.
They were girls. Kurt, it's great that you're here hanging out with them. But every time you come, I'm the one who has to clean up your mess, and I'm tired of looking like the bad guy.
The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody made an honest, earnest attempt to depict split families and how that sort of affects the children in them. Between this and Phineas and Ferb, Disney Channel had all the kids with divorced parents eating good. After Kurt leaves, Carrie is upset with her kids being irresponsible. So the next day, Zack sneaks out and stows away on his dad's I'm in the Band tour bus as he leaves town. Kurt does not seem scared enough right here. This is some Amber Alert shit. But after a call with Carrie, they agree to let Zack stay with them for the week before they're back for spring break.
I don't want to go home. I want to stay with you.
He says he really misses you.
I heard. Thanks for trying.
Carrie becomes concerned that she's the boring parent and wants to turn her reputation around to compete with Kurt, forcing Cody against his will to have fun and not letting him do his homework. Kurt, meanwhile, turns out to be a lot more boring when he's not on vacation. He's tired due to staying up all night performing shows, and has no clue how to help Zack with his homework.
When this started out, it was great. We had a lot of laughs, a lot of fun. But I just can't live this way anymore.
It's exactly what your mom said when she left me. And a few other things that I can't mention.
There's one line from Kurt here where I'm like, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
And sleeping all day so I can stay up all night to play more music.
And why'd you ask me to come?
I never thought your mom would say yes.
Oh.
Why would you even say that to him if you're fully expecting Carrie to say no? You are strategically making her the bad guy. You're getting your child's hopes all the way up in the knowledge that she will be the one to crush them back down. You are weaponizing your child's emotions, good sir.
I would love for you guys to come on the road with me. We would have so much fun.
Zack returns home with a newfound appreciation for his mom, and Carrie has a newfound appreciation for what Kurt does. They have more robot dialogue.
Your job is no walk in the park either. It's not easy being the responsible parent.
And then Kurt heads out, promising Carrie he'll return soon. This episode takes place during spring break, but for us, the audience, he's back very soon. He's back in the next episode. But quickly, the B-plot. Let's see if we can summarize this in 2 sentences, not including this current sentence. Maddie's struggling to pass her gym class, and seeing how physically strong London apparently is, requests her help for training. Then we just cut back to Maddie in the Tipton gym, struggling on exercise equipment, before eventually getting the hang of it once London treats it like a day of shopping at the mall. Done. Here's the Fairmont gym behind these windows. Look, Canada has treadmills.
I made it! That can't be good.
A hotel heiress.
Little me, back from Pelly.
And the hotel help.
There isn't enough money in the world.
I'll pay you triple your salary.
Apparently there is enough.
Two girls who are very different.
Gloss me, candy girl. Off the clock.
Have two things in common. The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, Disney Channel's original comedy series. Weekends at 7, 6 Central on Disney Channel.
Episode 21, Christmas at the Tipton, is actually an episode I covered a few years back when I was a loser channel that no one watched in the pre-Lab Rats days. I should clarify for the record that all the views came retroactively post that first no one watched it. We learned that Esteban apparently doesn't know what snow is.
I just love watching the white fluffy things fall from the sky.
It's called snow, Esteban.
Arwen has decorated the Tipton CG model with hundreds of thousands of light bulbs.
Here's a bulb that's not working.
No, Cody, no, that's the one that puts us into... Overload.
Kurt's been visiting for the holidays, but there's bad news. The blizzard's simply too strong for any planes to depart, stranding him here with the Martins for the time being. Him and Carrie, being divorced and all, are not on super great terms, but they opt to put aside their bickering for the sake of their children. Their children being Zack and Cody. Zack and Cody are their children.
Kurt, it's Christmas. I don't want to spend it bickering with you.
Same here.
And for the boys' sake, can we try to get along?
Works for me.
Said children, the children who are Zack and Cody, bear witness to this event transpiring. Cody becomes fully convinced that they're gonna get back together. Later, Carrie and Kurt fill in for a musician who canceled due to the blizzard. Cody's pretty sure that the song is gonna make them fall in love again. But when Kurt flirts with the woman, the two boys get very upset and run away. Let's pause here. There's a lot of different story threads going on in this episode, and they'll all share one climax, which is kind of a novelty for Zack and Cody. Meanwhile, Maddie is handing out names for the Tipton staff's Secret Santa. For some reason we never learn, London's name is in the bowl despite the fact that she is not a member of the Tipton staff. Maddie is a bit of a sneaky quirk ball today. When she approaches London, she swaps the bowl with one that only has her name in it, ensuring that she'll get a gift from the millionaire heiress. But London wants to make Maddie something meaningful, and Mr. Mosby says she should make something by hand. This predictably goes awry because London is not very smart and cannot knit a sweater.
With 3 arms and no neck hole? You're always accusing me of being superficial.
And you had to pick Christmas to become deep?
Meanwhile, Mosby assigns Arwen to warm up the hotel by any means necessary.
Fire up, old Betsy? Yeah. Oh, aye, Captain.
Because there's no furnace set built for this episode, all of it happens entirely off screen. They'll decide what they're gonna do with the furnace, it'll cut to a different subplot, then it'll cut back to them in the lobby discussing what they just did in the furnace. Mosby tells Arwen to start cutting up old furniture, also entirely off screen. It culminates when Arwen tries to chop up the front desk with a chainsaw and Mosby has to stop him. The chainsaw is not running because of course it isn't. Imagine if all the extras in The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody were willing to sacrifice their lives the way Tom Cruise is. That would have been a way different show. It's at this point that all the subplots collide. Zack and Cody enter an elevator with a pregnant woman, but the power goes out and strands the elevator right as the woman goes into labor. Oh, this woman, by the way, she's Mary, and her husband is Joseph. And this is the only place they can get in during the storm. And they sought refuge here at this motel. It's just the Bible. It's like the chapter 2 of the Bible, the Jesus chapter, the second one.
Isn't this weird? Mary and Joseph traveling together on Christmas Eve. But there's no room for them at the inn.
And a child is born. What a coincidence.
I don't get it.
Zack and Cody now have to walk Mary through the labor of Jesus Christ. Back here in season 1, the show is grounded enough to not have Zack and Cody actually deliver a baby. By the end of the series, all bets are off. Arwen fixes the elevator and the rest of the adults help this woman through labor, using Maddie's sweater as a blanket. Zack and Cody sadly reflect that they wish they could have 2 loving parents like Jesus does. However, Carrie and Kurt assure them that they do.
I know you were hoping your dad and I would get back together. But even if we're not getting remarried, we're
Still a family.
Not like them.
Yes, like them.
That baby has two parents that love her. Just like you guys.
I guess.
I know.
Arwen joins the hug because of course he does, and Maddie's also like, oop, I was being selfish, my bad, and she apologizes to London for being a bad friend for the 90th time. There will be 900 more. Once again, another episode that does a really great job dealing with the fallout of this broken marriage, and this episode gets bonus points because Zack and Cody create Christianity.
Let's get on back to the sweet life of Zack and Cody.
Season 1, episode 22, Kisses and Basketball. This one is very goofy, I have a lot to say. This is another rare instance of seeing the boys' school life, opening with a basketball game at their gym. Max and Tapeworm are just whatever any given episode needs them to be. This time, they're star basketball players. Arwen's the coach despite not knowing anything about basketball. They just needed an adult, and Arwen was the closest thing they could find. Because the whole world revolves around Zack and Cody, not a single other student on the team had a parent or something. So let's get into action. After Zack and Max perform an incredible display of teamwork and win the game, qualifying them for championships, Max passionately kisses Zack.
We did it!
That sound effect was very extra. In my notes, I simply wrote, Allison kisses Zack, bruh-oh, and I can't get over the fact that everything there is wrong. The character's Max, I think I was referring to the actress, but her name is Addison, and also I wrote, bruh-oh, was that supposed to be like ruh-oh? I don't remember doing that. Bruh-oh. Ugh. So after the game, things are awkward between Zack and Max. It's the most 12-year-old shit of all time. It's very good.
I'm not hungry. Yeah, me neither.
What's going on with them?
Isn't it obvious? They're not hungry.
Everyone's teasing Zack, and it's always about late season 1 of these shows where I've become so numbed to everything that I'm actually laughing hysterically with all of the laugh tracks.
Zack is the girl.
Boys, that is so immature.
Zack is the girl. He kissed a girl, a female.
Usually it's because it's the middle of the night. Now Zack just yells, I didn't kiss a girl, I kissed Max, which upsets her. And at practice the next day, they just cannot work together. The boys convince Zack to ask Max on a date to make things stop being awkward. Zack keeps saying the wrong things to her. This child deserves to be severely punished.
Do you want to go out? You know, after you take a shower.
Then they go to their date at the fancy hotel restaurant. You know, poor Carrie's paying for this. Imagine going on an actual date to an actual restaurant at age 12. Zack is low-key bawling here. Then Max walks in and, bro, she's wearing a dress. And Zack is like, oh, she's pretty? The date seems to go well. They're blowing spitballs at the waiter and having a gay old time, but then Zack fucks up so badly, he becomes so down bad that it goes to shit.
I can't believe the guys had to force me to go out with you. Wait, force? It's just that I never would have thought about doing this until the guy said I had to take one for the team.
Also, something I found interesting while going down these rabbit holes is that they were actually dating at the time they filmed this episode, or at least whatever dating is to a 12-year-old. Dating adjacent.
I have a girlfriend.
Really?
Yeah, she's right back there.
Oh, she's here? Allison, come in, Allison. How many girlfriends have you had?
He goes back in the day. He's a player.
Apparently, Addison jokingly revealed in an interview that Cole dumped her on her birthday, which would have been shortly before season 2 started filming, according to this chart I found. And apparently she showed a clip from the show on her Instagram story in 2020, and then all these publications were like, this shows there's no bad blood between the actors. Fans wondering if Addison was still hurt by it. The rest is sure. And I'm like, who was wondering? Who thought this 26-year-old woman would still be upset by a breakup that happened on her 13th birthday? So the next day at the game, they still can't work together. They're in conflict with one another. Arwen pulls them aside to talk it out. They have this conversation, which gave me a brain aneurysm.
You mean the way you pretended to like me? I mean, like me, just so I would play well? I wasn't pretending. Well, at first I was, but then I saw how pretty you looked and how much fun we had, and I realized I do like you. Like you. Well, now I don't like you. Or like you. No? Well, I did, but the liking you made me not like you. Is there any way we can just pretend this didn't happen and go back to being friends? Yeah, friends.
And then they win together and remain besties. That's so good, yay. And then Carrie kisses Arwen. Bestie, why would you do that if you're not interested in him? It is your fault if he continues pursuing you romantically at this point. There's a kid here with a black jersey, and at first I thought he was like Mitchell Musso. I thought it was like pre-Hannah Montana Mitchell Musso, but I looked into it and it's not. So breaking news, I'm here to deliver this scoop hot off the presses. This is not pre-Hannah Montana Mitchell Musso. This is just some guy without a name, without an identity. The B-plot's quite a bit simpler. Mr. Tipton says London needs to cut down on her spending habits.
London, I'm afraid your father is adamant.
I thought his name was Wilfred. Hello? Oh, hi, Daddy. No, I haven't bought anything in a whole day. So when I see you at the beach house this weekend, I'll be wearing last month's suit. Oh, you can't? Oh, no, of course I understand. It's not a hostile takeover if you're not there. And you're so good at being hostile.
They are not pulling punches with Mr. Tipton being the most evil man alive. Jesus Christ. So the episode revolves around Maddie holding onto London's credit cards so she can't spend money, and London desperately tries to get them back. There's a reference to aglets pre-Phineas and Ferb.
That little piece of plastic at the end of the shoelace that nobody knows what it's called. You mean an aglet?
This is literally 4 years before the iconic aglet episode. Like, that's kind of weird. That's kind of scary. How'd they learn it if Phineas and Ferb didn't teach them? Maybe Dan Povenmire learned it from this episode. At the end, Maddie catches London trying to break into a store and has a deep talk with her about how she doesn't need to spend money. London agrees and is like, phew, I almost spent so much money on you. And then Maddie, per usual, deeply regrets trying to do the right thing.
Boys.
Girls.
Girls at our age are a mystery.
Boys are really cute. But they're so confusing.
They work in strange ways. They think you're cute one day, and then the next day, they think somebody else is cuter than you.
I don't care who you are, what you look like, how old you are, or what you do. If I can talk to you, you can make me laugh. We'll get along great.
Yeah, we try to impress girls. That's a positive right there.
Everyone does stuff to impress boys. It just, even if you don't think you're doing it, you're doing it.
Of course, we do extra things like, take extra time with our makeup and take extra time with our hair and, get all girlfriends over and spend hours on finding the right outfit.
My crazy side kind of comes out when I'm trying to impress, girls.
If you meet a girl that you start to get like a crush on that you like, you're like, oh, how do I smell? How's my breath? How's my hair?
I don't think that we will ever understand the way that they talk.
Yeah, hey, what's up?
Yo, girl, holla at your boy. What's cracking?
Yeah, bad boy. Woo!
You love him and you hate them, right? You can't live with them?
Can't live without him.
Boys.
Girls.
I think there's anything else that needs to be said.
Kids like you express themselves every day on Disney Channel.
Season 1, episode 23, Pilot Your Own Life. Zack and Cody are debating what to do for their community service projects. Zack has the brilliant idea to watch a movie and tell poor people about it, but Cody has a different plan.
I'm thinking about working with kids. I hate kids.
This episode in particular randomly just does a great job at depicting Zack and Cody as kids. They really do act like kids in this episode more than any other. Like, this is just a small line, but I do remember being like an 8th grader and being like, oh man, those stinky 6th graders mucking up the school, being annoyed by them. When it's like, dog, we're all like little fetuses back when in the middle, we're all like, Zack follows a cart of food into a motivational speaking lecture. I love the writing for this guy because they nailed the sleazeball speaker who's using all these words but genuinely isn't saying anything at all with them.
If you can conceive, you can believe, and then you can achieve. Live your dream and aim for the sky, because you are the pilot of your own life.
I feel like he's one sentence away from revealing a pyramid scheme. Cody, then, being an impressionable kid, starts parroting everything this guy was saying word for word.
If you can conceive, you can believe, and you will achieve. Are you willing to take the first step?
Yes! For his community service project, he decides to inspire the staff of the Tipton to reach their full potential. When Esteban reveals his life dream is to become the Tipton's manager, Cody convinces him to take the first step, taking night classes to lose his accent. And he encourages Carrie to finally pursue her solo music career and record an album.
Hey guys, what you been doing?
Inspiring people to reach their full potential and achieve their dreams.
It's never just playing ball with you.
Meanwhile, London is the subject of a photo shoot for the cover of Teen Trends magazine.
Give us a snobby look.
Well, I have about 20 different ones. Which one would you like?
One that says, "Only I can afford these clothes."
She gives me that look 3 times a day.
I get that look from her dog.
A photographer finds herself drawn to Maddie and compliments her ability to make cheap look good. A tie on a jumpsuit is as trendy as it gets. She decides the look should be called blue collar chic and submits Maddie as a contender. Maddie comes to confide in Carrie, unsure if she should challenge London like this.
You know, I'm always here for you. And apparently so is Cody.
Maddie, I guess, just doesn't have parents to go to, just Carrie. Cody convinces her to pursue her fullest potential, and she obliges. We learn that Maddie and London are the 2 finalists, and there will be one more photo shoot next week to decide who gets featured. This prompts a fashion war between the girls.
I'll crush you so bad, you won't have a penny to your name, and you'll have to work like a dog for the rest of your life.
Ha! I'm already there!
Muriel comes to spy for London until she's paid off to leave. Then Zack is sent as a counter-operative, taking a number of photos with Maddie's new camera phone.
Maddie's new camera phone?
Then London manipulates Zack like a crazy person and says if Maddie wins this competition, she'll be rich and famous and fly away to Hollywood, and Zack will never see her again. And that is just genuinely downright cruel. She is ripping out the heartstrings of this little child and she knows it. She is unhinged.
You're using my son as a spy?
Oh, like you're using him for anything better.
Now Zack returns and refuses to help Maddie any further. On the day of the shoot, they arrive in the lobby. London's stolen Maddie's look, and because every Disney Channel sitcom written by old men is contractually required to have at least one petty cat fight, they go at each other, kicking, screaming, rolling around on the floor.
It's terrible. We have to stop them. Not yet.
I will say this is definitely one of the least fetishy ones. It's no Elite Force, I can tell you that. It's very cartoony, very slapstick. They go behind this couch and fabric starts flying around. Mr. Mosby gets pulled in. Nothing about this actually resembles a real fight. And as a kid, it was very silly and I liked it a lot. So whatever, I'll just give him a pass. The photographer arrives and finds their fashion choices interesting. At this point, Mosby's at the deal with Esteban and Carrie missing work all episode, and now this.
You are the flight instructor who has been causing my employees to shirk their responsibilities.
Their responsibilities are to themselves. I've been helping them fulfill their dreams.
I absolutely adore the fact that they found an in-character way for Cody to cause as much mischief as Zack, because Cody is not this Bart Simpsons-esque bringer of chaos. Cody is Lisa. And yet here, in his own ways, he brought the hotel to its knees the way his brother does so often. It shows that they really do understand who these 2 characters are. Esteban returns with a terrible accent.
Cody, I got a bone to pick with you.
Carrie's record producer told her she had talent and suggested she check out the Tipton.
Apparently, I just spent $500 to find out I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be!
And Zack, meanwhile off screen, apparently fed the hungry and got a reward from the mayor. Cody realizes Zack's gonna get an A and he isn't, as this story draws to a close.
I hate that kid.
In the end, Maddie comes to apologize to London. I like that they never bothered changing clothes.
Ow, 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 ow. Other side. Ow, ow, ow.
Their fashion turns out to be the hottest new style, Urban Decay. And in her final appearance in the first season, Muriel tests it out.
What do you think, ladies? Hot stuff, huh?
Hi, I'm Cole Sprouse, and you're watching Disney Channel.
In Crushed, we see the twins at the school again, in their locker bay. A creepy girl named Agnes has an obsessive crush on Cody because he's the only one who isn't mean to her.
Hi, Cody! Ah! Look what I did in our class. It's you and me sitting on Saturn's rings. I've worked really hard on it.
Having fled from her, the twins are horrified to discover she's in their suite.
Hi, Cody.
Carrie tells Cody she loves his new girlfriend, missing the cue that he's horrified by her presence. She tells Agnes Cody would love to go on a date with her tomorrow. Parenting fail, but that's okay.
Cody, your little girlfriend is so sweet.
My girlfriend?
Oh, I get it. Okay, your friend that just happens to be a girl.
I have to go pick out a dress for our date. Thanks for the tea, Ms. Martin.
That night, Cody has a series of Inception-style dreams within dreams about Agnes tying him to a chair and nailing his feet to the ground to make him eat her mac and cheese.
Let me pull those nails right out. Man, I just had the scariest dream in the history of scary dreams. What was it about, honey? Ah! You better get dressed. Your wedding's in 10 minutes.
Whoa. Wedding? Hi, hubby wubby.
I love that this is the first time in these shows where someone actually has an appropriate reaction to a stalker-style crush. Like, Justin's always like, oh, hello, Harper. And Skylar Storm's always like, oh, hello, Oliver. Not acknowledging that these are the most psychotic people on the planet.
She's perfect. Although she'd tell you that one of her knees is higher than the other, but I know that's not true. I've measured them many, many times.
Looking for those clips just reminded me that Lab Rat's Elite Force is genuinely the worst thing I have ever watched in my entire life.
Man, I've been watching you scream for 10 minutes. Why didn't you wake me? There was nothing on TV.
The twins, as they're known to do, devise a plan. Zack, being a disgusting weirdo, will go on the date with Agnes, posing as Cody. There he does his best to be unpleasant, but it doesn't work, because Agnes is really, really into him pulling spaghetti out of his nose. She figures out that he's Zack, and now her crosshairs have landed on him.
Hi, Zack! Ah! And when Zack isn't here, he's still here.
After Agnes manages to climb the scaffolding to the 23rd floor of their hotel and leaves a nice smooch mark on their exterior window, the twins have both had enough. This is the most insane character ever. She's invited over one more time, and they both pretend to be obsessed with her, fighting over her love and giving her a taste of what it feels like to be hounded over by a stalker. She comes to realize her sins, the weight of her transgressions, and prepares to leave.
Are you two trying to get rid of me?
Well, yes! Agnes, what Zack is trying to say is, you come on a little too strong. No, what Zack is trying to say is, leave. You can't force someone to like you. It takes time for a friendship to grow.
This is a rare instance where Zack and Cody get to teach the moral to someone else. Unfortunately, Cody, by refusing to be mean to her, winds up exactly where he started, as Agnes falls in love with him again and learns nothing.
I'll wait for you.
In the B story, Maddie's house is being fumigated, and she apparently needs to bring her dog to stay at the hotel because he has nowhere else to go. I'm not sure where her family's at, but okay. This dog didn't seem to be there when they went there earlier in the season. London, meanwhile, is preparing to engage Ivana to a royal dog so they can make purebred puppies. Unfortunately, Scamp here and Ivana take a liking to each other.
I don't have fleas. Okay, maybe one, but he's only here on weekends.
Funny and cute. Why haven't we met before, darling?
We travel in different circles. Oh, watch.
Ivana's inner thoughts are voiced by none other than Emma Stone in one of her very earliest acting roles. Fun fact. London brings her dogs to dinner, and Patrick steals the show tonight, even outshining Emma Stone's performance she gave in a sound booth for 20 minutes.
Lord Corcoran is Ivana's date.
I see. I'll be serving dogs tonight. Menus? Okay, I'm losing my mind.
Unfortunately, Scamp escapes. He interrupts Ivana's passionless dinner.
Oh, and on Mumsy's side, I had a great-great-uncle whose human was the Duke of Windsor.
He may be a Windsor, but you are a loser. They're in love.
Gee, I've been sniffing all over for you. Oh, who's this stiff?
Shoo! Patrick, how dare you let a dog in here?
My bad.
The puppies run off together to be happy, prompting London and Maddie to angrily search for them.
Check.
Yes, sir.
Not wanting their animals to fraternize, they discover that Esteban knows their location and he's been serving them room service that they inexplicably ordered. He insists that they're in love. They're up here in the Imperial Suite again from the episode Maddie checks in. Seeing that their dogs are happy, Maddie and London agree to let them be in love. Then they produce a bunch of puppies, and we never see Scamp nor the children ever again.
Wow, living with Derek isn't easy. Life with Derek is next.
Yeah, and then we'll catch up with London in the sweet life of Zack and Cody.
Season 1, episode 25, Commercial Breaks, is another really classic episode of Zack and Cody. as the staff of the Tipton scramble to film a commercial, while Zack and Cody themselves want to secure themselves a role. It opens with a time padding gag that feels like it was written by Bob Bowen. It's such a different type of comedy than this show normally has, and that's how these jokes should be presented. In moderation, Bob Bowen. Stop it! There's like a straight minute of Arwen rattling his toolbox. I think the script came back short of something because they are padding for time like hell.
Yes, I did!
Mosby announces that Mr. Tipton selected the Boston Tipton to be a filming location for a new franchise commercial, and everyone in the hotel wants a slice of the limelight. The first third of this episode is just auditions. I truly believe they were padding for time with this one. I'm not complaining at all. Arwen nearly kills the judges, Patrick lassos the director, Esteban performs a duet with his pet chicken Dudley.
Isn't he amazing?
Dudley the chicken only appears in this episode, but he's been mentioned before and will be mentioned semi-regularly through the rest of the show.
I'm walking out a pilot and a manager. Oh, Dudley's gonna be so proud.
It is Dudley's way of telling you he likes you. Obviously, Dudley's not a very good judge of character.
Carrie's fiercely rejected because she bailed on a date with this dude once, while Cody bombs his audition and the director refuses to believe they're twins, kicking Zack out over and over because he doesn't believe this is a different kid. London gives a legendarily terrible performance, but because her daddy owns the hotel, she's offered the leading role. Now it's time to film. Zack and Cody literally do two kids in a trench coat to get in.
It's not fair. How come your face gets to be in the commercial? Your face is my face. Besides, it's your feet in the commercial and you don't hear me complaining.
Those are very comically not Cole Sprouse's legs here. Dylan's just standing on the shoulders of a grown-ass man. Anyways, they fall over and get exposed.
I told you we were twins.
Guys, you're embarrassing me.
London, let's say, struggles to film her parts of the ad.
When you stay at
It's your name!
Oh! When you stay at the London.
The last name!
Mosby, in a bid to show London how easy it's supposed to be, performs the part and choreography perfectly.
The Tipton puts you on top. When you stay at the Tipton, the good times, they never stop. Tipton is the place to stay. Check it!
None of the cameras were rolling, of course, meaning they'll have to refilm the ad from scratch. London is swiftly fired, which she refuses to accept. But Mr. Tipton, who's been watching the entire charade over a webcam, calls London to tell her that she is, indeed, fired. Mr. Mosby foreshadows lemonade mouth.
Oh, but when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade.
Ultimately, Mosby trips on Dudley and gravely injures himself, making him unable to perform. The twins convince Carrie to stand her ground and demand a bigger role in the ad. They come downstairs to make a plea to the director, who gruffly refused them before receiving the call from Mr. Tipton, who felt inspired by their speech and decided to take a more family-oriented direction with the ad. All that to say, they are hired. Then we do a 180-degree camera flip to a week later, where the show's entire principal cast sits in the Martins' apartment for some reason to watch the debut of the ad. It turns out to be a fantastical musical number, starring the Martins in the forefront.
Because you're the star when you travel far. The food is always gourmet. At the Tipton, it's your place to stay. The Tipton's our place to play. Room service, movies, and ice cream. In Paris, New York, or Bombay. Our place to stay.
And bring the family.
The Tipton is the place to stay.
Check it out.
The kids celebrate their perseverance and their success in the world of show business.
We persevered, and hoped and dreamed for the failure of others, and they didn't let us down.
Mr. Tipton calls to say he loved the ad, apparently having never seen it before its television debut despite caring enough to watch the whole filming process over webcam. Mr. Mosby has a distraught realization that the Tipton will now become filled with way more kids because Mr. Tipton says reservations are pouring in, which makes me laugh because if I see a good ad for Best Western or something, I'm not immediately calling them up to get a room. The whole point of marketing is for it to earworm its way into your head. Like if I'm hungry one day, I might think to myself, BK, have it your way, you rule, and then go to Burger King. Which, by the way, it's so bullshit that Burger King has the best jingle right now, because their food is awful. I'd rather die than eat it. That's not true. The first season's finale, Boston Holiday, was just a pretty casual standalone episode, as was usually the case back in the 2000s. Mr. Mosby needs Zack and Cody to behave this weekend, as royalty visits the Tipton.
Mr. Babalabaloo.
Princess Papalapa Shamalama Ding Dong. It turns out there's no one at the hotel with that name.
There's no one in the world with that name.
The twins meet a kid their age named Sanjay, who wants to play football with them. It turns out that Sanjay is the prince of the fictional country of Ishkabar. I verified it was fictional by Googling it, where the only result was a Wikipedia's list of fictional countries, which I'm really glad exists. Sanjay is here to do outreach to those of his people here in Boston, and is whisked away for royal duties. But soon, he heads to Zack and Cody's suite and has had enough. So, Zack devises a plan. Cody shall take Sanjay's place tomorrow by wearing his head wrap, while the other two boys go to hang out at the mall. And now, in the only moment that feels slightly season finale-ish, the name of the show gets said in the show.
Tomorrow, I will be living the sweet life of Zack and Cody
Roll credits.
and Sanjay.
Also, this is all very clearly a cultural stereotype. I don't have any further commentary than that. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's just a stereotype. I'm just saying it so I don't get 100 comments saying, why didn't you talk about that? Shut up, there's a lot of things to talk about, okay? Zack stalls Mosby so the other two can make the swap.
Kiss it, Mr. Mosby.
Zack and Sanjay go to the mall. It goes smashingly. Cody gives this press conference, saying 3 key phrases over and over.
I love Boston. Go Red Sox.
And right here, there's a line of dialogue from Mr. Mosby, which has made me think for years that Phil Lewis would be the perfect voice actor for the Transformer Swindle.
Accommodations provided by the Tipton Hotel, where everyone is treated like royalty. For reservations, call 1-800. Thank you.
Most Transformers fans know Swindle. He's not an obscure character, but he's never been in a movie. He's the slimy arms dealer who just wants to cut a deal with everyone around him.
First, we need to discuss compensation. You get freedom, but what do I get?
Phil Lewis as Swindle would be like Mr. Mosby playing Saul Goodman. Anyway, that's all. But just putting this into the ether because millions of people will watch this. Sanjay, unfamiliar with the concepts of money, shoplifts from a store and gets the kids landed in mall jail, a Disney classic. Mosby's called and he figures out what's going on. The gang arrives to punish all the silly children. Gary decides to tell this man from this foreign country that his culture is wrong and he should raise his child better.
I may not know anything about royalty, but I do know about kids, and they need balance in their lives. That's what you're depriving Sanjay of.
Bold of this woman to give unsolicited parenting advice given how her children turned out. In the B story, London thinks she saw a flying saucer out her window. Batty, seeing the financial potential of such a bold scientific discovery, agrees to spend the night.
What if they don't speak English?
Got it covered.
As they stay up to see it again. But Maddie primarily just stays for the luxury of London's suite. We learn that London wants to prove aliens are real so she can be thought of by the world as a smart person, which is an interesting wrinkle to her character. That night, aliens show up. Shrek's children. They announce their plans to destroy the planet.
Are you a peaceful people?
Yeah. We've achieved intergalactic peace. We find planets are quite peaceful after they have been destroyed.
London offers to give them her wrinkle cream in exchange for them leaving the Earth alone. Then after like 5 minutes of that, London wakes up. There's nothing more rewarding as a viewer than everything having been a dream all along.
That explains your wrinkles.
Careful, or I will erase your mind.
Too late.
It turns out the UFO London saw was just a birthday balloon, and London realizes Maddie was just using her for her wealth and kicks her out. Then we just don't see them again in the episode. Feels like it's missing its standard conflict resolution scene that they always have, But on the other hand, we've seen it 100 times before. We know how it would go, so there's no real loss. And that, my friends, is the first season of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Welcome back to the Key and Carlisle Gaming Channel. Between seasons, I would like to cover some of the tie-in video games released to accompany The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. In part 1 today, we will cover the Game Boy Advanced Zack and Cody game, Tipton Caper. There. Teeth are nature's pliers. In Key and Carlisle Daily Unboxing, number 873, you can see a game manual, as well as a little cartridge that tucks into there. When I was a kid, I always thought of the Game Boy as an older generation's game console because all of the older kids in preschool had Game Boys, whereas the kids my age just had DS's. I only started developing conscious memories when I was about 3. All of these kids probably left daycare when they were about 6, as did I, off to kindergarten, so with the benefit of hindsight, they couldn't have been that much older than me. Tipton Caper is a top-down, third-person puzzle strategy game. Zack and Cody walk around pushing levers, sliding things, navigating from room to room. They have different abilities. Zack throws water balloons to hit objects, while Cody uses a vacuum cleaner to suck objects towards him. The overall plot is that they've been grounded after breaking a vase, but they want to go get ice cream by the pool, so they sneak out. Carrie and Mosby are off hosting a teen girl beauty pageant, not unlike what we saw in the second episode. Along the way, they discover 2 nasty robbers who are going to ransack the beauty pageant, and it's up to Zack and Cody to stop them. To me, both of these robbers look like Markiplier, but at the same time, I don't think either of them look like Markiplier. Along the way, we see familiar faces like Maddie, London, Muriel, Arwen. Guard dogs are a super common obstacle in this game. The Tipton just employs ferocious hounds in its hallways to keep Zack and Cody out of trouble in the Game Boy universe. There's also an entire haunted 13th floor in this game, which Zack and Cody must traverse. You can go around and collect photos, which are all hilariously low-res screenshots from the show. Of all the different tie-in games, I think this is the one I'll have the least to say about. But I've told you basically all that stuck out to me as being of note. That was a very brief intermission, all things considered, so let's get back to what you actually care about. The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, Season 2.
We're back with The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, part of Disney Channel's So Hot Summer.
The second season doesn't have any major shifts in direction that distinguish it from the back half of the first. Although there's something of a larger focus on antics. Zack and Cody have to hide a horse from Mr. Mosby. Zack and Cody have to cook all of the food for the restaurant in the kitchen for the day. It's slipping a little bit into more outlandish territory, but that's not uncommon for comedies as they go into the later years, especially children's comedies. The second season consisted of a whopping 39 episodes, which aired from February 3rd, 2006 to June 2nd, 2007. Many recurring characters from the first season slowly get faded out of circulation as the second progresses. 2 major characters disappear completely. Tapeworm is nowhere to be seen in season 2. Maybe he graduated middle school. And Muriel disappears as well. I ain't cleaning that up. I tried to dig, and I don't think an explanation's ever been given for her disappearance. I can kind of imagine it being something as simple as like, oh, kids didn't laugh as hard at Muriel during all the focus group tests. I guess we'll axe her once her contract runs out. Or maybe Estelle Harris just didn't want to do the show anymore. I don't know. Bob becomes a major player in the second season. He's always Zack and Cody's go-to friend character, and he gives Arwen and Esteban a run for their money in terms of appearances. So now he gets to go on the corkboard. There aren't a ton of bases to cover here, so with that, let's dive into Season 2, starting with its first episode, Odd Couples.
Here I am in your life. Here you are in mine. Yes, we have a sweet life. Most of the time, you and me, we got the world to see. So come on down. Just me and you know what to do. So come on down. It's you and me and you. We got the whole place to ourselves. You and me, we got it all for free. So come on down.
Cody is absolutely done picking up after all of Zack's messes.
Get the game board.
Okay. Perfect. Whoa. What the? How the? It was just.
So he decides to move into the coat closet. He winds up making such a cool space in there that all of their friends go to hang out with Cody in the closet and leave Zack all alone. But things become way too chaotic and crowded as everyone comes to do maintenance within that room.
Hi, I'm here to measure for the wall-to-wall carpeting.
I'm here to make up the bed.
Housekeeping. I'm here to clean up.
I have a big screen TV for Cody Martin.
Coming through, get out of the way. Come on, move it or lose it.
How could you afford all this? I made some wise investments with my allowance while others invested in gum.
Did someone order a massage?
Room service!
In the end, Zack just misses his brother and he cleans their whole bedroom all by himself. Cody's had enough of the cramped closet, and so they move back into the room together, and now they're just buddies. Good for them. I always think it's really funny how child characters tend to look distinctly older in season premieres due to the multi-month filming hiatuses. Here there aren't any super pronounced changes. Dylan Sprouse is basically exactly the same. I feel like Cole's voice is maybe a little bit deeper. Maybe his jawline's a little more defined, but you probably wouldn't notice that unless you're looking for it. It's not night and day like Max from Wizard Season 1 to Wizard Season 2. Notice how their friend group's just totally gone now. Max and Tapeworm from Season 1 are no longer the main friends that Zack and Cody hang out with. In this episode, we have Bob from the dyslexia episode. This kid is actually Discount Steve Urkel from Cody Goes to Camp in Season 1. And then this kid, Jeremy, never shows up again, so we don't have to worry about him. In the B story, it's Troy Bolton. Coach said to fake right, pass left. Watch it. Get your head in the game. So as Season 2 premiered, High School Musical 1 had just debuted 2 weeks ago. You'll see throughout the season that they go out of their way to cram as many HSN characters in as they can. And they opened the season with Zac Efron himself. Here he's playing Trevor, an honor student from Phi Beta Kappa. He accidentally mistakes London for a super intelligent woman, and London, infatuated by him, is struggling to play the part. On a date to an art museum, Maddie feeds London directions directly through an earpiece, which leads to all the predictable misunderstandings that might arise from such a situation. I don't need to show examples, you just already get it. Lots of, shut up. What'd you say? Oh, I said to shut something else. Get it? Oh my god, it's so fun. Everything comes to a head when Troy Bolton says there are just too many environmental regulations getting in the way of industrial progress, which causes Maddie to snap out of her cover and argue with him. And then they do enemies to lovers in the span of 30 seconds, and then we never see him again.
You bleeding heart liberal!
Establishment puppet!
You want to kiss me as much as I want to kiss you?
I'm surprised someone as smart as you would have to ask!
Wow, didn't see that coming.
I hate you!
I hate you more!
Boy, I wonder what they'd do if they liked each other.
Stay right there, because class is in session with Halloween Town High next.
Then these twins have it sweet in the sweet life of Zack and Cody.
In French 101, Zack and Cody are both infatuated by Jolie, the French girl who's checked into the Tipton. Cody's self-esteem is low because apparently Zack gets all the girls. And here, Carrie encourages Cody to fight Zack for this woman's affection?
Why don't you give it a shot? You're every bit as handsome as Zack.
No, I'm not.
Hello, you're twins. I couldn't tell you apart for the first year. Except for you. I always knew which one was you. Honey, have some confidence. This girl might pick you.
Do you really think so?
Duh. You're sweet and smart, and you make a mean pot roast.
It's good that she's trying to raise his self-esteem, but this certainly seems like an odd way to do it. Unconventional, let's say.
But Zack already has dibs.
Okay, look, you can't dib a human being, especially a woman who is your equal in every way. And all's fair in love and war. Except no hitting.
Cody locks Zack in the closet, which famously locks from the outside, and rushes downstairs to have Mosby serve as his translator.
I heard you the first 28 dings.
I want to ask Jolie out. Can you translate for me?
I'd rather lick the inside of a city bus.
Mosby agrees because I'm not really sure. The logic's delightfully flimsy. Cody says Zack likes her too, and he'll be down any minute. So what's it gonna be, me or the evil twin? And I'm not sure why Mr. Mosby, an adult, fails to see that he could still say no to both of them. This ultimatum is a facade, but alas, he sets Cody up on a date with Jolie to the club, something which Zack will not stand by to watch happen. Jolie's father, the French ambassador, says that she needs a chaperone and arbitrarily assigns Mr. Mosby to the task.
Oh, your date is here. That must be her.
Consider your job before you respond.
You look lovely, Mr. Mosby.
They go to the club. That's all we hear it called. I don't know why a bunch of 13-year-olds are all having a party here. I don't know who's in charge of this shindig. The wildest parties I recall attending in middle school had us play Flip the Pillow, Truth or Dare out on the trampoline, so they really do be ballin' out here in Boston, I suppose. Zack arrives to sabotage the date. He has Bob distract Cody. Apparently Bob has completely forgiven Zack for faking dyslexia. Zack drops ice down Mr. Mosby's shirt, which causes him to involuntarily breakdance on the floor, surrounded by children who cheer him on. And he arrives to woo Jolie with a note card full of pre-written French compliments. Cody deduces that something is afoot and demands that Zack give him that note card. But Zack switches it out for a card full of insults, which predictably ruins the date. Now, throughout the episode, Zack kept insisting that Cody's goody two-shoes-ness was all fake. All of his crying is fake. Here at the end, Cody starts to cry, and this convinces Zack to go apologize to Jolie and put everything right. And here, Cody does finally reveal his true colors.
Works every time.
I love that they're still establishing him as a very sneaky, mischievous young man, but in a very different way from Zack. The B story is about Esteban's self-confidence. When London defeats a purse snatcher using the kung fu training Brenda Song recently picked up filming Wendy Wu Homecoming Warrior, Esteban's mocked by the hotel staff because a girl is a better fighter than him. And Maddie wants to raise his confidence. She stages another purse snatching with Arwen playing the part of the robber, with the hope that Esteban will feel better about himself after defeating him. Unfortunately, the robber he's fighting is not Arwen.
Because it seems like Arwen's fighting back awful hard.
Who am I fighting?
Esteban, oh, don't forget to run away.
Arwen! Yes!
Luckily, Esteban proves triumphant. Then everyone dances at the club together and has a gay old time.
Today, Zack and Cody help out in the daycare
Who knows more about taking care of kids than a kid?
and get schooled.
Suckers!
The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. New episode today at 6:30, 5:30 Central on Disney Channel.
Episode 3, Daycare. Maddie's running a daycare center at the Tipton and makes the grave mistake of leaving Zack and Cody in charge while she momentarily runs out. The kids escape during a game of hide and seek, and now the twins have to hunt them down with some help from Esteban. The ringleader of these kids is a young Rico from his pre-Hannah Montana days. He also has a crush on Maddie, and he's declared Zack his mortal enemy.
I'll be back for you, my love.
So now there's an antic-filled game of cat and mouse between Zack, Cody, and all of these preschoolers.
Gotcha! Do you mind?
In the B story, London decides that Mosby needs to relax for a day and takes him to her yoga class with Carrie. There, London has a catfight with a teacher who storms out and leaves London to lead the session. There she basically just tortures Mr. Mosby for 20 minutes. It's pretty silly. Esteban's trying to call Mosby throughout the episode to solve the daycare problem, but because London forces him to ignore his calls, the situation keeps escalating. Also, speaking of Esteban, he just keeps saying his full name now.
This is Esteban Julio Ricardo Montoya de Rosa Ramirez.
I guess the writers just dusted off this one-off joke from early season 1 and decided to make it a running gag.
No one assaults a woman while Esteban Julio Ricardo Montoya...
We don't have time for your whole name!
Okay.
Bold of Maddie to yell that, considering she did the same thing last season.
Taking on Madeline, Margaret, Genevieve, Miranda, Catherine Fitzpatrick!
The plots collide when the entire daycare rushes in and crashes the yoga class, interrupting Mr. Mosby 3 seconds after he finally felt relaxed.
Freeze! Sit!
It turns out young Rico's mom is in the yoga class, and when he tells her how much fun he had, she declares that they're gonna come back to the Tipton daycare every day, to which Zack and Cody scream in terror.
Hey, Toots, looks like we have a date tomorrow.
The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody will be right back, part of Disney Channel's So Hot Summer.
Episode 4, Hex Kitchen, is, without a doubt, an episode of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. So Cody, a child, has been spending all of his free time in the Tipton's kitchen, apparently, hanging out with the illustrious and renowned Chef Paolo, who insists that Cody's the second best chef he's ever encountered, only behind himself. And he's dead serious about that too. So Cody, he's cooking, apparently. Get it? He's cook. Also, Chef Paolo is the most stereotypically Italian character who has ever italicized.
How come you no sprinkle paprika like a Cody? Enough of your excuses, be gone!
Mr. Mosby discovers from an anonymous source that a food critic will soon be paying the Tipton a visit. A critic infamous for going in disguise to avoid detection. Here, in a turn that's wildly out of character, he enlists Zack and Cody to scout out all guests coming to the hotel to find the critic. He would never say this. I refuse to believe this would plausibly come out of Mr. Marion Mosby's mouth.
So what you're saying is you need someone to spy on all the guests.
Someone sly and crafty.
Someone who's willing to break all the rules to get what he wants.
Rise and shine, boys! Early bird gets the critic. Oh, did I say critic? I meant worm.
I'm not that comfortable with you using my children as spies.
Are you comfortable with a caviar omelet?
Carry on.
The boys first suspect this man, who's described in show as being Chinese.
That leaves a cowboy and an old Chinese guy with a gray beard.
But when he talks, the Disney Plus subtitles say, speaking Japanese, which is, first of all, incredibly unhelpful, and secondly, as someone who doesn't even speak Japanese, I can tell that this is not Japanese. And I consulted with a friend who does speak Japanese, and he also verified, no, that is not Japanese. So I started wondering, what language is this? And/or, is this really a language at all? I started thinking back to the iCarly two-parter, I Go to Japan, where the Japanese-speaking characters were not actually speaking Japanese. They were just saying random Japanese words in no particular order. And that got me thinking, please tell me this man's really speaking a language. I'm not on Twitter at the moment, so I went to my Instagram followers and asked all of them if they might know what this man is saying, if anyone can identify the language. And one person said Chinese, and one person said Portuguese. So this leads me to believe quite confidently he is speaking both Chinese and Portuguese at the same time. So yes, as you saw previously, Zack uses a vacuum to try to suck away this man's fake beard, but guess what? It's a real beard, and it's a real Chinese man, supposedly, allegedly.
I can't! We need to cut it off!
No cut!
Hurry! I can't! Mom said not to run with scissors!
It's very unpleasant to watch this individual who is clearly in agonizing pain. This is my least favorite scene in the show. It's just not funny. He's suffering. He's a very good actor. He sells his pain. I need a new chair. The boys then discover a cowboy, who they're fully convinced is the critic. They don't investigate any further, they just tell Mosby that he's here. But down in the kitchen, London complains that Ivana hates Chef Paolo's cooking, prompting him to angrily storm out and quit with the critic in the restaurant waiting for food as we speak. Cody decides to take it upon himself to cook Paolo's signature meal, duck a la Paolo, and Mosby assembles a crack team, aka the main cast of the show, to serve as Cody's staff.
This is my crack staff?
From here, it's just chaos and nonsense.
Needs salt. Needs pepper. This is terrible.
It's dishwater.
Needs soap. Just get the waiters. Oh.
do it. That was the indoor. You have to go through the outdoor like this.
Patrick's nervously stalling with the cowboy who insists he wants seafood instead of duck a la Paolo and won't take no for an answer. I guess Patrick works at multiple different restaurants within the Tipton, which isn't necessarily an error, it's just interesting and I'm pointing it out. This particular restaurant, the fourth distinct set the show has thus far, has 2 double doors that lead into the kitchen, which itself is not the same set construction we previously saw in season 1's It's a Mad Hotel. This episode also has a ton of dining themed scene transitions, which are exclusive to this one and never show up anywhere else, so that's cool. Chaos keeps ensuing as they try to cook seafood.
Where's Zack with the squid?
My poor seafood medley. It's seafood deadly now.
Ultimately, Cody's entire staff quits as well, including his own mother, because he's just way too bossy. Mosby gives up and he goes to apologize to just the cowboy and explain the situation. And the cowboy is confused because, as you should have already guessed, he is not the food critic, he is just a cowboy in the middle of Boston, Massachusetts, eating at a 5-star hotel. The real food critic is just some guy sitting over here who declares he is going to give the hotel a terrible review because he's been waiting an hour and didn't get any food. Then Cody just shoves some duck in his mouth while he's talking, which he declares is so finger-licking good that it fully reverses his opinion, and he gives the hotel a wonderful review and everyone's happy.
And we guarantee you a perfect meal.
Better make sure they're all perfect because you're never going to recognize me.
But you're not wearing a disguise right now.
That's what you think.
In the end, Paolo returns to the Tipton, but when Ivana once again doesn't like his meal, he angrily quits. Once more.
That's it! I'm a quit! Again!
Oh, no, no, mommy!
Returning to my paranormal investigation in the Fairmont, my equipment begins going off while I'm setting up.
Oh shit, this... Well, that's a little bit unusual. There's a lot of electricity for this to immediately register upon turning on. And it was weird that the red light came on this. All right, lady in red, I'd like to introduce to you a handful of gizmos. Although it seems you may already be familiar with them. This is a maglite. If you so feel like it, you may twist it either on or off, perhaps to communicate. Okay, so this was not going on when I calibrated it, and now this proximity sensor. I haven't even been able to like introduce what any of these are, and they're already going off. Electricity sensor, maglite, proximity sensor, and a spoon in case she wants, you know, to eat some cereal. I love your dress. I love socialism. Is that what socialites are? I'll whip out the spirit box.
That night, my phone took a really blurry photo outside the window. I moved my arm by accident.
We got some maglite activity when we went to the high school, so let's do a Hail Mary. Lady in red, if you're here, turn that maglite on for me. I should have just gotten a room on like a lower floor, because like no one's gonna know. No one's been to this hotel in Canada. They don't know what the 14th floor versus the 3rd floor looks like. What are the odds that someone watching this video has been on the 14th floor and would call me out if I had just got a cheaper room on the 3rd floor or something? I think if something was here at the beginning, when there was just endless rapid activity from these two gizmos, I think maybe they're gone now. If you're here, turn the mag light off.
I didn't fucking see that. I just didn't notice it turn off and I never reacted in the moment. What the hell?
Jenny, Miss Cox, it's been a pleasure.
God, fuck, I'm a dumbass.
And now, guess what, friends? I'm going to sleep in this room. And I'm not particularly spooked, as nothing seemed to happen just now.
This is genuinely funnier than anything I could have possibly come up with.
Why do Ryan and Shane get so much fucking evidence when they go places? As well as like every ghost hunter. Nothing's ever fucking happened around me. It's not fair.
Can I vent about something? The other day I went to the Ghost Files live show in Portland, Oregon, and I was 3 people away from asking Ryan Bergara and the Tall One a question before they ran out of time. And I would have gotten there if it weren't for every person asking like 2 questions each. Like, hi, I have a multi-part question. Like, stop, ask one, you fool. And then the producer, Katie LeBlanc, was like, all right, we have 5 minutes until we have to wrap up, so let's go quick, please. And then the girl goes to the mic and she asks 3 separate questions. She's like, hi, I have 3 questions. And one of them was just like, do you guys game? Do you guys like gaming at all? And then that's how we found out Shane plays Fortnite. And it was outrageous. It was outrageous. I was going to ask a real question. I was going to ask, you know, in your teaser trailer where it shows like a ghost hunt that never made it into an episode, what was this footage? What was this?
Right. Oh, shit!
I think they faked a ghost hunt for their teaser trailer. Because why would they go out somewhere, film a whole adventure which supposedly got lots of paranormal evidence, and then not show any of it? Turn the fucking light on! We're talking about crystals in that trailer. Crystals have never been a thing at Ghost Files.
We got crystals? Is that what we're working with?
Yeah, that's right. This is not pseudoscience.
Oh, this is the definition of pseudoscience!
Is that going to be part of the show? I was going to ask a deep question no one's ever asked before, but instead we had like 100 people just asking like, Shane, what would it take for you to really believe in ghosts? Despite the fact that he answers that like every goddamn week on Debrief and Postmortem. Like we've heard this answer to that question 100 times for the past 9 years! It was the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
Zack and Cody want a pet.
How about a tarantula?
No.
A turtle?
No.
An iguana?
No.
So they settle on a horse.
Holy sea biscuit!
The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. New episode next Friday at 6:30, 5:30 Central on Disney Channel.
Episode 5. Free Tippy. Zack and Cody are disappointed to learn that the Tipton is retiring its horse and carriage that it uses to transport guests around the lot. It's not profitable, and once Henry the coachman reaches 65, he'll be forced to retire due to a company-wide policy. The kids confront Mosby about this, right in front of an upper-class British guest named Mrs. Delacourt, who's on the fence about hosting the Heart Association's Big Ball of the Tipton.
How could you force poor Henry into retirement and ship Tippy off to the glue factory?
Kids! What wild imaginations they have.
So it would seem.
I've sold him to a very nice gentleman from Vermont. He's outside looking at the horse right now.
Orphans!
Mosby lets slip that Tippy's already been sold, who turns out to be a mean lumberjack. Having already begged their mom for a pet earlier in the episode, the kids decide to rescue Tippy and stow him away in Arwen's basement.
Holy sea biscuit!
You're the best, Arwen.
Hey, how many Arwens do you know? Oh, I get it. Go.
And this room will permanently be Arwen's office. The kitchen has its own set now, and we'll never see the laundry room again. Also, despite him mentioning that he lives with his mother back in season 1, he just seems to be sleeping down in this basement now. After Tippy escapes in the middle of the night, Zack and Cody have to search the hotel to find him and cover up for his messes, using the excuse of being orphans as a cover. I don't know why I said orphan with a British accent. I just assume all British people are orphans by default. I just imagine every child in the UK is like the Little Timmy from A Christmas Carol.
Why does this carrot cake have a big chunk missing?
I'm sorry. We were hungry. After all, we're street kids.
There's a ton of silly, goofy horse puns.
No, Tippy, we're not playing horse again.
Predictably, Carrie eventually catches on to a horse living in their hotel room.
Oh, Mr. Clooney, we hardly know each other. Oh, George.
In the B story, London decides that she wants to wear Maddie's brooch, which is Maddie's only physical keepsake from her late grandmother. Maddie, without much of a choice, hands it over and then gets understandably upset when London loses it at a charity benefit. London, actually feeling bad for once, decides to work night and day to discover where she left it, even dumpster diving to locate it. London sadly reports to Maddie the next day that she searched all over and she couldn't find it. But when Maddie sees how hard London worked, she forgives her. Luckily, the homeless man from the night before happened to find it while dumpster diving and brings it to Maddie, providing a happy ending after all.
Oh, my brooch! Ew.
It's not a 2000s sitcom if we don't bully the homeless. Things are all resolved when Miss Delacourt mentions that she would love a hotel with a carriage ride, and during a phone call with Mr. Tipton, she convinces him to keep Tippy in business with the promise of her apparently obscene wealth. So why the orphans are also poor is because Miss Delacourt has their money. So Tippy and Henry are saved, even though we never see them again, and everyone's having a gay old time, and they're all buddies, and they save the day.
The orphans were right.
Are you talking about my sons?
Mom? It's long last! We found you!
Next, we're hanging out with Beethoven in Beethoven's Third.
Then, head over to the Tipton Hotel and check in with the sweet life of Zack and Cody.
Season 2, Episode 6. Forever Plaid. Let's do the B plot first this time. Zack and Cody accidentally damaged the wall of the penthouse suite while playing football in there.
Oh no! What's Mr. Mosby going to say?
Well, I don't know. Let's ask him.
They're tasked with helping Arwen repair the wall. There, they discover a hole that leads straight into a room full of soccer players having a slumber party next door. So they spend the episode tricking Arwen into leaving so they can stare at girls, poking more holes in the wall and inviting their friends over along the way.
This is getting good.
They decide to take notes on what the girls are doing so they'll be better suited for the romantic field.
You know what really makes me melt? A good poke in the eye.
Not my good eye.
That'll teach you.
Hey guys, what's going on? Hey, where did these holes come from?
Termites?
No! Termite just poked my eyes out. No!
They're really angry!
They get in trouble, but luckily I'm sure they've learned their lesson and will never do anything irresponsible ever again. I think this one's so funny. This is one of my favorite B-plots in this whole show. They get the comeuppance they deserve, okay? Let me laugh at it. But I'm also wondering, when did the soccer players notice that hole in the wall and how did they communicate that to each other? Because Zack and Cody and their friends were listening avidly, watching the whole time. I would call that a plot hole. Now for the good stuff. The episode opens with Mr. Mosby breaking some bad news to London. Due to her many absences from school, Mr. Tipton has decided to enroll her in the private Catholic school, Our Lady of Perpetual Sorrow.
That's funny. My school's the same name. What are the odds?
I have to wear plaid 3 days a week?
School is 5 days a week.
This just gets worse and worse.
Now London and Maddie attend school together, and Maddie has to explain how school works, basically.
Friday won't work because I have yoga. Party on Monday. Well, now you're just being difficult. Somebody's in trouble. Yes, somebody's in trouble.
The spoiled hotel heiress.
Is Paris Hilton in this class?
But they both wind up getting enlisted in detention. And you may have just noticed Taylor from High School Musical and Vanessa Hudgens. They're classmates of Maddie's at this school, named Corey and Mary Margaret. And you might remember Mary Margaret's first appearance in Prom Story from last season, at the very beginning of the show. Monique Coleman's character was clearly intended to just be a one-off in that instance, but what the producers didn't plan on is that she became famous. A lead cast member in the biggest hit of the network's history, basically. So now it was time to dust off that character and throw her back in the spotlight for some Disney Channel synergy. Monique made the jump from co-star to guest star. I'm honestly impressed at just how well they maintain continuity. It's explicitly set at the same school. They even have Mary Margaret reference the events of the previous episode.
I just met London Tipton. I met her months ago. Believe me, the thrill wears off.
So from here on out, Taylor from High School Musical, and especially Vanessa Hudgens, are London Tipton's strongest soldiers, and they cheer her on at every turn. When Sister Dominic briefly leaves the room, London casually departs attention to go to a concert, and Maddie runs after her to pull her back in. Unfortunately, they both get locked out, and they decide that their only option is to dress as nuns and blend in. Unfortunately, they're mistaken for famous nuns from Finland who are set to come visit, and they're asked to perform folk music in front of the other nuns. This is one of the most oddly specific and incredibly contrived sitcom scenarios I've ever encountered.
Blanket blue, blanket blue, go in my dork and Matsurai. Fanske bugle, fanske struggle, Claire can gank, go Ooster pie.
They're caught, and thankfully their musical performance comes to an end.
This is the real Sister Huskaninen. And that one is an imposter.
I think it's really interesting to go back to 2006 and see God talked about so overtly and so casually in these shows.
I promise Mr. Mosby, Sister Dominic, and God, I'd look after you. And frankly, I'm not sure which one I'm most scared of.
It's almost like refreshing in a way, because things were so watered down and polished and non-controversial by the 2010s. Like no one was name-dropping God in Mighty Med. And I think it's really funny here. There is so much comedic potential to come from this Catholic school, and the show's really taking advantage of it.
Can I have my people get back to your people?
My people are hard to reach. It's a long-distance call.
London confesses to Sister Dominic that all of this is her fault. And here's where the episode takes an unusual turn in its final minutes.
Madeline, you could learn something from London. Huh? She has clearly grasped our Lord's message of repentance in just one day here at Our Lady. London has taken responsibility for her actions. Well done, dear. You will not be punished.
Jamie!
But I did nothing. This was all her fault.
It is better to find one fault in yourself than to find 1,000 in someone else.
There is a laughably controversial YouTuber called The Mysterious Mr. Inter.
This film takes place less than a year after the September 11th terrorist attacks.
In some of his older videos, he would complain about a storytelling habit of modern SpongeBob. Modern being everything post 2004. That being the endless punishment and torture of Squidward. Squidward does nothing wrong in episode after episode of the show, and yet he's unfairly humiliated and excruciatingly brutalized, time and time again. He coined a term, Squidward torture porn. I'm assuming that came from him. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what's about to happen to our dear beloved Maddie Fitzpatrick throughout season 2. Every time an episode is set at this Catholic school, Maddie will take the fall for everything London's doing, over and over and over and over. And she does not deserve it any time.
Let's go! Lending a hand by doing volunteer work is fun.
We planted flowers, picked up litter. It only took a couple hours, and it was cool to help out.
Whether it's at your local park or your very own neighborhood, volunteering can help your town be a better place to live in. Become a Disney Adventures All-Star by getting involved. If you're between the ages of 6 and 14, you can check out Disney Adventures magazine and let them know what you've done to improve your community. And Disney Adventures will send you a special gift.
Work hard, then play hard.
Plus, you can win $1,000 to give to the charity of your choice. And come to LA to work on a volunteer project with cast members of Disney Channel's The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
Sweet!
Look inside Disney Adventures magazine and find out how to get involved. Or ask a grown-up to help you log on to DisneyChannel.com. Deadline for entries is April 1st, 2006.
Be a part of the Disney All-Stars team!
To find out how to plan your own volunteer project, visit DisneyChannel.com/allstar. The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, only on Disney Channel.
The second season's 7th episode, Election, sees Zack and Cody competing against each other to become student council president. It's sort of a stock plot. Cody's campaigning on real issues.
What's this? It's my platform. The list of things I want to do as president.
Oh, do I have to read it?
Well, you do if you want to be an informed voter.
Oh.
While Zack takes a showman's approach.
A vote for Zack Martin is a vote for happiness!
You've seen this 100 times before. Literally did this exact same premise with Chase and Adam early in its run. Zack convinces London to fund his campaign, which prompts Cody to enlist the help of Maddie.
I am sick of London buying everything she wants. We're going to show her that our precious democratic process is not for sale.
How?
We're going to steal it with dirty tricks.
So now Cody embarks on a campaign to humiliate his brother, and they have a massive blow-up fight. Zack takes things up a notch and uses London to spread nasty messages about Cody, needing his blankie to the entire student body.
Are you sure we're not going too far?
No. Too far would be dumping Cody on a cargo ship to South America, where he'll spend the rest of his miserable life working in the copper mines.
You've done this before?
Let's just say someone worked here before Mosby.
Throughout this episode, Arwen's been pitching a ton of inventions to Mr. Mosby and the hotel staff.
I'm gonna soup this baby up so it goes 200% faster.
I'm not sure that's such a good idea.
Heads up!
He has a chip on his shoulder because his hotel engineer rival, Irv Weldon, made the cover of Hotel Engineering Quarterly. So Cody asks for his help to push him over the edge, and he rides a jetpack into the assembly to proceed his final speech before the election. I remember this scene feeling like a bizarre fever dream as a kid. Like normally I never noticed wonky CG or green screen or anything, but something in this scene in particular tipped my brain off, made it percolate, and made it feel concerned and uneasy. Naturally, everything goes awry.
Well, at least you were wearing your helmet and padded underwear.
I'm glad Arwen knows what underwear Cody was wearing. And despite the fact that this boy literally flew in on a jetpack, the auditorium still laughs at him and bullies him. This room has 0 adults, by the way, besides Arwen, I guess. Zack feels bad and he stands up for his brother. He forfeits the race and tells everyone that Cody's the one to vote for. They make up, and now they're besties forever. Okay, quite a few things of note. First, we get a Zack and Cody age update, or grade level, I suppose. 8th grade.
Cody Martin? Wrong for 8th grade. Wrong for America.
This episode sees the return of Agnes, who spends the episode praising Zack. He's promised to make her his queen if she votes for him. Addison Stoner's Max returns as well for the first time since season 1. She's noticeably a lot older than the last time we saw her. And you can hear season 1 Isabella's voice coming out of her when she talks now.
Oh, I was, but Zack promised I could be an ambassador. Isn't that kind of impossible?
We also see an interaction between Candace and Isabella, a couple years before those actresses would inhabit those characters. And it's weirdly in character for them as well.
Hey, throw in the towel! Get it? Towel. Throwing.
The last few episodes have established a very clear pattern that Bob is a lot closer with Zack than he is with Cody. He's always the first to start mocking Cody. Zack just fully has him in his pocket, which is crazy to think about because we first met Bob when Zack decided to fake his disability in season 1. Actor Charlie Stewart also plays Bob's sister in this episode, and it's just such a bizarre gag that's so unlike the rest of the series. I just have to show it. What is this? What's happening?
Anyway, remember, a vote for Bob is a vote for Bob. Oh, thanks, sis. That's my brother.
Hey, grab a snack and hang with us, because HE Double Hockey Sticks is next.
And then catch up with Zack and Cody in the sweet life of Zack and Cody.
Mosby's Big Brother is a rare episode that features Mr. Mosby as its protagonist. The A and B story are also intertwined and thematically linked, something that's becoming a lot less common. Mosby's on edge due to the imminent arrival of his rich and successful big brother, Spencer, who makes him feel incredibly insecure about where he's wound up in life.
Mr. Mosby, why are you so uptight about your brother?
Because I've never been able to measure up to him. He was a straight A student, got all the pretty girls. He was a multi-millionaire by the time he was 30. Oh, he casts a giant shadow.
Hey, little bro.
Get it? Big shadow. Do you understand? Also, for some reason, Mosby refers to London as his employee here, despite the fact that she's distinctly not his employee.
The last thing I need is for my big brother to see my employees bickering.
I guess he's just really nervous today. Spencer woos everyone in the hotel and continues to make Mosby feel insecure at every turn.
I'm sick of hearing how he's always done so much better than I.
You shouldn't hold a grudge.
And I don't. My rubber band pot holder was just as good as his.
No, it wasn't. Mom still uses mine.
Well, then maybe you should go visit her. Esteban, get his bags!
Spencer declares he'll be staying another night at the Tipton, but when his card declines, he's forced to confess that he's completely broke and isn't able to get a loan from the bank. Esteban suggests he work as a concierge at the hotel, which Mosby's pressured into agreeing to. Unfortunately, Spencer doesn't give a shit about the job whatsoever and forces Mosby to a breaking point.
Yeah, but these people need your attention.
Now, Marion, I'm on a business call.
Running the concierge desk is your business.
Are you belittling me?
Oh, no, I didn't mean to. What I was saying was...
Meanwhile, the twins have gone half and half on a new bike, which Cody's devised a schedule for using. Unfortunately, Zack fails to respect the schedule whatsoever, going overtime when talking to a girl at the park, and only respecting the schedule once he's completely broken the bike.
Yup, it's all yours.
Cody gives Zack the silent treatment before he reaches a breaking point as well.
Well, would you look at the time? It's after 2. My turn to ride our bike. Don't touch that bike.
Both Mosby and Cody come to vent to Carrie about their issues with their big brothers.
Zack is selfish.
Spencer's a bully.
He doesn't listen.
He has no consideration for me.
Oh, come on, you know, Zack.
No.
Stop! Sit! I know it's not easy being a younger sibling. I remember torturing my younger sister.
I didn't know you had a younger sister.
Yeah, she doesn't talk to me anymore. Sharing is tough. I remember when I was a kid, I tried to share a boyfriend with Nicky Maldonado. It was a disaster.
She got the guy?
No, I did. And then he ate all my animal crackers.
Oh, you were in kindergarten.
No, high school.
I love how Carrie's openly like, yeah, I tried polyamory in high school. Yeah, she's this close to disowning her children when they do anything non-cis. Carrie tells them both that they need to express how they're feeling and openly communicate instead of keeping their anger bottled inside, which is another good lesson for kids that they're probably too young to actually understand.
Where are you going?
I am going to do the mature thing and go call my sister. With any luck, she's still at work and I can leave a message.
So Mosby decides to confront Spencer.
Now, it's bad enough that you have never treated me with respect as your brother. But now you're my employee and you're still taking advantage of me.
So I'm consistent.
Yeah, you're consistently a jerk. Oh, no, not you, sir.
Don't be mad just because Mom liked me best.
Oh, she did not. You know the reason why she treated you better.
Don't go there.
Oh, yeah.
Don't go there.
Yeah, because you were lactose intolerant.
They proceed to have a ferocious brawl across the entire lobby.
What are you thinking? Oh, no. He kicked me first. He started it. Oh, he did it again. Now you got it. Oh, I'm gonna get you. How do you like that, little one, huh? Crawling on the floor like, oh my.
Cody decides to confront Zack and vent about how he's tired of doing everything for him. His homework, his chores, eating his broccoli, when Zack's doing nothing in return. Cody says he's telling him this because he doesn't want their relationship to end up like Mosby and Spencer's. As those two cause mass carnage in the background, the twins make up and restore their relationship. Esteban drops some lore about his country today.
If you lived in my village, you would be mayor. Instead of that stupid monkey. In my country, a limo is a cart pulled by a llama. It's called a llamo.
We get a little C story which follows Maddie and Esteban writing London's horoscopes to mess with her and humiliate her, but she eventually catches on to them and sprays them with a fire hose as punishment. It makes sense in context. Also, note how the credits are displaying over the screen here instead of over still images. This episode marks a permanent change, and from here on out, the episodes have about 30 seconds of extra content which plays during the in-card segment, which used to play after the commercial breaks, leading into the next show you're watching.
Hey, Dylan and Nicole here. We're just taking a little break from shooting The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. When we're not working, we like to play and get active. Yeah, like baseball, basketball, and soccer. It doesn't really matter as long as we're having fun. So, what do you think? You ready to get this thing rolling?
We're scattering yellow balls all over the country so kids can get their hands on one and find a way to play. Then pass it on. Get your parents' permission and you can go to verbnow.com. The world of play is in your hands.
Don't drop it.
Books and Birdhouses is an episode that pretty smartly challenges Cody as a character and puts him out of his comfort zone. In woodshop class, Zack is the star student and a born natural, whereas Cody cannot get his footing. Although Cody did have an A in woodshop in his report card and smart and smarterer. Boy, I hope someone got fired for that. Zack's the teacher's pet and he's put in charge of the class when Mr. Woodward steps out.
Yolanda.
The copying machine is jammed.
Oh, I can fix that. Zack, watch the class.
I don't even know what to say about what I just watched. I hope they get married. Cody refuses to listen to Zack's advice and winds up splitting wood, prompting his brother to give him a demerit. This starts to sow tension between them. I think they fight a lot more in season 2 than in season 1. And Cody starts to become extremely worried about his future.
We are very impressed with your college application, young man. I think our college would be lucky to have someone with your... What's that?
What's what?
It says here you received a B in middle school woodshop. Listen up, Sparky! We here at Big Snooty Ivy League College do not take people who got a B.
But it was only woodshop.
Oh, don't worry. We have a position for you at our school.
You do?
I just had the worst nightmare. We were taking woodshop, and you were the star pupil, and I was the one failing. Oh, the whole thing was totally unbelievable.
It is all true in our finals this afternoon.
This reporter is played by DC Douglas, who, as we all know, was the voice of Chase in the Transformers preschool show Rescue Bots.
Did a meteorite hit your school?
No,
Then you have no excuse, do you?
There is far too much waste. For example, if we used 2 staples instead of 3, we would save over $7 a year.
Until he was nonchalantly replaced with a non-union equivalent in the follow-up series, Rescue Bots Academy.
And wouldn't you prefer to learn from the safety of this well-appointed room?
The children didn't notice. Now the day of the class final has come, and Cody needs to succeed to pass the class.
Oh, Nelson.
Oh, Yolanda.
The copying machine.
Needs toner?
Yes. I tried to fix it, but...
Say no more. Remember? I can fix anything. Carry on. And remember, wood.
Okay. Cody works as hard as he possibly can to make a nice birdhouse, but ultimately fails spectacularly. Zack, not wanting to see his brother fail the class he's worked so hard in, decides to take the fall for him.
And now, I can't wait to see what wooden masterpiece my star pupil has created. Is that a wheelbarrow?
Sure.
Cody finds himself at peace with getting a C in the class.
I think I'm going to be okay.
You are?
Sure. I mean, I got a C and the sky didn't fall, the earth didn't stop spinning, and I found out I could take woodshop pass-fail.
Well, the best part is I have this gorgeous clock and this lovely wheelbarrow.
It's a birdhouse.
That's what I said.
And I feel like that's a really good lesson. You know, back in middle school and high school especially, I stressed so hard about getting the best grades possible. You may not realize it because I'm like generally, I don't come across as the brightest. Back in high school, I was like a smart kid. And I was like top of my class and everything, honor society, almost a valedictorian. But then, you know, I graduated and I just haven't had to be smart. And so I've just stopped being smart. Now I'm just like below average, I think. But I look back at, you know, all the ways I stressed myself in high school. It's like, did it matter? Literally, I was top 30 in my class that didn't even get any scholarships. Like, it was for nothing. The issue is that when this episode came out, I was so young that grades didn't matter yet. They just weren't a thing that was on any kid's radar in grade 2. And by the time I did have to worry about grades, I had no memory of this episode whatsoever. The B story centers on Maddie in London writing short stories for English class. Maddie's pouring her heart and soul into everything, being as good a student she can, while London is not trying, it seems.
It's about Ivana. I am a dog who lives in a hotel.
Yes.
That's it.
Maddie, inspired by the idea of a dog living in a hotel, muses to herself a better story with the same premise, which London swiftly snatches as her own and gets an A. Maddie herself received but a mere B, as Sister Dominic found her story stuffy and pretentious.
The entire Tifton staff and I would like to extend our sincerest congratulations regarding your academic miracle.
Thank you.
Dominic then arrives. She's here to inform London that her story was so excellent, a local publisher wants to turn it into a children's book.
She says that Ivana Lives in a Hotel will be out next month and will sell millions!
So Ivana Lives in a Hotel goes on to become a best-selling novel, and after a while, Maddie's no longer willing to sit and bite her tongue. So during an autograph signing in what was previously the yoga room, Maddie declares that she wrote the book and London took credit. And then, at this very point, a lawyer arrives and declares that the author of the Ivana book is being sued for $1 million due to copyright infringement.
Whoever wrote it plagiarized their book, The Little Puppy Who Lives in a Hotel.
Oh, my mother used to read that book to me. My name is Rover. I live at the Dover. It's a very special hotel.
That's it, exactly.
I must have remembered it subconsciously.
Sister Dominic tells Maddie she is simply not a good writer, and Maddie is now $1 million in debt. The Maddie torture porn continues.
You enjoy watching The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. They enjoy making it just for you.
Hello, Margie.
Can I name my cat after you? Is it a purebred? Yes! I mean, no!
I got so caught up in the moment.
For Dylan, this is
I
important.
believe I'm Zack.
London,
Maddie.
whatever your name is.
So, did you change your mind about coming to my party?
No. I thought about my... Did I mention you're gonna miss a new episode of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody?
The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Every night at 7:30, 6:30 Central on Disney Channel.
Don't we make a great team? Don't we make a great team?
Not So Sweet 16 is another episode I remember pretty well. It opens with some bombshell lore about Esteban's home country.
Great news!
The revolution has begun in my country, and the people want to put my grandmama back on the throne?
Great news!
The revolution has begun in my country, and the people want to put my grandmama back on the throne?
Would you give it up?
Oh, not until my grandmama is once again wearing her crown.
In today's episode, London and Maddie are both throwing their Sweet 16 parties on the exact same day, and this predictably throws them into conflict with each other, strife, and they try to convince everyone to come to theirs, not the other girls, as both of them are too headstrong and unwilling to reschedule. We get some important information here. Maddie is turning 16. It's her actual birthday, but London, meanwhile, turned 16 6 months ago.
I seem to remember on your actual birthday, you took a cruise around the Mediterranean. What do you call that?
Tuesday.
London is such an asshole. Let's remember back to a prom story in season 1. There, it's firmly established that Maddie is 3.5 years older than Zack and Cody.
After all, she's 3.5 years older than you.
So this right here establishes London as being 4 years older than Zack and Cody. This information will cause some confusion, I think, later in this franchise. Maddie turning 16 here is also a bit eyebrow raising. In season 1, Zack is 12 and Maddie's 3.5 years older, which means that at the minimum, Maddie is 15.5 in this episode of Prom Story. That means that Prom Story was at most 6 months ago, despite the twins clearly aging more than 6 months worth. between those episodes. And London's actual birthday would have been around this episode. So last time during Wizards, I was like, what? Max is 13, but he's in 7th grade? And I got billions of comments saying, yes, that is how that works. And then I counted all the math on my fingies in my head, and I was like, oh yeah, no, that is how that works. So just to ensure that I'm not incorrect this time, I am whipping out the age chart. Zack and Cody were explicitly stated earlier this season, and will be later this season, to be in the 8th grade.
Cody Martin? Wrong for 8th grade. I'm representing the 8th grade in a big competition.
This means they should be, in theory, 13 to 14 years old. But in order for them to be 3.5 years younger than Maddie, who is 16 years and 0 months old, they would need to be 12.5 years of age at the oldest. Zack absolutely did not skip a grade. He's still in the same grade as Cody. So the timeline of this show is ever so slowly warping, as Zack and Cody are aging at a faster rate than London and Maddie. And right now they're at least 6 months off from how they started. With that out of the way, Maddie and London's parties both turn out to be a bust. No one comes to Maddie's shindig at the old folks' home except for her grandma and her younger brother Liam, who was actually name dropped earlier in the season.
Here's Grandma. Love, Liam.
London's not having any fun as she rushes to keep her parents away from each other due to their nasty divorce. And Mr. Tipton's here. This is his first physical appearance, but we do not see his face. He's fully concealed by his bodyguards and by London's present.
Excuse me, gentlemen. This is a private party.
Relax, Mosby. It's me!
Daddy!
Carrie talks to London about how many of her guests seem to just be using her, and her real friend Maddie feels betrayed by her. So after London can't even get back into her party because she's mistaken for a London Tipton impersonator, she decides to show up to Maddie and apologize. Then eventually everyone from London's comes to Maddie's as well, and they have a gay old time together, and they're all just little buddies. That's the end of it. That's the real, oh my god, I'm so happy for that. Some stray thoughts. During London's rehearsal, there's an employee in the background who's manning the candy counter, but he is not wearing the candy counter uniform that Maddie always has. And that pressed my mind to the grindstone a little bit. I was thinking, why have we never seen anyone else at that counter? Is the 16-year-old Maddie the only person who works that? Who's this guy? Where's his uniform? And secondly, I think the show is losing track of the core element of Zack and Maddie's relationship, which is that Maddie is not into him.
Zack, you really are good.
Tip of the iceberg, baby.
I think it was cute and charming in season 1 because she always pushed back against it, and also because Zack was so little when all the flirting came from him. But now it's like, the wheels strip off a little more as the series progresses. And finally, this episode just explicitly states that Maddie's grandma is trying to get laid.
And I've met some very nice people. Excuse me, honey, I want to see if that hunk has still got some game.
I was surprised by that, mostly because I've been focusing on like late 2000s and 2010s Disney Channel, where there was nothing that explicit, as I stated earlier. But there's also like a downward parabola of Disney Channel edginess, because if you jump to the most recent Disney Channel original, Prom Pact, there is this line of dialogue.
See that guy? His P has been in some V. He's a senior.
But like the Disney Channel does not need to acknowledge that, okay?
On the next Sweet Life,
Twins! Gorgeous twins!
they look alike, they talk alike. And when they meet Zack and Cody, they definitely agree on who they like. The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. New episode next Friday at 6:30, 5:30 Central on Disney Channel.
Season 2, episode 11, Twins at the Tipton. It's like the dumbest thing I've seen in my entire life. There's a twin convention at the Tipton, and I looked it up, and I guess apparently those are real and do happen. Maybe not as outlandish as I initially assumed, but every single pair of twins wears the same outfit, without exception. And the convention hasn't even started, they're just checking into the lobby. Zack sees an opportunity to get him and Cody some twin dates, but Cody is happy in his relationship with Irma. We've never seen or heard of Irma before. I did have to like scan and double check everything. I could not remember this girl's name, but this girl is Agnes. Question, what the hell happens here?
I landed on my A.
A feel dumb. I'm sure there is a joke that makes sense. I don't know what it is. I don't get it. Irma breaks up with Cody off screen, leaving him devastated, heartbroken, and incapable of functioning in society. Zack's looking to cheer him up, and he books a double date with a British girl named Jessica and her twin sister Janice. So Zack instructs Cody to not be mopey and cryy at dinner because he does not want Cody to make things awkward and ruin his chances with Jessica. But it turns out that Cody, unable to control his emotions, is exactly what it takes to make these girls pine over him.
She just broke up with me yesterday.
Yesterday? You poor thing. You poor thing.
So ultimately, the twins leave with Cody due to his emotional maturity, and Zack's all alone. I like how both twins are just going on a date with Cody now and everyone's happy. Polyamorous incest is the way to go, I think. Mosby throughout this episode has had to put up with two mischievous old twins named Dab and Ab, who are basically just Zack and Cody, but in wheelchairs.
I got it! Touchdown!
Who do those guys remind me of?
Got me!
During the B story, London's found an incredibly attractive and handsome man named Kirk, whose stupidity rivals only her own.
We're having a twin convention. Everyone here is a twin, like Zack and Cody.
Zack and Cody are twins? Since when?
Oh, about 6 months ago.
We learn that Kirk has an incredibly intelligent twin brother, which Maddie finds intriguing. They set up a double date. Is this all that happens at twin conventions? Are they just double blind date setups? Are there other reasons to attend a twin convention? Maddie and London arrive, and this is one of the few instances where I did not see the episode's twist coming. And the joke is that Kirk's brother, Dirk, is just really ugly. So Maddie has to struggle through the worst date of her life with this incredible specimen.
Did you know it takes 6 bags of cow manure to grow 1 bag of potatoes?
Can we please talk about something that doesn't make me, I don't know, gag?
Actually, gagging is good. It heaves up old mucus that's just caked with bacteria.
The same 3 waiters from Hex Kitchen are back.
Get Gary and get Rich!
Where's Patrick?
He crashed his foreign sports car.
Why isn't Rich filling in for him?
Rich is the one he crashed into.
But what about Gary?
Gary got hit by the ambulance. This way.
But this is now the outside restaurant we haven't seen since season 1. So I guess all these restaurants just swap out their staffs interchangeably. Now it's time for Maddie to learn a valuable lesson. Just because he's hideous and disgusting and has no riz doesn't mean she can't look past that to what's on the inside. And now she's willing to give him a second chance.
Thank you all from the bottom of my heart to those that supported me, even though I am ugly.
Mom's Got a Date with a Vampire is what's coming up next.
Then this hotel's getting a wake-up call in the sweet life of Zack and Cody.
In Neither a Borrower Nor a Speller Bee, Zack's short on coins at the arcade, so he asks this large kid named Maynard K to loan him money. Predictably, Zack blows it all and finds himself indebted to this bully, who, as it turns out, is competing against Cody in a spelling bee that is, naturally, hosted at the Tipton Hotel. This girl is named Barbara, and she previously had a volcano during the science fair in season 1's Rockstar in the House. It's just a random instance where an extra comes back, and her role will vastly expand as this show carries on. I find it really cute how Mosby's rooting for Cody at the spelling bee. No one's making him do this. He just likes Cody, apparently. Deep down, Cody and Maynard wind up as the 2 finalists. Maynard tells Zack to make his brother forfeit the spelling bee to pay off his debt, or else. Cody is not willing to do that. Zack continues trying to get money to pay him back, to no avail.
Hey, Maddie, can I?
No.
You haven't even heard what I had to say.
Just sounded like your can I borrow money voice.
Norman, my main man.
No.
Mr. Mosby, my other main man.
No.
The doorman in the background just talked for the first time. His name is Norman. Norman the Doorman. I like that. That rhymes. At the spelling bee, Zack desperately signals from the audience that he's going to get beat up if Cody doesn't surrender. But Cody doesn't pick up on any social cues and proceeds to win the spelling bee. In the lobby, Maynard corners Zack.
I have to face up to this, even if it's gonna cost me my face.
Wanna borrow my trophy to defend yourself?
No, he'd just eat it. If you're gonna beat me up, Can we do this in the park? That way, at least when I fall, it'll be on grass.
Beat you up? Why does everyone assume that I'm violent?
You're a building with feet.
Are you trying to make me violent?
No. But if you weren't talking about beating me up, what did you mean when you said, or else?
I meant either you give me my money or else I'll tell your mother.
Tell my mother? That was your big or else?
Both sets of parents happen to overhear their conversation and get their respective children in trouble. A metaphor that our life or death struggles are insignificant compared to the cruel vastness of the universe. I was in a spelling bee in 5th grade, and I was down to the final 2 of the whole school, and I lost on the word upholstery. And then goddammit, the next week, the word upholstery shows up in Phineas and Ferb.
Barry the Platypus, did you get yourself upholstered?
It was deeply traumatic, and it's arguably the worst thing that's ever happened to anyone. The B plot is just Maddie torture porn over and over, as the girls are volunteering to paint new apartments, and Maddie keeps getting blamed for everything London's doing over and over and over.
London can't talk right now. She's working.
Maddie, gabbing on your phone while everyone else is working. You should be working as hard as London.
Well, then I should be in the paper too. Wait, maybe I am.
London, no, don't!
Madeline, this is not playtime. Get down immediately.
London realizes that her doing charity work could serve as an incredible photo shoot opportunity and invites several members of the press to photograph her.
Why are you so tired?
Could it be because I worked all day yesterday fixing up that apartment?
Well, I held up a paintbrush and smiled. You don't hear me kvetching.
I refuse to believe the word kvetching is in this girl's vocabulary when it's not even in mine. When the family comes to thank Maddie for all the toys she left for the kids, London realizes she missed out on an important aspect of the volunteer experience. So she literally shows up at this family's apartment in a robber mask and tells them to send her a cake as well. The end. Episode 13 forgets to have a clever pun as its title, it's just called Bowling. Ilsa Schickel-Grubermeiger returns in her 3rd and final appearance. She taunts the Tipton staff after they just lost a flag football match against the staff of the St. Mark. I don't know why they're playing flag football against each other, but they are, and they've been doing it for a while. They have custom printed jerseys. Ilsa, who the Disney Plus subtitles claim has a Swedish accent, suggests that they go bowling, a word that gives Arwen a mental breakdown. During a group huddle, we find out that Zack is a master bowler.
When we were on the road, I was always looking for something to do with the boys, and every town has a bowling alley.
I'm always fascinated when we learn pre-Tipton lore about the Martins. That's happening less and less lately. At the bowling alley, everyone once again has custom outfits. We learn that London is very untalented, and we learn some important lore about Esteban's home country.
You're facing the wrong way.
Oh, this is the way we do it in my country.
Well, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Why don't you...
For some reason, every St. Mark employee who talks in this episode has a thick German accent. I like to imagine that the entire hotel staff is German, just in the middle of Boston, Massachusetts. And you know what I just realized? Why does no one in the show have a Boston accent whatsoever? Why is the show even set in Boston? I don't know why it took me 37 episodes to think about that, but I can't unnotice it now, and you have to carry that burden as well.
We do now!
Down. Good. Schnitzel.
This is Gretel, the St. Mark's star bowler, girl boss.
I love a man in uniform.
In my country, we have volcanoes smaller than her.
Back at home, Zack locks Cody outside the room without clothes on, something he did earlier in the episode as well. And Carrie decides to ground him and suspend him from the bowling team. Something that's becoming a trend now is every commercial break is superseded by a camera slowly panning in on Zack, who's made a terrible mistake. That night at bowling, Gretel and the St. Mark staff are destroying the Tipton team. Esteban attempts to seduce Gretel as a means of distracting her.
That bowling shirt really brings out the highlights in your mustache.
But it's to no avail.
Oh no, she's taking me to her cave!
Back at the Tipton, Arwen's watching Zack. He explicitly states here that he lives in the basement.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm a grown man without a girlfriend living in a basement.
Here, Zack discovers an old bowling trophy in a box. Arwen casually says one of the funniest and most iconic lines of the entire show.
First place, Arwen Hawkhausen.
That's my sister.
She has the same first name as you.
We were a poor family. We could only afford one name.
Arwen finally reveals his traumatic backstory, Heinz Doofenshmirtz style. He was a star bowler back in the day. Once his mother came to watch him, but her yelling at him off screen caused him to get so nervous and sweaty that the ball slipped out of his hand and she lost a foot. She used to be 6 feet, now she's 5 feet. Zack convinces Arwen to overcome his fears and come to the bowling rink to save the day, something he reluctantly agrees to.
If we lose to the St. Mark, everyone is going to hate me.
Bummer.
Pretty sure if we won, Mom would give you a kiss.
Let's bowl.
He also points out that you cannot substitute a player unless there's an injury. So London selflessly decides to take one for the team. Unfortunately, her aim is very bad. Arwen scores point after point. There's a moment where he's going in dramatic slow motion, and then the dramatic music stops, and someone's like,
"What are you doing?"
And it's always really funny and humorous when that happens. A home run banger every time. And Arwen wins! And Ilsa vows revenge on the Tipton staff, something that will not ultimately happen because we never see her again. Carrie ends the episode with a nugget of wisdom for her young son.
You wish it was you they were carrying off instead of Arwen? Honey, I'm sorry you're disappointed. But you remember this feeling the next time you want to do something mean to your brother.
And then everyone drops Arwen. That's pretty silly. That guy fell.
Hi, I'm Dylan.
And I'm Cole.
And we play the twins in the sweet life of Zack and Cody.
And we're here to tell you a little bit about our new series.
Action! Working with the rest of the cast on this show is amazing. And as a cast, we also respect the crew and respect the fact that this show is supported by the writers and the directors.
Oh, you know, one of those things.
I love!
It's the best job ever. I mean, the whole cast is like a family, and you know, Brenda's like my sister, and the twins are like my brothers, and Kim and Phil are like the parents. So it's amazing. I love it.
I come to work every day, and I'm doing what I've always wanted to do. And I get to play with this character who's so different from me, and I get to kind of see life through her eyes.
Action, Brenda.
I got a split!
Episode 14, Kept Man, is the point where the constant laugh tracks just truly started to weigh down on my soul and break my spirit from the inside out.
Man, this basketball is cheap. Ain't coming back.
There were not multiple jokes told right there.
What do you expect? Mom got it free when she bought the family-sized cheese at Cheap Charlie's. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't complain. We wouldn't have skateboards if it weren't for that sale on mayonnaise.
Stop. The bulk of this episode revolves around a super rich kid who's staying at the Tipton, and Zack's immediately enamored by his wealth. They're super amazed by this kid being rich, but I think I need to point out that every kid who has ever stayed at this hotel is rich because it costs $2,000 per day.
Free for our guests who spend $2,000 a day.
Did you think I forgot about that? No, I'm holding these writers accountable. So Zack keeps hanging out with this kid and going to concerts with him instead of spending time with his brother, Cody. Cody's his brother. He starts dressing like the Onceler. Everything's gone all cattywampus.
This Monday, Theo's got tickets to the Black Eyed Peas concert. Oh, he and the Peas go way back. He knew them when they were the Pods.
Now, Zack is going to miss Cody's big speech that he's been practicing for weeks. Carrie tells Zack she's disappointed in him and questions if he's hanging out with Theo because he likes him or because he likes his stuff.
You know, I had a boyfriend once. He used to shower me with stuff. Rings, bracelets, necklaces, clothes, shoes. One day I realized I really didn't like him. What I really liked were the things he gave me.
So you broke up with him?
No, he dumped me.
Then, back at his house, Theo just goes full mega asshole mode. He was not like this in the first half of the episode, but now he is, because the episode needs to prove its point. I like to believe it's a symbolic cinematic technique that represents Zack's changing perception of Theo, but that's probably not what it is. Now, but anyway, Zack, he leaves Theo, he strips all of his clothing off, and then he waddles home to attend his brother's rousing speech.
Great, thanks! I've got 3 metaphors, 2 analogies, and a simile.
Modern Survivor players at Tribal Council be like.
Because there's times that it's like you want to be in the driver's seat, and then there's other times like, you know what? Passenger's fine. We're still gonna get there. I don't need to be the one driving the whole time. Might want to take a nap.
sometimes you're not even in the car, right? So the car has 4 seats and you're like the 5th and you're like at the back of the car. And you don't want that, you know, because that means you chose the wrong car.
Stop making car metaphors.
When you open the car door and you decide to get in, how confident are you that you're in the right automobile for tonight?
I hope I'm in the right automobile for tonight.
Lindsay, if you were gonna be in this car, do you want to be behind the steering wheel? Do you want to be passenger? Do you want to be in the back?
It's annoying to me.
If you're in the driver position, you need to know when to let someone else drive. And if you don't know how to let someone else drive, you better be wearing a seatbelt.
Tribal council used to mean something.
I wasn't the one at the wheel because the person at the wheel always got their head chopped off the next day. But I was the one behind the driver saying, you might want to turn left, you might want to turn right. And the car went the way I wanted it to go.
The B story is a classic. Maddie and London are paired together for a parenting class. They have to take care of this crying baby doll, leading to heightened tensions all around the hotel, with Esteban assigned to be the nanny, and a frantic Mosby trying to shut up the doll due to noise complaints.
He's not a real baby.
Esteban, you're fired.
As a nanny or as the bellboy?
As a nanny.
But the day is young.
It's just a series of wacky hijinks and funny one-liners. It's like the version of this episode, but just better in every conceivable way. That was like the first show I did a deep dive on. So I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. Look at Labyrinth. But like every single show I've watched, I just made it seem so much worse in comparison. It was like the worst show ever made. This episode just has a ton of fun making jokes about London and Maddie being married.
Who's up all night taking care of the baby? I didn't even know you got married.
Who's the mommy?
We are. I am going to stay with you and make sure you start pulling your weight in this relationship and take care of our baby. I'm not gonna let your bad parenting cost me a grade.
Okay, but after we get our A on this assignment, I want a divorce.
Things culminate when the baby doll gets thrown out the window during a particularly dramatic fight, clocking Esteban in the head on the way down. Back at school, Sister Dominic is actually impressed by how much they learned from the experience and gives them both an A. But of course, Maddie can't get through the episode without randomly getting in trouble, and an audio recorder in the broken baby plays back a recording of Maddie venting her frustration with the nun earlier in the episode.
Had to pair me with you, darn nun. There, I said it. I cursed the nun and I don't care. Darn nun, darn nun, darn nun.
A few extraneous things of note about this episode. First, it randomly whips out the elevator scene transition again, which hadn't been seen for the first 13 episodes of season 2, and it remains in play for the rest of the series. The episode also once again explicitly states that Maddie is 16.
Please, Cody, I'm only 16.
And Zack and Cody are in 8th grade.
I'm representing the 8th grade in a big competition.
And finally, London doesn't know how to pronounce the word heir.
The heir to the Tipton fortune. It's heir.
Despite pronouncing it correctly in previous episodes, and many future episodes.
I wanted to be an heiress. Oh, I'm an heiress. By the editor of Heiress magazine.
Season 2, episode 15, The Sweet Smell of Excess, opens with a new guitar riff. Carrie refuses to let the kids play hockey in the lobby without pads and protection, or go bungee jumping with Bob.
And if Bob's parents let him jump off a bridge, would you want to do that too?
If we were attached to a bungee cord.
Not even if you were still attached to my umbilical cord.
They've had enough of their mom coddling them as the theme song starts. Down in the lobby, we get reacquainted with our regular cast. Maddie won't sell them candy at Carrie's request. London returns from a shopping spree, and Esteban fills us in on more cultural expressions.
It's raining llamas and goats outside.
Don't you mean cats and dogs?
That's a silly expression.
Esteban's wildly sexist right here, which seems a bit out of character for him, but it'll kind of make sense later.
I bet you also think a woman's place is in the kitchen.
Only after she gets back from the grocery store.
Oh, that attitude is so typically male. I'll have you know, women are capable of doing anything.
How about talking quietly?
Mr. Mosby, here and now, calls Zack and Cody hooligans for the first time in the entire series.
Just where do you two hooligans think you're going?
I'm surprised it took this long, because that's one of the phrases I think of when I think of Mr. Mosby. After a hockey incident, twins are booted down to the basement, where Arwen is being very normal, and he reveals his newest invention, his parallel universalizer, which can bring its users to an alternate dimension when struck by lightning. After telling these two mischievous children how cool it is, he then tells them lightning's about to strike, but they cannot use it, and then he leaves the room. You will never guess what Zack and Cody decide to do here.
Zack, Armwood said not to. Ah, come on. Nothing he ever makes works. Looks like we're stuck in the same old boring world.
In the news today, President Paris Hilton announced that cellulite is now illegal.
I suppose I should rip the band-aid off. This is the only functioning invention Arwen will make in the entire series. He cannot make a functioning letter sorter. He cannot make a functioning luggage cart. He can't even fix an elevator, yet he can make a machine that transwarps its user through dimensional barriers. So Zack and Cody walk around the Tipton, and you've seen it all before, so I won't dwell on the details. Everyone has the exact opposite of their normal personalities, and they're like, huh? What's going on? Why is everyone acting so weird?
Hey, flying nuggies! Going in reverse.
See you guys tomorrow, maybe.
Where are you going?
I'm gonna go dye my hair blue.
London, it's raining outside.
Very good, Maddie.
I need you to hold my umbrella so I won't get wet.
Hold your own umbrella.
I can't. I'm too busy going, yay me!
Listen carefully. Nothing on earth will make me walk behind you holding an umbrella.
Here's $500.
This episode showcases what the original Maddie and London castings might have looked like. And honestly, I think it still would have worked really well. Although the actresses are clearly emulating each other's performances rather than doing their own takes as they would have had the show started with them in opposite roles, I still think we would have been in good hands either way. And here we see the payoff to Esteban's sexism earlier in the episode.
Maid service!
Apparently the opposite of being misogynist is being a trans woman. He just loves women so much in this dimension that she became one. So Zack and Cody get to do everything they want and start to get tired of it.
We've been watching movies for 2 days now.
You even got your dinner ready.
We've been kind of eating candy for 2 days. Yeah. Don't you have any vegetables? Like green beans, lima beans, string beans?
How about jelly beans?
Once again, you've seen it before. This exact premise was in Wizards Season 3. Everything boils to a head when Carrie leaves with Arwen to travel the world for a whole year.
Arwen?
It's A. Diddy.
Hi, A. Diddy.
Whoa. Don't wrinkle the leather, okay, babe?
Okay.
In this dimension, Carrie's down bad for Arwen.
Sweetheart, how many times have I told you?
1,000.
1,000 times. You don't want to get involved with a guy like me. I'm nothing but trouble. Trouble with great hair. Well, having you two along wouldn't be good for a superstar image.
Yeah. Haven't you seen the title of my new CD?
Carrie Martin? Who needs kids?
I think we should also appreciate that the tape is still wrapped around the bridge of his glasses, even in this alternate dimension where he's a sexy music manager.
Well, don't we get a hug?
Sorry, got a plane to catch.
Hug each other!
Seeing that there's a storm outside, the kids decide to rush back to the machine and find themselves teleported back home. We also get the first instance of no running in the lobby here.
For the 1,000th time, no running in the lobby!
We're running to hug you!
No hugging in the lobby!
Now they're extra appreciative of everyone around them, even Carrie and Mosby, and I'm sure they'll never do anything irresponsible ever again. Carrie insists to Zack and Cody that this whole adventure didn't happen and that they both had a dream. Zack finds it unlikely they had the same dream, but they eventually resign themselves to going to bed.
Well, it's 7:28. We better get to bed.
7:30 is such a pathetic bedtime for an 8th grader. Like, I'm sorry, if you're in 8th grade and your bedtime is 7:30, get new parents. But more to the point, after they leave, Carrie makes a discovery.
George Clooney. I'll keep this one.
Everything was real. And I know that's a very common twist for these kinds of episodes. The Ghost episode did this in season 1. But I'm just keeping tabs on all the times something otherworldly and strange has happened in the Zack and Cody universe canonically, because I have a feeling that come Sweet Life on Deck, this list will rapidly grow. I've always loved this episode as a kid. I think it's just really memorable. The writing of this second dimension is also just very funny.
President Paris Hilton made it illegal today to weigh more than 108 pounds. This will be my last broadcast.
It's top tier Zack and Cody.
Just so you know, my vision is 2020-2020.
That was a good year.
Hi, I'm Brenda Song, and you're watching Disney Channel.
In Going for the Gold, the Hotel Engineers Convention rolls into town. I don't understand the logistics of a hotel engineer convention, but it's pretty funny, and I think that's the joke. Arwen's off-screen rival Irv Weldon from earlier in the season.
Why the sudden interest in efficiency?
Well, it's not because Irv Weldon made the cover of Hotel Engineering Quarterly, I can tell you that.
Makes his on-screen debut. He's determined to beat Arwen in this competition. Irv has a thick Boston accent in his first scene.
See you at the games, hawk loser.
And then it's just not present for the rest of the episode. He also talks with a British accent in his second scene as a James Bond homage.
And I like to be shaken, not stirred.
I didn't realize what it was at first, so I thought his accent was just changing in every single scene for a while. Arwen's compelled to compete his hardest when Carrie is this year's Plunger Woman, the hostess who awards the golden plunger to the winner and kisses them. Apparently a woman does this every year. After Arwen wins the first competition, running with a toolbox, Irv starts to cheat. The next challenge is air conditioner repair.
The true repairman will repair man.
And Arwen loses due to dodgy circumstances. Irv sabotages Arwen's AC, and Zack and Cody realize he has to be stopped.
Isn't it weird how Irv seemed to know it wouldn't work? Do you know what this means? I will as soon as you tell me. It means Irv's cheating. Look, property of Arwen.
They spy on him in the bathroom and see that he's printed instructions for toilet repair on the toilet paper in his stall. Since they know no one will believe them if they say he's cheating, they decide to catch him in the act. I don't know why they didn't just take the toilet paper roll. Like, I know they're 14, but did the idea really not come across their minds at all? During the competition, Irv wins and he flushes down his cheat sheet. I think the show missed an opportunity to have someone walk away with toilet paper attached to their shoe here. Someone had to be brave enough to say it. That would have been hilarious. It's time for the final competition.
Don't worry, Arwen. Victory is in the bag.
What bag? Where? I want that bag!
Zack and Cody lock Irv in the elevator to sabotage him, which is a frightening amount of power for these two kids to have. Arwen arrives to set things straight and tells them that cheaters never win, so they have nothing to worry about. Irv's about to win the competition, but he accidentally trips and he falls over, and then Arwen confusedly strides through the finish line. This episode has a very optimistic, and I would say ultimately inaccurate thesis statement about the world. Irv falling over was nothing but inevitable cosmic justice. But good for Arwen, he wins, and then Carrie kisses him.
Wow, Arwen! I kissed you and you didn't faint.
Why did she kiss him if she fully expected him to faint? What is this woman's problem? In the B story, London decides she wants to open a fashion store, but Mr. Tipton is not willing to finance it due to London always quitting everything she starts.
But why not?
Well, every time you start a project, you tend to quit. There was the time that you wanted to be an ice skater.
Oh, let me guess. He bought you an ice rink.
He bought her Iceland.
London owns Iceland. Noted. London decides to do it herself and hires Maddie as her employee, offering to double her salary after Mosby just declined her a raise. Rudely as hell, I might add.
Mr. Mosby, I know you're a busy man, so I'll make this quick. I'd like a raise.
I'll make it quicker. No.
Look at this store. There's a new set in the Tipton. Hooray. We never see it again. Just like the bathroom. It's gone. They built the most fantastical, wonderful sets exclusively for this episode and then tore them down. When no one shows up to the store, London's about ready to quit until Mosby gives her a pep talk. She decides to stick with it and displays an ad for her store on one of her dad's blimps.
Maddie, I took your original ad and put it out there.
Well, it's a little too late for that.
On Daddy's blimp.
which causes the premises to fill with customers. Unfortunately, the gas for the blimp cost more than the store, so they did not make any money. And then Maddie just goes and asks Mosby for her job back. But London takes pride in the fact that she stuck with something, even though we'll never see that something ever again. Can we talk about blimps? According to every source I found on the internet, there are only 25 blimps left in the world. Anywhere. Like, how is that fucking possible? Where'd they go? I thought blimps were like everywhere. Like, there's a bunch in the movie Cars. There's a blimp in Phineas and Ferb, but then I thought about it, and like both of those are fictional. They're not real. In real life, have I seen a blimp lately? No, I don't think I have. And I'm going to speak for you. You haven't either. Where'd they go? Why aren't there blimps anymore? I guess I could learn the answer to that if I actually read the articles instead of just the headline, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna sit here and question it. Where'd they go? Comment below, where do you think the blimps are?
The atmosphere on the set is awesome. I mean, it's a great environment for us. Dylan and I kind of have a knack of learning the lines. Like, we'll do it like a couple times. Yeah. We'll read the scenes like 4 times each, and we're pretty good.
I've always liked you.
What about that time you told me you never wanted to see me again? Is that it?
You know, Zack, I've always liked you. I've always liked you.
What about that time you told me you never wanted to see my face again?
I'm in his face!
Catch The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody right here on the Disney Channel.
In Boston Tea Party, the twins are hanging out at the park across the street from the Tipton.
In the park across the street.
In the park across the street.
When a cartoonishly evil man arrives to deliver some awful news.
Hey, kids, you like to play here in the park?
Yeah, we love it.
Too bad, we're paving it over.
That is now the park and the perpetually off-screen St. Mark Hotel, which are across the street from the Tipton. This list will only continue to grow. Back at their suite, the kids are distraught. Cody decides to write a letter to the mayor, but Zack sees no point. They've lost, they're just the little guy, and it's over. Kim Rhodes has also lost her voice today.
You can't fight City Hall.
Yes, you can. I once dated this guy. I'm proud of you, son, my little warrior.
At first I thought she was doing like an interesting acting choice for this one episode, but then eventually I realized like, oh no, she's in pain. Also, age update. Zack is 13 years old.
You know, Mom, I've learned a lot in my 13 years.
Which implies to me that Cody may be as well. Esteban, meanwhile, is applying for citizenship.
I'm gonna take a test and become a citizen of the United States. All 13 of them.
There are 50 states.
I better get a new pamphlet.
London's hair looks really iconic today. Like, normally I don't notice that kind of thing, but like, I wish my hair looked that cool. I don't have that much. Arwen also finds an old historical painting in the basement, depicting the Tipton Inn established by London's ancestors. And also, for some reason, Arwen falls over multiple times per episode now, without exception. I feel like after the first few times he fell over, the children in the focus group test screenings all laughed so hard, chortled so thoroughly, that the executives were like, Brian Stepanek, great news, you are going to faceplant on the ground multiple times per episode forever. And he probably said like, so cool guys, thank you. Zack continues to not take any action to save the park.
What are you doing?
Counting my armpit hair. 1. Done.
Cody, meanwhile, has written quite a letter.
Wait, how many pages is that letter?
18! Single-spaced!
I love you, bye!
No problem, I'll just read it to Zack. I picked a bad day to be Zack.
It turns out to be so boring that I put Zack to sleep, where he starts fantasizing about colonial Boston.
Scandalous. Next they'll be telling you it's acceptable to show your ankles.
No one can afford to buy this overpriced tea.
Except me!
Stop, you hooligans! What are these infernal contraptions?
Arwen invented them. He calls them television.
The whole episode is basically just a bunch of really funny puns and jokes as the citizens of Boston gather the courage to stand up to the British.
The people are revolting.
You're telling me. Have you seen how they dress? Boys, you need to get upstairs and study for your American history test tomorrow.
Mother, there is no history.
There will be no talk of revolution in my inn.
Mr. Mosby makes a Transformers noise. So there's a concierge in the background of the lobby in almost every single episode of this show. She's named Irene. She's just there. No relation to Irene the ghost from season 1. But in this episode, I think because she's playing a different character technically in this flashback, that means she's allowed to have a line and talk, and they wouldn't have to keep paying her as an established character in the future episodes where she's still an extra again.
Hey, Bartholomew! 2 for dinner tonight at 7!
Slay Queen Irene, she gets to talk today. Good for her.
Booth or table?
The gang creates Native American headdresses and literally does the Boston Tea Party off screen. Commits the Boston Tea Party. I don't know how you'd phrase that. I'm not sure this has aged well, but in the show's defense, this is exactly what the real Boston Tea Party would have looked like. So it's just real life that aged poorly, and the show was an innocent victim caught in the crossfire. Also, I'm pretty sure this episode is genuinely where I learned about the Boston Tea Party as a kid. I can't remember specifically, but I'm like 90% sure.
What do you expect? This is a dream.
It is?
Yeah, it better be. Next time, could you dream I was a Viking?
Zack wakes up and suddenly has a realization. The tree in the old painting is the tree at the park across the street. He comes to the conclusion that it's a historical site, so Mosby heads to City Hall, which is also mentioned as being across the street, to stop the bulldozing at the last second.
You want an injunction?
Oh no, I hate needles. Just go get him to stop.
I always find it so cute when he goes out of his way to help the kids. Like when it's in character for him, not when it's completely out of left field, which will slowly start happening more and more as the sweet life carries on. But this instance does make sense for him and is very polite of Mr. Mosby to have helped those children like that. Now the entire cast makes a final stand at the park as a bulldozer rapidly plows its way in.
Daddy will take away your bully dozer!
Finally, Mosby arrives in the 11th hour with an order to halt from the mayor, prompting the construction workers to leave. Everyone praises Zack for his heroics, and Carrie is genuinely proud of him for making a difference. And now that the park's saved, we will never see or hear about it ever again. Esteban is granted citizenship, and then immediately assigned to jury duty seconds later. Season 2, Episode 18. Have a nice trip. Zack has misplaced his skateboard. He's 100% sure he left it by the candy counter. But then...
Daddy, look out!
Whoa! Desperately wanting to avoid a lawsuit, Mosby sets this nice man Harry and his sweet daughter Holly up with accommodations at the Tipton Hotel. Carrie finds herself smitten by this charming man, and everyone pays him frequent visits to make sure he's okay. But Zack starts to suspect something isn't right. When sweet little Holly scams Zack out of all his arcade money and Maddie out of all her candy stock by challenging through a game where she first pretends to be bad at it but then kicks in a turbo mega gamer mode once there were actual stakes, suspicions about the duo's true nature starts to arise.
I did not just leave my skateboard lying around. My roller skate.
Up until this point, I remembered nothing about this episode, but there was one singular key word which made everything percolate in the back of my brain.
I love the mint marshmallow mushies.
I don't know why I remembered mint marshmallow mushies of all things, but I did. It's always the most insignificant throwaway lines and phrases which suddenly trigger nostalgia PTSD in my brain.
When will they be here?
3 weeks. From never.
Zack and Cody sneak into the vent system, for only the second time in the series, believe it or not, and soon see him and Holly dancing together and laughing about their scams. Naturally, Mr. Mosby does not believe them.
Harry is faking his injury. We saw him dancing in the vent.
Why was Harry dancing in the vent?
He wasn't in the vent. We were in the vent.
You were dancing in the vent?
No, we were spying in the vent.
So who was dancing?
Harry!
No, Harry can't dance. His back is injured.
Now, the twins and Maddie have to prove his guilt to the rest of the hotel. First, Maddie sends Mosby up to the room while the boys climb into the vents again and unleash a bee in his room, hoping he'll get out of bed to desperately swat it away. He does, and unfortunately he swats it directly at Cody and gets back in bed before Mosby arrives.
Got it. Okay, coast is clear. Proceed down hallway. I'm standing right next to you.
At this point of the vent, I was thinking, like, why don't they just film him? But then I thought, like, it's 2006, maybe their phones don't have cameras. Their next plan is to film him on their phone. They try to capture Harry leaving the hotel room.
This is definitely going to get Harry up and running out of his room. And when he does, I'll take a picture of it and show it to Mosby.
Whoa! The Swedish bikini team is on this floor?
Oh, it's so cold in here. I should have worn more clothes.
Come on, Cody, get up. You're gonna miss the shot.
Get up! Get up!
At this point, I'm just screaming at them like, bro, just go back in the vent and film him. You caught him standing the last 2 times you were up there. Us kids watching this show, we were so goofy. No one ever thought of this. Only one of their 3 plans involves using a phone's camera to record him. It's like how Candace has a smartphone with a camera throughout the entirety of Phineas and Ferb, but I think there's only one episode where she tries to use it to record what they're building. The twins plead to Carrie for her help in outing them, and with Maddie's input, she ultimately decides to trust her kids. So, she comes in and tells Harry she's bought him the best physical therapist in Boston.
I fix boo-boo now.
Wait.
Now we do Russian acupuncture.
Well, I never heard of it.
Time for hot rocks.
Hot rocks!
He maintains his cover throughout actual torture, but only when his daughter enters and falls does Harry rush to her aid. He's finally exposed, although it turns out Holly orchestrated the whole thing.
I cannot believe you would use your sweet little daughter to scam people.
Operation Skateboard in the Lobby was her idea. I just come up with the names.
And they're ousted from the hotel, opting to finally turn their lives around for the better. Except for Holly, who continues to scam Norman the doorman. This episode marks the very first time a main cast member is absent. Brenda Song is not present as London, and that's pretty good considering the show is about halfway done. We're 44 episodes in. Right now in bed, I just hearted the comment of the YouTube user Rose about David Henry. Rose, if you're watching this video, I hearted your comment here and now at a haunted Zack and Cody hotel. Lady in red, I'm giving you one last chance. Come tickle me, we could have a tickle fight. That night, nothing in particular happened.
I feel like now what I've read about her, this ghost, is that she's really nice and she knows I'm scared and that's why she hasn't appeared. She doesn't want to scare us. She's so nice. She's Canadian.
I think what I've learned is that I should have just gone with Trinity for this adventure.
No!
At the end of the day, legends are legends for a reason, because they're legends. The question of whether or not the spirit of a ballroom dancer named Jenny haunts the Vancouver Fairmont Hotel, or if it's all a money-making scam given the fact that there's no evidence of a Jenny Cox ever existing or dying, will remain unsolved.
Disney Channel presents an event so big, so original, that we can't tell you what it is. Keep it on the down low. Be there when Disney Channel heats up a night of premieres with a bonus surprise. Tonight, starting at 7:55, 6:55 Central, part of Disney Channel's So Hot Summer.
In Ask Zack, Cody's put in charge of revitalizing the middle school's newspaper. On his team are Bob, and a few left field picks such as Barbara from the Science Fair, as well as Jessica and Janice from the Twin Convention. Barbara joins the list of Disney Channel characters who are racist against British people here.
I'd rather be healthy than beautiful. But I'm really healthy. But I'm really, really healthy. And I'm really, really glad you're not triplets.
Which I think she needs to apologize for, because the British have never done anything to hurt anyone. Zack needs an extracurricular, and the newspaper is the only option left. So Cody relegates him to the Ask Shirley advice column. There he just decides to roast and bully everyone who asks questions, which in turn causes the newspaper to become the hottest thing on campus. Zack has had a crush on this girl named Darlene throughout this episode.
Hey, there's Darlene. Don't look. She's got this huge crush on me. Don't look. I thought you said she always ignored you. Well, that's how you can tell when they're really interested. I told you not to look!
When she writes into the column asking how to deal with her feelings for Zack, he anonymously responds as Shirley to be his own wingman.
Sometimes a player isn't really obnoxious. He's just hiding the fact that he's shy and sensitive underneath. You can't do that! Don't you realize you would be compromising your journalistic ethics? You see, that's where you're wrong. I have no ethics.
So she takes a liking to him and goes to hang out with him at the Tipton. Unfortunately, per usual, it all goes awry. It wouldn't be a Zack and Cody episode, or I guess a story or a piece of fiction if everything went correctly. So good for it.
No kissing in the lobby?
No, I'll get those things.
Oh, it's fine. Zack, why is your backpack full of Ask Shirley letters?
Darlene finds the Ask Shirley submission in his backpack and realizes he abused his position and manipulated her. But don't you worry, luckily, it's a Disney show where boys can be as terrible and mean to girls as they want, and the girls will always forgive them by the end of the 22-minute episode.
Zack, if you promise not to lie to me again, I'd like to give you another chance.
I'll have to think about it, yes.
In the B story, London cannot sleep.
One chocolate ding-a-ding.
What's the magic word?
No!
She's cranky, and she's calling everyone in the middle of the night. Maddie's bed is different than how it looked last season. And the staff of the Tipton decides to come to London Suite and do whatever they can to make her fall asleep.
Hush, little rich girl, don't say a word. Daddy's gonna buy you the whole wide world.
I think this is the only time we ever see London's bedroom, by the way. And it turns out that all along the issue was a pee under London's mattress, making the entire episode a retroactive Princess and the P.O.G. homage. Then everyone falls asleep on London's bed. The end. Season 2, episode 20 is a particularly iconic crossover that brings 3 shows together under one roof. That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana.
Tonight, Disney Channel So Hot Summer sizzles with a night of premieres.
This is the best day of my life!
All new episodes of That's So Raven, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, and Hannah Montana. And guess where everybody's staying?
Welcome to the Tipton.
I'm Cody, and this is Zack.
I'm Raven.
I'm Maddie.
Hi, Maddie.
You're Hannah Montana!
Hannah Montana!
It's mixed up, mashed up. That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana.
I've already covered the follow-up crossover in my Wizards video, Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana. That one I remembered pretty well, because I was a bit older when it came out. This one, I have pretty vague, fuzzy memories of. It's really crazy how much of a difference 3 years makes in the mind of a growing, developing little child. That's So Raven has the first entry of this crossover, one of its very final episodes called Checkin' Out. Raven's working as an intern for the famous fashion designer Donna Cabana. As far as I can tell, this is a recurring theme in the 4th season. Donna has gotten famous photographer Pistache to agree to do the photo shoot of her newest line of men's clothing. On a video call, which is super low res and has a low frame rate that's nice attention to detail on behalf of the editors, Pistache says 2 Middle Eastern boy models she loves named Juan and Kvelte must be flown in from the fictional Middle Eastern country of Buda Pragoslovakia. The photo shoot will take place at the Tipton Hotel. Raven's put in charge of all the arrangements and given a secretech, something she claims she knows how to use to impress her boss. After a nifty That's So Raven style scene transition, Raven discovers she does not.
Donna Cabana, that's with a C.
The C?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, right in here. No, checking in is so exciting.
Okay, next one. Pistache.
Pistache? This is like charades. Give me something I go. Okay,
Check it out.
Yes, just checked in. Room 315.
Excellent!
In our Milan hotel.
Milan? Well, that's the next door one, right? The next door.
Italy.
No.
Raven accidentally flew Pistache, Juan, and Kvelte to Italy. She hops on a luggage cart pulled by someone who is not Esteban, which feels kind of wrong and disturbing. Apparently only Phil Lewis and the twins were willing to sign on for this one extra episode.
I ruined everything!
Now, if only she could find 2 young boys to take those models' place. Raven has a vision that a star is about to trip and fall over and has Zack and Cody be there to catch her. This lady has a very normal reaction to being saved.
Mwah. Mwah. Thank you.
Raven asks these kids she just met if they're willing to impersonate models for a photo shoot. And they're like, Yeah, okay. So Raven impersonates Pistache as a news reporter covers the event right smack dab in the middle of the lobby. But then Donica Vana arrives, also dressed as Pistache, having had the exact same idea as Raven to save the event.
Raven, what are you doing? I'm trying to save your butt, and then I'm gonna save my butt. What are you doing? I'm trying to save my butt. I don't care about your butt.
Then right on cue, the actual Pistache arrives.
What's up, Pistache?
And they convince her that they dressed to honor her, which she believes. And she deems that Zack and Cody are even better than the Middle Eastern boys she'd selected. Then the fashion show carries on and everything turns out well. Except not for Raven, who misses her flight and is forced to stay at the Tipton into the second part of this crossover.
I just have to get back to San Francisco on my 9 o'clock flight, so could you...
Oh, yes, 9 o'clock tonight.
No, this morning.
No, it's 10.
Huh? No, it's not. No, look! No! I set the alarm on my Secretech. I thought I finally figured it out.
Oh, well, obviously you haven't.
There's also a B-plot where Chelsea paddleballs and crushes the dreams of a child.
Sweet Life of Hannah Montana night. It's a brand new episode of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
One of you is gonna be in trouble.
Zack and Cody go from a not-so-sweet Raven prediction
Trouble for us isn't exactly breaking news.
to a totally sweet Hannah encounter.
You're Hannah Montana! You're wearing cake. Vanilla, my favorite.
It's a mixed-up, mashed-up night with The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Tonight at 8:30, 7:30 Central, part of Disney Channel's So Hot Summer.
Part 2, the main event of the crossover, is the 20th episode of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody's second season, titled That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana. It's Carrie's birthday and the twins are very excited. But when Raven has a vision of a sneeze and a ringing sound prompting something terrible to happen to Cody at the party, Cody fears she has precognition and becomes terrified for his life.
Cody! Right here!
Cody, why are you curled up in a ball behind the couch?
Well, Raven had this feeling that something horrible was going to happen to me. It involved a sneeze and a bell.
Honey, you can find fear in anything if you look hard enough. Life is full of risks, but you can't spend your whole life hiding.
Easy for you to say. Most of your life is over.
Indeed, a sneeze and bell happen to coincide with terrible events over and over. Zack, to ease Cody's concerns and make sure he comes to Carrie's party, suggests they switch clothes so if anything happens, it'll happen to Zack instead.
And on that note, I'm going to go get dressed for work. On my birthday!
Washing dishes on my birthday. 9 miserable days left on this island that doesn't even grow coconuts or any fruits.
At the party, Arwen's babysitter robot predictably goes haywire after a sneeze and a ringing sound, causing Raven's premonition to happen to Zack rather than Cody. Cody cheerily proclaims he had nothing to be worried about. That's it. That's the A-plot. That's really all that happens. And the little B story would pick up exactly where we left off in part 1, with Raven having a panic attack.
Yeah.
This has been the worst day of my life. I missed my flight, and now this one's canceled, so I'm stuck here all weekend. And I spent all my money on buying souvenir keychains for my friends. Look at this. There's more.
Hi, I'm Maddie.
Raven's starstruck by the presence of London Tipton and asks Maddie if she might be able to get London to wear one of her designs. Maddie says sure, but unfortunately, London is not interested in a dress made by a non-famous person. Here we see the introduction of London's talking mirror. If you've seen any dark facts about Disney Channel videos, you would know by now that this is the pedophile mirror.
This is the sweet life.
The voice actor was an actual convicted pedophile.
How do I look?
2 words. Gorgeous.
This should not have been allowed. It's really gross that this happened. This man was like a well-known pedophile in the industry, not just some guy they happened to bring in and didn't look at his record. Like, they fucking knew, and they just didn't care. Hollywood is just a bunch of gross weirdos who do cocaine, and shame on them. But moving on, Maddie and Esteban sneak into London's closet to switch the tags on her dresses, giving her Raven's dress in the correct hope that she won't notice the difference.
Are you sure Miss London is not here?
Yeah, she went shopping.
Well, she could be back any minute.
Shopping in Paris, we're fine.
Sorry, I had to cancel our shopping trip, Portia.
Paris must be a lot closer than I thought.
They're able to sneak out just in time. The next day, London arrives wearing Raven's dress. Raven's ecstatic, but the truth eventually comes out, and London's like, "You, poor people, how embarrassing." But then, with no fucking fanfare, with 2 minutes left in the episode, Hannah Montana just casually walks into the lobby.
Hannah Montana! Oh, I almost passed out.
She licks some frosting off Zack's shirt. Okay, and then she's like, "Ooh, wow, cool dress, I want it," which causes London to change her mind and say she now wants it. And then Hannah Montana just runs after London, and they have a cat fight over the dress off screen.
Oh my goodness, London Tipton and Hannah Montana are having a cat fight over my dress.
Hey, you ripped it! No, you ripped it.
Hannah just comes in, we don't even learn why she's here, she invades privacy, she cat fights, and then she doesn't elaborate and leaves, so good for her. And then that's the crossover. The last 30 seconds is just Maddie talking to the pedophile mirror again. It's basically just a regular episode of Zack and Cody that features 3 little scenes with Raven Simone and 60 seconds with Miley Cyrus.
Disney Channel presents a behind-the-scenes peek of what happens when 3 of your favorite shows come together for the first time ever. It's That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana. One huge mixed-up, mashed-up night of your favorite Disney Channel stars, guest starring on each other's shows, back to back to back. When it's this much of a blast to make, you know it's gonna be sweet to watch. Yes! That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana premieres tonight at 8/7 Central, part of Disney Channel's So Hot Summer.
The third part of this crossover is the Hannah Montana Season 1 episode, On the Road Again. To call it a crossover, or part of the crossover, is a stretch. It is a normal episode of Hannah Montana where Ashley Tisdale has 7 lines. Maddie, apparently having become friends with Hannah entirely off screen, comes to visit her in her suite and compliments her on her concert performance last night. That's finally explaining why Hannah Montana was even here. When Maddie hears Billy Ray Cyrus from the hit song Old Town Road singing in the bathroom, she mentions how her mom used to love his music when he was a superstar sensation. Then Hannah leaves the hotel and the entire episode is just set in Malibu for the entire duration with no mention of Zack, Cody, or Raven. Hannah realizes how much Billy Ray Cyrus sacrificed for her so she could have a career, and decides to put together a reunion concert for him so he can sing and have a nice little comeback. Maddie just shows up again at the concert to be like, "Wow, I just watched the concert."
Mom, quick, get the curlers out of your hair. Robbie Ray is still here. Too close, Candy Girl.
It's really just weird how the third link here only has the first 2 minutes of it, acting as the crossover. Miley Cyrus probably stepped foot on the Zack and Cody soundstage for like 1 hour. I think they definitely spent a lot more time planning the structure of the second crossover where the Sweet Life cast serves the connective tissue throughout the whole thing. There, the character interactions are on point, everything reaches its maximum potential. Here, it just feels like thrown together at the last minute. Definitely ends on a bit of a whimper, but that's okay. That was That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana.
This is where we'll end things for today. That crossover happens to be the exact midway point of the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
Second season.
And I think it's a fitting climactic note to end things on. I'll be back very shortly with part 2, which covers the back half of the series. Join me in The Reign of Zack and Cody. Was that cool looking? Was that dramatic?